ago, I released the most comprehensive video ever about starting an Airbnb business right here on YouTube. And since that time, it has literally gotten dozens of views. All right, well, maybe it's gotten a little bit more than that. But now it's 2026, and to be completely honest with you, things have changed in this industry. So I've decided to release a new and improved version of my Airbnb Super course right here on the good old YouTubes. Which, if you've been following along, you know that I've been dropping some very juicy Airbnb nuggets every Monday for many years. But the truth is that YouTube is a very non-linear compilation of my journey, and many of those nuggets might have fallen through the cracks for some of you. So we have formatted the secret sauce right here in the ultimate masterclass for starting, optimizing, and scaling your Airbnb business. I would say that you could think of this video as a free course. And you know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna say, because that's exactly what this is. Just me, friendly neighborhood Rob Built, trying to provide you, the viewer, with value and education for free. That's what this channel is all about, making short-term rentals accessible to all of you at home. I do ask for one thing though, since this is all free. If you could be so kind as to hit the like button and the subscribe button, that shows the YouTube overlords that I am in fact providing value, and it helps me continue creating content just like this. It's free to hit the like and subscribe button, and it'll take you less than 2 seconds. 2! So I'll wait. John? Thank you. All right, now that I've fulfilled my content creator duties, here's a curriculum for how this video is gonna go with timestamps in case you need to skip ahead at any point. Also, shout out to Adrian Tony Neva for putting the chapter markers in the comments in the last course. However, I will have those chapters actually listed in this one, but I see you, Tony, and I appreciate you. And throughout this video, I'm gonna be referring to so many guides and handouts and PDFs. I'm gonna give all that stuff out for free, and I will be leaving a link in the description down below, but make sure to go and grab all that stuff beforehand so that you can use it as I'm teaching you for the rest of the video. I also have a free community that you can join to go and ask all of your burning Airbnb questions, maybe about this video, and either me or someone from my team will answer them for you. So again, all of that is down below. Okay, so before we even jump into short-term rentals, we first have to understand what short-term rentals are and how they differ from long-term rentals. So let's jump into that first. People are often sold into real estate in very interesting ways, whether you want to get into short-term rentals or you want to get into long-term rentals. And so on today's episode of Rob Built, I wanted to sort of break down the difference between short-term rentals and long-term rentals. And no, this isn't going to be a video that's me saying, hey, here's why you should invest in short-term rentals. I actually want to cover the basis on the actual differences on both and which one you should be investing in and which one is right for you. Because I see a lot of people sort of, fall into the marketing traps of short-term rentals, high cash flow, quit your 9-to-5 job. You can make a ton of money every single month. But then I also see people on the long-term rental side that's like, buy a lot of long-term rentals and build wealth and retire off that wealth. And there's merit to both ways of kind of talking about each rental class, but I don't know. I think there's always more that meets the eye. I almost kind of feel at the end of the day, it's a wash, and whatever you end up doing consistently is what's going to work for you. I guess that's the video. It's over. Bye. No, I'm just kidding. I actually do have things to say for both, because I really think, depending on what kind of person or investor you are, there's one that's just like a clear solution for you and your business. So let's talk about long-term rentals versus short-term rentals, aka Airbnb, and why you might choose one or the other. First and foremost, I wanted to talk about the actual difference. What is the difference between a short-term rental and a long-term rental? Short-term rentals, aka Airbnb, are whenever you rent your place anywhere from 0 to 28 days at a time. Oftentimes, it could also be 0 to 31 days at a time, depends on your municipality, but they're basically short-term stays, right? And on average, I would say, my stays typically range between 2 to 5 days at a time. But from a jurisdiction standpoint or from a municipality standpoint, most of the time it's 0 to 28 days, roughly speaking. Once you actually get past that 28 days, you kind of enter more the long-term rental side. And for the most part, what's common with long-term rentals is a lease where someone is staying at your property for 9 to 12 months at a time. The property is typically unfurnished. All the bills are paid for by the actual tenant themselves. Whereas on the short-term rental side, you pay all the bills, you furnish the property, and you host people for their vacations. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Now, obviously, there is this world between a short-term and a long-term rental, and that's a medium-term rental. We won't really talk about that today. We're really just talking about the two stark differences here, which is STR versus LTR. Now, as I mentioned, with the long-term rental, typically you have someone that's staying at your property 9 to 12 months at a time. And if they're a great tenant and if they're paying on time and if they like your place, they might stay for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And to be fair, it is a little bit more of a set it and forget it type of strategy in real estate. Whereas short-term rentals, typically on average, you're hosting between 5 to 7 sets of guests every single month. Meaning, I might be hosting anywhere from 60 to 72 sets of guests every single month. Is that right? What's 7 times 12? I should have done this before. It's fine. 84. I might be hosting between 60 to 84. Let me just make sure that's right. Yeah, 60 to 84 sets of guests every single year. And keep in mind, it's just one party, right? So if there's 3 people that are staying at my property on average for every single stay, then it would actually be, up to 252 people staying at my house every single year. It could also be more than that. Whereas with the long-term rental, it's just one set of people, right? It's like a family, maybe it's a couple, maybe it's a single person that has roommates. But either way, the amount of people that you're actually managing on a yearly basis is significantly less. And so when you actually think about the short-term side, well, some people might say, why on earth would I want to host upward of 250 people on my property every single year? And the answer is pretty easy: higher cash flow. That's really why anyone, in my opinion, would really ever choose short-term rentals over long-term rentals. Typically, you can expect cash flow, which is the amount of profit that you make every single month after all of your expenses, to be between 2 to 5 times higher than the cash flow on a long-term rental. Now, there is no stat here. I'm sure you can look up different things, but in general, here's how I classify the income that you can make from a short-term rental versus a long-term rental. A short-term rental or a long-term rental, you can think of it as like 1x. So if a long-term rental brings in, let's say, $1,000 a month, from a short-term rental standpoint, I would say that it's possible for that same unit to make $2,000 to $5,000 a month, personally. Now that's gross revenue, but typically after all of your expenses, you are left with a juicier amount of profit than a long-term rental. And so you might ask yourself, okay, well, if it's actually possible to make 2 to 5 times more with the short-term rental, why on earth would I ever deal with a long-term rental? And so that's kind of what we're going to talk about next, because there is no free lunch, right? Like, obviously, if you could make 2 to 5 times more, why wouldn't you do it? And the simple answer is there's so much more management that goes into short-term rentals than long-term rentals. That, simply put, with 250 guests plus every single year, I mean, you're talking a lot of people. A lot of easy guests, a lot of so-so guests, a lot of high-maintenance guests, and every so often Karens, right? And then maybe you might have parties and you might have things that go wrong in that short-term rental. And so it's more of a people business, right? You still have to be hospitable. You still have to show hospitality. I'm going to coin that word. You still have to show hospitality. And that's kind of like the dual part of this whole Airbnb short-term rental thing. Is it isn't a set it and forget it thing. And we can talk about property managers a little later, but at the end of the day, Airbnb and short-term rentals, if you own the property, I'm not talking about co-hosting or rental arbitrage. If you own the property, it is part ways real estate and part ways hospitality. It's kind of like a hotel in a sense, which I know is like, you don't really want to equate the two, but that is basically what it is. Whereas long-term rentals is really just real estate. You have a tenant in there, and granted, things go wrong and you have to work with that tenant and make sure that you are providing them a great spacious, or a great kind of quality, safe space and all that jazz. But for the most part, there is significantly less management with that tenant, because you might get to know that tenant, you might have a rapport with that tenant might be pretty low maintenance. And I'm not saying that having a long-term rental will necessarily be easier, because you can obviously have a nightmare tenant as well. But for the most part, it is set it, forget it. You have one tenant for 12 months. You really don't have to deal with that tenant all that much compared to dealing with 5 to 7 sets of groups every single month. And so that is sort of the trade-off, where you will make more money with Airbnb, no doubt, 100%. There's a lot more money to be made there. However, you will pay for it with your time. And I don't care how many people tell you that Airbnb is a passive investment, and how if you automate your business, you can sit on a beach and make $10,000, just like all the gurus out there on Instagram Reels and TikTok. It's not true. I have said on the channel many times, you can automate up to 80% of your business. I really believe that. I think you can cut down the management from 12 to 15 hours a week down to 3 to 5, maybe less. Like it depends on how many properties you have, but I do think it's possible. But I'm gonna tell you this, I've got a property manager, she's my assistant. I've got a business partner. I've got people that help me run my portfolio of 40 plus doors, and it's not passive. Like I'm still pretty ingrained in it. Now, granted, I choose to be involved in that business a little more than I should, but it's still not passive. But I make a lot more money with my 40 doors than I ever would with 40 equivalent long-term rental doors. And so you have to ask yourself, do I want to deal with more guest phone calls and more crazy guests and with retaliatory, I'm pretty sure that's how you say that, rebellious reviews? You have to deal with that kind of stuff. And for most people that get into the short-term rental game, they think it's worth it. They think it's worth the extra cash flow. I personally think that as well. But then there are a lot of people, you know, when you talk about all the people that are leaving the short-term rental space and they're saying my Airbnb is dying and it's oversaturated and it's way too much time. Well, those people really weren't cut out to be short-term rental hosts for a lot of reasons. They weren't cut out for the management. They're bad operators. They were really cheap about it. They were the typical long-term rental landlord that was really cheap, you know, setting up their long-term rental. Those people also migrate to short-term rentals and really invest poorly in their short-term rentals. And they also say, well, it's oversaturated because they didn't invest in it. Now their place is suffering. And so you hear all this like bad press about short-term rentals and Airbnb, when at the end of the day, they just weren't cut out for Airbnb. And that doesn't make it a less viable investment a less viable investment vehicle for people. It just means that those people did not, they kind of fell for the marketing trap. The high cash flow, live on a beach, $10,000 a month. Not all of them, but I'm overgeneralizing, of course. But you hear kind of the stories on both sides, and I always hear people arguing like, this is better and this is better. And I'm like, it's all kind of the same. It just depends on what you feel like you can handle. Now, with that said, there is something to be said about the fact that long-term rentals are something that you can definitely work a 9 to 5 and manage. You can hire a property manager. You can truly live like a bit more of a passive lifestyle there. And it's more stable and it's a heck of a lot volatile than you'll have to deal with short-term rentals, especially when you get into the fact that short-term rentals can be a little risky sometimes from a regulation standpoint. And you know, when you buy a short-term rental, it's not guaranteed that your city is going to make short-term rentals or keep short-term rentals legal. It's very possible they could be banned, they could be regulated. There's some volatility there, and so you have to kind of accept that along with the more management and maintenance, along with the higher cash flow, right? So that's kind of where you have to like value your time and if it's worth it to you. Whereas with the long-term rental, you never really have to deal with a city outlawing long-term rentals. It's not really a thing. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it might happen. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It doesn't really happen. You'll see HOAs kind of regulate this type of thing, but most of the time, if you buy a long-term rental, you can pretty much be assured that it's going to be that you'll never have to worry about any kind of regulation. Now, on the opposite side of that, there is the very real problem that you might have a long-term tenant that squats and you have to evict them and all that good stuff. You have to deal with evictions on long-term rentals, but you know, you also have to deal with evictions and squatters on short-term rentals and on medium-term rentals, and whatever type of real estate that exists, squatters will always exist. And this, maybe should do a video on this because people keep sending me messages and they're like, Rob, what are your thoughts on, oh no, I am just realizing I did not hit record on this, but thankfully I am recording right here. So we're gonna switch to the good microphone right now. Oh my gosh. All right. Hopefully this sounds a lot better. You're gonna deal with squatters no matter what type of real estate you do, whether it's self-storage, that I'm sure there's squatter stories there, whether it's midterm rentals or long-term rentals or short-term rentals. If that's what you're scared about, do not get into real estate because squatters don't magically go away depending on whatever asset class you choose, unless obvious. I mean, there's some obvious ones where you're not gonna have to deal with it, but overall, like if you're really scared about squatters, don't do it. That's a real risk that you face no matter what. Now, getting into sort of the cost and the benefit, there's a few things that you have to really understand from a from a tax standpoint as well. Long-term rentals really, you get tax benefits on both sides, but with long-term rentals, you basically get like what's called like a straight line depreciation, And that's something that you can claim. I'm not going to get too much into the tax side of things here because it's not what I'm comfortable talking about on YouTube. But I will say that short-term rentals have this very, very beautiful thing called the short-term rental loophole. And basically what the short-term rental loophole says is it's all legal, I swear, but it basically says if you actively manage your property, if you self-manage your property and you are materially participating in the management, you can take advantage of what's called bonus depreciation. And that's basically where you can front load the depreciation in the first year. And if you do so, you get like a massive tax break. And it's something that's really unique because it's available to short-term rental hosts specifically that manage their properties. Ordinarily, to take advantage of this type of tax loophole or this tax break on long-term rentals, you have to be what's called a real estate professional, meaning you have to spend 750 hours or more working in real estate. And it has to make up more than half of your time. And there's a whole criteria on this that makes it a lot harder. If you're a W-2 earner, you pretty much can't take advantage of this. However, on the short-term rental side, you actually can be a W-2 earner and take advantage of the short-term rental loophole and get a huge tax break. I have a ton of videos on this where my CPA partner at strcoseg.com actually breaks this down. This is the only edits we'll do, all right? Caleb, do the little shaky thing right here. Yep, you see it? All right, you can go and watch these after this video and it'll break down the beauty of cost segregation. But basically, you can go get a report from strcoseg.com, which is my company, and you can basically hand that over to your CPA and get a super crazy tax break. I can already feel the average view duration of this channel just going, phew. So I'm going to stop talking about it. But I promise you, if you own a short-term rental, it is one of the ways that you can really cash in on the wealth building aspect of this. I'm going to move on from there, but basically it's a really beautiful thing. All right. And then the two really big benefits of short-term rentals versus long-term rentals. And I know I said that this wasn't going to be a pitch on one or another. This is just from my anecdotal experience is when you buy a short-term rental, you can use the home whenever you want. I think that's very fair. So I think that this whole Airbnb avenue is interesting because if you go to Destin every single year with your family, if you grew up going to like a beach town and you hate spending a ton of money on Airbnbs or whatever, or all that good stuff. But if you have spent a lot of money booking Airbnbs and you think to yourself, well, what if I just owned it and I could just use it for free? Well, this is a really big benefit. Whereas long-term rentals, when it's booked, when you have a tenant in there for 12 months at a time, you don't get to go and use that property. Now, if that tenant moves out and you want to use it, then you'd have to furnish it. But it's not really like the selling point for long-term rentals. And alongside of this, I think this is probably one of my favorite benefits of short-term rentals in general. But one of my favorite benefits of short-term rentals is that you have the ability to go and address maintenance issues pretty quickly without permission, right? If you have a guest that comes in and they say, hey, this faucet's kind of leaky or whatever, you can say, great. Is it okay if I send a handyman? If they say no, or if they say, oh, it's not a big deal, just you can get to it after I check out. Well, they check out and then you have this window between their stay and the next day that you can get someone in and you can actually address problems very quickly. This isn't necessarily the case with long-term tenants, right? You have to get the permission, you have to give them notice, and you have to get them to basically agree to it. But on top of that, one of the problems with long-term tenants is there's this whole thing called deferred maintenance where maybe something is broken on the property or in the property and they just never mention it to you. Maybe they don't care that much. Maybe they say, nah, I can deal with this little leak behind the toilet. It's really not a big deal. Plus, I hate my landlord. He's some, some weird YouTuber. No, whatever. They may just never tell you because some people just don't care about little maintenance issues. And because of that, if that builds up over the course of 9 to 12 months, then it could actually end up being a very, very expensive repair. Whereas with the short-term rental, you could have addressed it super, super quick. I'll give you a quick example. I was friends with someone who told me they had this tenant that basically left some valve or just something open in their toilet. And the landlord got the water bill for it and was like, whoa, the water, because he offered to pay for the water. That was part of his agreement. And it was $3,000. And it's all because the tenant was never told him. And so he's like, hey, what the heck, man? He's like, oh yeah, it was happening. I didn't want to bother you. And he's like, well, that was $3,000. And so he was kind of caught footing the bill for that, right? So that kind of stuff does happen with long-term rentals. And it's not to say that it can't happen with short-term rentals too. You definitely deal with other types of things in short-term rentals. As I mentioned, a lot more management, a lot more things to take care of. You definitely deal with more wear and tear because, like I said, you have 5 to 7 sets of guests at your property, opening and closing and slamming your IKEA dressers and your closet doors and jumping on your beds, and things get loose. And then if those things are loose over time and your cleaner doesn't tell you, and people keep slamming those doors and jumping on the beds, it gets looser and then it bends and then it breaks. And now you've got to replace your furniture. And so I think that's something that's like really worth noting when it comes to short-term rentals. The maintenance is pretty big, especially on furnishings, especially if you don't have like a good communication flow with your cleaners. And I've got a good communication flow with a lot of my cleaners, and they still don't report things. Go watch the College Station video I just posted last week, my vlog. There's a lot of stuff where I was like, whoa, what the heck? Why didn't they tell me this? I had to go and visit the property to see it. And so it's a headache, right? And that kind of stuff can build up pretty quickly if you're not visiting your properties. So to recap here, short-term rentals, really great, high cash flow, much more headache and much more maintenance, but it is worth it, I think, if you want to go down that road. And then long-term rentals, set it and forget it, 9 to 12 months. You don't deal with furnishings. You don't deal with bills, like the utility bills, but there could be more deferred maintenance. You could have a bad tenant, sure, but it's more stable. And the big benefit with long-term rentals in general, I will say this, to kind of put an egg in that basket, it's a lot cheaper to get started for the most part. I think you can get into a low $50,000 to $100,000 house. I'm not recommending that you do. I'm just saying you can. And all you really need is the down payment to get into the home. And even if you go apples to apples, a $200,000 long-term rental versus a $200,000 short-term rental, well, you still have to pay for all of the furnishings on the short-term rental. You still probably have to do minor renovations. You might have to invest $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 into amenities. There's a lot there that you have to really consider from a cost perspective. Whereas a long-term rental, you put 20% down, maybe 25% down. You might have to do minor repairs just to make sure that it's move-in ready, but you don't have to deal with $20,000, $30,000 worth of furnishings. So that's something to keep in mind. I think it's a little bit friendlier to get into. And there's also, there's ways where you can mix both and you can do a house hack. And I'm not going to get into house hacking. I actually just did a video on that, I think a week ago. Go check that out if you're interested. But I think the long-term rentals, short-term rentals, I like them both. I'm going to talk about my experience with both very quickly, and then hopefully close this out. We're kind of cutting it close here. I wanted this to be short, but my experience with both. I've had mostly short-term rentals at my property in LA. I actually had the trifecta. I've had where I lived in the main house. I had a short-term rental in the back house, also a mid-term rental in the back house, and then I had a long-term tenant downstairs. And one of the things that I really appreciated about the short-term rental in my backyard was that it made me a ton of money. I loved it. But on the flip side, my little short-term rental in the studio down below, I got $1,800 every single month from that. And that was nice. With that said, I had good tenants down there that were really good people, but they never paid me on time. And I always had to go and, be the empathetic landlord. And I was never like, hey, pay me my money. I was always like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, oh, well, work didn't pay me this. And I had to deal with that. But there was certain stints where I would just get that, $1,800 payment. And I was like, oh man, this feels nice. I don't have to ask for it or anything like that. But that is what you deal with a long-term tenant. You may not get that payment on time, but if you have a really good tenant, it's awesome. Like, I love it. I don't really have to deal with that with Airbnb, right? They collect the money, people come in. I never have to deal with like getting money from my tenants. So that's something that I don't think people really put enough stress on. But in the times that I've had long-term tenants and they do pay me on time, it's awesome. Like, it's great to be able to kind of count on that consistent income. Now, as far as who it's right for, I do want to talk about that a little bit too. I think regardless, let's get rid of the idea of passive. It's not going to be right for you if that's what you're looking for, unless you hire property managers. And again, even then, it's really not all that passive. I would say short-term rentals are for those for those investors that are a little bit more creative and that like to meet people. And yeah, sure, like you will make more money, but you should be doing Airbnb because you're a little bit more of a creative investor And so you just want a little bit more out of real estate than just like, a long-term tenant or a long-term rental where you just get your $200 or $300 cash flow a month. And, that's not really creatively fulfilling. So I think if you're an investor that is more creative and a little bit more, just expects more, they kind of want fulfillment out of their actual portfolio, I think that's where short-term rentals really shine. If you're like more analytical and you're like, I don't really care about that stuff, I just want really consistent income, I want less stress, less headaches, and I'm cool with lower cash flow, that's going to be long-term rentals all day. I would say that, if someone was like, Rob, what should I do? And I'm like, well, what do you want? And they're like, I don't want to deal with any of it, and I want this to be super easy. I'd be like, okay, well, long-term rentals, because short-term rentals are not hard, but they are hard work, and I will always say that. And as I mentioned, even with long-term rentals, at the end of the day, it's not the highest cash flow. You might make $200, $300, $400, $500 a month. Of course, you can make $1,000 a month, but you are really fighting for cash flow. I think the play with long-term rentals is that you continually buy them and they appreciate. And 30 years from now, when you retire, you've got 10, 15, 20, 30 properties that you were able to accrue over your career. And then they appreciate a lot, they're paid off, and you can retire off that money. I think that's the play. I would never go into the long-term rental game saying, all right, I'm going to buy these so I can quit my 9-to-5 job. It's probably not going to happen with the long-term rental. It can happen with the short-term rental. I'm not going to say that it's going to happen quickly. I don't want you to ever believe that, but it's definitely a much quicker route than a long-term rental. But I would also say if your hope is to quit your 9-to-5 job, I would still push you to not do that. I would say work your 9-to-5 job, build your short-term rental portfolio, figure out other ways to make money, and then maybe you can quit your job. But it's a much shorter path with short-term rentals, in my opinion. Hey, really quick, when I was getting started in the world of Airbnb, one of the biggest mistakes I made was waiting way too long to get serious about my financial systems. I was so focused on bookings, design, guests, revenue, growing my portfolio, so much so that I kind of ignored the back end. And trust me, it gets a lot harder to organize your finances once you've got multiple properties, different LLCs, money moving everywhere, and expenses hitting different cards. And that's why I use Baselane. Baselane is a banking and bookkeeping platform built specifically for real estate investors, and honestly, it's become the financial operating system for my portfolio. Every property has its own accounts and debit cards, rental income comes in, expenses go out, transactions get categorized automatically, and everything just runs quietly in the background, which is huge for me because I travel all the time. I'm constantly at job sites, filming videos, touring properties. I don't want to spend all my free time trying to piece together my numbers from random spreadsheets, which I used to do. And with Baselane, I don't have to do that because my back end is clean. So if you're starting your Airbnb journey, do yourself a huge favor and get your financial systems dialed in from the beginning instead of trying to untangle everything years later like I did. If you're ready to sign up for Baselane, be sure to use the link in the description down below. All right, back to the masterclass. We got this. We good. Let's do this again. Wah, wah, wah. Welcome back to another episode of Rob Built. I'm your host, Rob. Today, we're going to be, I don't know. Let me check my outline real fast. Huh, yeah. All right, so you want to get into the Airbnb business.
Well, too bad! It's too late!
Oh my God, Susan, I kid! There are so many ways that you can break into the Airbnb business, and today I'm going to give you 5 Airbnb / short-term rental business models that you can get into. We're going to be talking about the pros, the cons, and the costs associated with each model. All in this video, which is actually the second installment of my Airbnb series that's going to be going on all this month. By the way, in case you're wondering, it's currently 1:54 p.m. New milestone. I'm recording during the day and I'm feeling mighty fine, people. So with that, let's talk about the top 5 Airbnb business models. And of course, I've compiled it in this cutie little PDF right here that you can download in the description below. And of course, as always, if this inspires you to become an Airbnb host, be sure to sign up with my link down below so that you get $75 when you host your first stay. So first one here is going to be renting your house. This is probably the most common form of Airbnb, probably what you've heard about, but effectively you can buy a house and turn it into an entire Airbnb business as little as 30 days after you close. Usually after I close, I try to get my Airbnbs running within the next week or two just because time is money and every day that you're not renting your Airbnb is another day that you're not making money. There are a few different ways and loan types that you can pursue whenever you're thinking about buying an Airbnb property, and I'm going to talk about the different loan types. Not a mortgage broker, don't legally hold me to anything. Contact your mortgage broker because they're way more qualified than me. Depending on which loan type you go with, you can put down anywhere from 3.5% to 20%. And this will vary depending on if you go with an FHA loan, a conventional loan, a second home / vacation home, or an investment property. They all have their own nuances and specific lending criteria, so definitely get with your mortgage broker for some of the more nitty-gritty details. For example, on an FHA loan, you can put down 3.5%. However, that has to be your primary home that you live in. So if you're gonna pursue that option, that would really only work for a house hack, which we'll get into the next model here, or if you were renting it for a weekend while you were out of town or something like that. Then you can go the second home / vacation home route if you want, and that would require a 10% down payment. Now, a lot of the times people might have a second home that's just collecting dust 10 months out of the year, or they only get to use it for 2 months. Or you might be itching to buy a vacation home in the Smoky Mountains, or in Joshua Tree, or in Big Bear, or in Mammoth, or Scottsdale, or insert whatever city that you love to travel to and you want to own a home there, but you can't really quite justify a monthly mortgage on it because you're not there enough. In those instances, you might consider a vacation home because you can use Airbnb to not only subsidize your mortgage, but actually make money doing it too. And then you can go full on investment loan, and that can cost you anywhere from 15 to 20% down. I've even seen it up to 25% down. Now, to put some numbers to this, if you were going to acquire a $300,000 house, that would cost you anywhere from $10,500 to $60,000, and that would be dependent on if your down payment was anywhere from 3.5% to 20%. On a $400,000 house, you'd be looking at a down payment between $14,000 and $80,000. And on a $500,000 house, you'd be looking at anywhere from $17,500 all the way up to $100,000 as a down payment. What I like about this is that there's a loan type for pretty much anyone who has some cash saved up with a pretty low debt to income ratio. But regardless, make sure that you talk to your mortgage broker and that you're adhering to their guidelines. So second business model. My microphone on. Whoo! Oh, I've recorded without my microphone being on way too many times. And it's on. If you're hearing me talk right now, it's on. Second Airbnb business model type is a house hack, and this is one of my favorites, mostly because I feel that my first house hack was the catalyst for all of my financial success. So let's back up a bit. What is a house hack? A house hack is basically when you own a home and you rent out a part of that house. It could be a guest bedroom, it could be both of your guest bedrooms, a den, a bonus space. I've even seen someone rent out a Tesla in their garage, but you rent out these spaces to help subsidize your mortgage. So to put this very simply, let's say that you own a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house and your mortgage is $1,000. And I'm just going off the first house that I ever owned, which was $159,000. Well, you would live in one room and you could rent out the other 2 rooms for say $400 a piece. 400 times 2 is $800. Yep, it's $800. Yep, it's $800. That would be $800 that you could apply to your mortgage, meaning you'd be out of pocket $200 to own your house. Now, these numbers that I'm throwing out are in reference to a long-term rental if you were renting it out to an actual tenant or a roommate, which was what I was doing when I first started out. This was before I ever knew about Airbnb, so let's run another simulation here. Let's say that you really wanted to supercharge the house hack model. Well, if you wanted to, you could then list both of those rooms on Airbnb. Let's say you wanted to start small and list one of those rooms on Airbnb at $50 a night. If you rented that room for $50 a day and you were able to book it for all 30 nights in the month, that would be $1,500 that you made on one room. That's right, not only would you pay your $1,000 mortgage, but you would make $500 doing this. Now let's say you got all brave and you wanted to rent the other room and you were able to book that for the entire month. That's another $1,500, so $3,000 total, $1,000 mortgage, you would be making $2,000 in a perfect month. But Rob, no one ever has perfect months, you're just inflating the numbers, blah. Yeah, I get it. I'm just giving you the best case scenario. I know plenty of hosts, and I mean plenty of hosts that have done this, who have perfect months all the time. I've had so many perfect months in my Airbnb career. But let's just say that you were able to rent both rooms at an occupancy of 60%. We would multiply the perfect scenario, $3,000 times 0.6, and that's $1,800, which is perfectly reasonable. So even with the relatively lower occupancy rate, you can still pay your mortgage and make $800, and then you gotta account for your expenses like toilet paper, paper towels, extra utilities, that kind of stuff. And honestly, what I like the most about house hacking is that I think anybody can do it. So many people come to me and ask me and they say, Rob, I want to get into real estate, but I don't have any money. I can't buy a house. And then I say, well, do you own a house? And they're like, well, yeah. I'm like, house hack. I mean, duh. This is what I recommend to anyone that owns a house that may not have enough money or borrowing power to acquire a new home. You can get creative with this. You can put an RV on your driveway. You can convert a garage into a studio space, or you can do what I did and build like a tiny house or a guest suite or some kind of guest house in your backyard. There are so many ways that you can get into a house hack, and because it's your primary residence, you could get in for as little as 3.5% down. I have seen a lot of people that have gone out and bought duplexes, Airbnb that duplex, paid off their mortgage, and made thousands of dollars that same month. Even in my personal personal house hack. When I was living in LA, I had a studio apartment under my house, which was renting for $1,500 a month. I had my tiny house in my backyard, which can average out to about $2,500 a month. So that right there is $4,000. My mortgage is $4,200. So for $200 out of pocket, I almost get to live in my $1.2 million Los Angeles home for free. And since I started house hacking that house, I've made between $160,000 to $180,000 in rents. House hacking is already very powerful, but when you plus it up with Airbnb, the sky's the limit. Airbnb business model number 3, glamping. Also known as glamorous camping, which basically means that it's an elevated camping experience. So instead of freezing out in Mother Nature in a thin vinyl tent, or digging a hole in the ground and pooping in it, and then covering it back up, you get to rent a very luxurious or premium canvas tent, or vintage Airstream, or tiny house on wheels, or A-frame or yurt, and you get to rough it in Mother Nature on memory foam mattresses, and you get a mini fridge, and maybe solar panels to charge your precious phones. You can set up these experiences for people, and guess what? You can charge anywhere from $150 to $400 a night. In fact, this tent grossed $5,360.73. As you can see, I had a pretty booked July. Our profit margin on this is usually 65%. So on this property, our profit last month would have been $3,484. There's so many fun, cool ways that you can curate and put together this experience for people. And it's not just me. There are so many people killing it with this business model, like my student right here, who made $10,880 in July on a couple of tents as well. I'm just a proud dad over here. There are so many ways that you can launch your Airbnb glamping business. You can acquire land if you want to do that. If you already own a house, you could put a Airstream in your driveway or a tent in your backyard. I've seen people do that and make thousands of dollars that way. Or you might even have a family member that already owns land. You can even lease land from someone and pay them to manage it for you. That's one of my favorite and main business models. The glamping business model, if you're looking to stay scrappy and you want to start small, can cost you anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 to get started. I have a whole glamping series that gets into all this stuff that you can watch after this. Watch this video and then you can go watch that after. But all to say, $10,000 to $20,000 is that starting point. You can spend as much as you want after that. I'm about to spend about $63,000 on 2 dome setups, and I'm going to charge anywhere from $200 to $350 a night, hoping for an 8-month payback on that. But you don't have to start there. You can start small, I promise. And don't forget, I've compiled these 5 business models in this handy dandy little PDF right here that you can download in the description down below. Number 4 Airbnb business model would be rental arbitrage. This is where you lease an apartment, a home, a townhouse, and then you sublease it on Airbnb. This is actually how I got my start. I rented an apartment, I bought a house, and I didn't want to have to break the lease for that apartment complex, so I just listed that apartment on Airbnb, and I was making a profit of $1,000 to $2,000 a month. And I always say that if I lost it all tomorrow, which I hope I don't, I could always start over with the rental arbitrage business model, specifically because it's a low-cost way to get into Airbnb. I know a lot of people that get into rental arbitrage deals for less than $10,000 because they're usually able to approach apartment complexes that are running specials all the time, like no security deposit or a low security deposit or a free first month's rent. To put this into perspective, with my first arbitrage deal, my rent was $1,850 a month. Now, it was a 600 square foot apartment, and a lot of the utilities were included except for water and electricity, which came out to anywhere from $50 to $150 a month. We'll just say $100 to keep it simple, and then I think my internet was like $50. So roughly speaking, it's been a couple of years, my expenses for that apartment were generally about $2,100, sometimes a little bit more. Now, in a slower / average month, this place was booking for $100 to $150 a night, and the location was amazing, the pool was amazing, had great amenities, so I ran at like a 99% occupancy for the most part. So at $125 on a perfect month, I was bringing in $3,750. Minus my expenses of $2,100, I was bringing in about $1,650 on like a pretty good month. Not my best month, not my worst month. Now, I am gonna say that I've had pretty amazing success with my units. I wouldn't necessarily calculate your numbers based on a 100% occupancy. When I'm running the numbers to see if a deal works, I'm typically running my calculations at an 80% occupancy. Now, there are a few caveats with this model that I wanna bring up. If you're gonna run with a rental arbitrage model, then you better 100% get the approval and consent of your landlord. Don't try to sneak one by them. Been there, done that.
You son of a bitch.
It is not worth the risk. Do it the right way. The other thing I want to caveat here is that rental arbitrage is great for building monthly cash flow, but you're not necessarily building wealth. In other words, to put it simply, it can get you rich, but not necessarily wealthy. And you're on a 12-month lease. If your landlord decides to sell the building or that they don't want to renew, then your business for that apartment is over. And I want you to keep that in mind. So I think it's totally fine to start off with rental arbitrage, but I would push you to dump your profits into homes that you can acquire, buy, own, and build equity in over time. All right, we did it. Very last one. The very last Airbnb business business model that you can get started with is co-hosting. Co-hosting is whenever you help another host or property owner manage their property, meaning you'll have access to their Airbnb listing where you can message guests, set pricing, coordinate with the cleaning crew, restock supplies, and everything else that goes along with running an Airbnb business. And this is a great business model because it requires zero money, no money from you at all. In fact, you get paid to do this. You can charge anywhere from a 15 to 30% management fee of gross monthly revenue. So to put this into perspective, if a place was grossing $5,000 and you were charging just 15% of that, then you would make $750. If you were charging a 30% management fee, then you'd be looking at $1,500 a month. Now I know that may not sound like a lot, but imagine you were able to co-host for 5 people. That would be $7,500 on a perfect month. If you had 10 of these going on a perfect month, you'd be looking at $15,000. And I know that sounds crazy, but I know people that make thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars with this co-hosting model. Fun fact, I used to co-host a mansion in Calabasas a couple years ago. I was charging 25% to do that, and I made thousands of dollars doing that, which at the time was game-changing money for me. And that's it. 5 business models to get started in Airbnb. Honestly, this is what I really love about Airbnb, is that I really do think that there's an entry point. There's a way for you to start your business no matter where you are in your financial journey. And don't forget to download this guy, which is a recap of everything that we talked about today. And that's about it. Man, it's 3:52. There's daylight outside. I think I might go for a walk or a bike ride, or I might just go outside and smell the fresh air. Hi, how you feeling? Inspired, overwhelmed, excited? A little bit of everything. Don't worry, that's perfectly normal. Look, if you're serious about breaking into this business and you feel like you need a little extra nudge, consider working one-on-one with me and my team over at HostCamp. I'll leave a link in the description down below for you where you can learn more about what it's like to get coaching from me. We have a fairly intense and thorough program, in a good way, I promise, that's based on our principle of 4-on-1 coaching. You'll have full access to 2 of our dedicated coaches, Kai Andrew, and of course, me. I'd really love to help get you to that next level. So if you're interested, book that call with the link down below. Okay, break time over. Let's get back into it. If I lost everything and had to rebuild my portfolio from scratch, this is exactly how I'd get started. I'm gonna teach you how to make $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000 in real estate the old-fashioned way without BS. I attribute every single dollar in my net worth to this single most important strategy of 2024. Sorry, usually I have my editor take all the spicy bits of my video and splice them together and put them in the intro to build intrigue so you're like, ooh, that video is gonna be cool. What's it gonna be about? But we're trying this whole one-take thing, so I had to get creative. So let's jump into today's video where we're gonna be talking about how having a roommate can actually explode your net worth. And I know that sounds pretty crazy on the surface, but if you watch this video until the very end, I think some minds will be blown. I think some minds will be open. And I think this will be a video that you can send to your spouse or to your partner or whoever and be like, dude, this is what we got to try. But before we get into it, let me turn on the AC because honestly, I did that intro way more times than I care to admit. So today's video is actually going to be talking about a concept called house hacking. And, if you're familiar with the concept, I'm going to uncover some new ways of thinking about house hacking. But if you don't know what house hacking is, it's basically the philosophy of, well, more the concept. I mean, you could call it a philosophy, Margaret, if you'd like. But it's basically the concept of renting out a room or a space or an area in your home to a tenant to help subsidize your mortgage. So if you have a $1,000 mortgage and you rent out a room for $200, that $200 would now make your mortgage effectively $800 every single month. That's the general premise of a house hack. And it's actually how I got started. And the reason I wanted to make this video is because so many people get in their head about getting started in the world of real estate. They come to me and they say, Rob, I want to get into real estate. I want to try it, but I don't know what to do. I bought my primary residence and I don't have enough money to buy a rental. Should I sell my primary and just go buy a rental? And I come across this hurdle, I feel like almost every single week when someone is asking me for advice, when the answer is just so simple and it's right in front of you. If you own a home, you can actually house hack. And I actually think it is the greatest way to get into real estate because it is the fastest form of building cash flow. I want to talk about myself for a little bit, not really at any kind of brag, but more so to just talk about where I'm at in my journey. I've 40 doors or so. It's always expanding, but roughly there. A multi-million-dollar net worth in my portfolio, that, I didn't do that alone. I had partners. I scaled within 5, 6 years, 7 years. So I've had a pretty good trajectory, I would say. And I would say that for where I am in my portfolio, I genuinely do, going back to that spicy intro clip, I attribute everything to that because I house hacked. And house hacking is such a powerful tool because if you think about it, it really is the fastest way to build cash flow in real estate that's relatively low cost. When I got started in the world of real estate, I hadn't even really intended on being a real estate investor, but I bought a house in Kansas City. It cost me $159,000 to purchase. I had put 3.5% down, and I got into this home where my mortgage was $1,100, and I had a friend that was moving up to Kansas City, and I was like, well, why don't you come live with us? And you can rent a really good, I'll give you a good rate. I'll rent a room out to you for $400, all bills paid. And so he was like, yeah, sure, that sounds good. So he moved up, and I remember getting a $400 Venmo from him that first month and being like, whoa, something crazy just happened. My $1,100 mortgage just turned into a $700 mortgage. That was life-changing. It really was. At that time, $80,000 in student loan debt, credit card debt, all that good stuff. So that extra $400 truly was life-changing for me at that time. And I remember just thinking wow, that's so nuts that I already own the home. That room is going to be empty. Why the heck not just rent all of them out, right? But I had a wife, and so she wasn't going to be like, hey, yeah, let's rent out all the rooms. I think she was comfortable with having just one roommate, but that was fine because that was all the difference that it made. And I think it's really an important thing to enter the world of real estate with an open mind with, because if you're open to house hacking, you're building a lot of discipline, you're building a lot of character. And what I mean by this is the character you're building is what you're conquering by having a house hack is you're conquering the idea of instant gratification. It is really, it breaks your comfort level. It puts you out of your comfort zone to have a roommate, to have a stranger possibly in your house, in your private space, especially if you have a wife, especially if you have kids or, whatever it is, right? It's not really that easy to let people live with you in general, much less a stranger. But what it does is it helps you save and subsidize your mortgage to the point where if you could completely subsidize your mortgage, that really starts to explode your net worth in the world of, you're able to now stack yearly cash in a way, you're able to save so much more than you ever could. And I'll give you an example of this. I'll break down some of the math that's involved with house hacking. But, if you think about the fact that a lot of mortgages, let's say $2,000, if you could subsidize that $2,000 every single month by having a roommate or having different roommates at your property, well, what you're really doing is you're stopping yourself from having to come out of pocket $2,000, right? But you're also, you're saving that $2,000, you're banking it. And over the course of a year, you're banking $24,000. Think about how hard it is to save $24,000, even if you weren't house hacking. If you were just like, hey, I want to save $24,000. Well, saving $2,000 a month is actually pretty insane, especially when you consider the fact that most salaries are probably in that $50,000 range all the way up to, let's say, $100,000, 50 to 100K. Saving up $2,000, extremely difficult. And so if you can do that through a house hack, it really starts to kind of unlock possibilities of things that you never really thought were possible. For me, that extra $400 that I made when I was house hacking was our eating out money. We would go out to restaurant, I'd go to Chipotle. I talk about this jokingly. Everyone knows I love Chipotle, but in my broker days, I would go to Chipotle and I would literally just order a bowl of rice because it was 67 cents. And I remember getting that paycheck, or that rent on Venmo and thinking holy moly, I can afford meat on my Chipotle, which is a weird thing to get excited about. But it's true. It's how I thought. I was like, oh my gosh, we can go out to eat. We can have dinner. I can actually do things with my wife that we ordinarily couldn't afford. And then we moved to Los Angeles from Kansas City, and we bought a house in Los Angeles eventually. That was $624K. Talk about this all the time. And my mortgage on that was $4,400. And I had started Airbnb at this point, so I was making some money there, but I couldn't afford this $4,400 payment. But here's what ended up happening. I had a little 279 square foot studio apartment under this house. and I decided to rent it on Airbnb. And this is a form of house hacking. It's not a long-term tenant, but I was subsidizing my mortgage by renting out a portion of my house, and I was making $2,000 to $3,000 in gross revenue, which would cancel out 50 to 75% of my mortgage. It was pretty huge at that time. And then I had a friend that was moving to LA, and I was like, "Hey, bro, if you live with us, you can rent the guest bedroom, and I'll do $800 every single month, all bills paid." And so the $800 plus, we'll call it the $2,500 that I was making from the Airbnb on average downstairs came out to, what is 2,500 plus 800? $3,400. 2,500, $3,300. I got this. Math is hard. $3,300. $3,300 out of $4,400 is pretty near 75% of my mortgage. And I wasn't just subsidizing my mortgage, but now I got to keep $3,300 a month in my pockets. So let's just multiply 3,300 times 12. It's $39,600. It's actually pretty nuts. Like, it would be really hard for me to save $40,000 any other way. But what I did is I found a house and I said, instead of saying I can't afford it, I would say, how can I afford it? And the way I could afford it was by, sacrificing my comfort and having roommates and Airbnb guests in and out my property. And then eventually, you probably know the story from here, but I went out and I built a tiny house in my backyard. And that tiny house went on to make several $1,000s on Airbnb as well, which is another form of house hacking. And I just stacked that income with roommate income, with studio income. And now all of a sudden, $4,400 was being wiped away from my monthly spend, and $4,400 times 12 is $52,800. And now I was living mortgage free. And I think the moment that you become mortgage free or rent free is when you start your second financial life. Gosh, I wish that we could splice that and put that in the intro, but this will just be for the real ones. But I genuinely believe that. The moment you're rent free, mortgage free, your second life begins, because now you don't have any financial obligations. I mean, obviously you have the debt of the house, but you don't actually have that monthly financial obligation because it's being paid for by other people. And now I could take that $52,800 and reinvest it or keep it if I didn't want to be disciplined, whatever it is. For me, obviously, I went on to build another tiny house in Joshua Tree, and I scaled up my whole portfolio and all that good stuff. But I have become a millionaire in net worth, which doesn't really mean all that much, in my opinion, at where I am in my life. But it's true. Like, if I were to sell everything that I have, I would have, a couple $1 million or a few $1 million. I don't know, a decent amount to my name. And I mean, obviously, it would be very stressful to do that. I'd have to talk to a lot of realtors. It would go against everything that I actually believe. But I'm just saying, if I did, I would have a few $1 million or whatever's after 3, 4 or 5. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Golly, I wish I wouldn't even have gone down this rabbit hole. It doesn't matter. The point of it is that there are 7 figures in net worth in my name because I first house hacked that first house that I bought in Kansas City for $159,000. I then sold it, and then I bought a house in in Los Angeles. And now that house, I bought it for $624,000. It's worth, I don't know, 1.2, somewhere in there. So I have about $600,000 of equity in that house. And then it allowed me to build my tiny house and, get up to 40 doors and scale up with partnerships and other people's money and all that kind of stuff. And it's all because I delayed the concept of instant gratification for many years, for many, many, many years. I mean, I've lived with roommates from 2013 to basically 2021, 2022. So 7-8 years. So I think I can sit here and tell you I am the poster child for house hacking. I really think so. I think I've put in my dues, and I'm coming from a place of, like, I genuinely want this for everybody because it changed my life, and it's what allowed me to explode my real estate career, truly. And I think that's the biggest benefit. Like, you're saving money, you're learning discipline, you're squashing instant gratification. And that has really led to my philosophy now, where because I've kind of pushed instant gratification aside, I've done away with that concept. Now I'm fine, like, really not taking a paycheck from real estate. I've always been like that. I've been very diligent about taking all my rental income, stacking it up, and reinvesting it back into more properties or back into my portfolio. And it all started with house hacking because there were so many times where I would get that check, right? That Airbnb guest that paid me $1,000 or whatever. And there was times where I was like, well, I could just spend this $1,000 and for once just pay $1,000 out of my own pocket to live here. Why not? But I didn't do that for so many years. I mean, occasionally I did here and there, right? Because we do need to reward ourselves. But overall, I was so good about it that now I really look at real estate as this labor of love, this side hustle that builds my wealth. And I will retire with a ton of equity and a good net worth because I was able to just push aside the idea of instant gratification. Now, the downsides, I just painted a beautiful picture of house hacking, but there's some downsides. There's some downsides all the time with any form of real estate. There's no such thing as a safe real estate investment. Everything carries its own risk, and keep that in mind as you consider this and as you pitch this to your wife or your husband and you say, look, watch this video that Rob Built made. I'm telling you, Rob said it, we have to do it now. There's some risk. So make sure to end the video here if you don't want them to hear about this. But I think the risk is basically, maybe you don't want to be around new people. Maybe you don't want to have to deal with kind of gross or messy people. And that could totally happen. You might have a roommate that, maybe they're not dirty, but they're messy. Or maybe they're not messy, but they're dirty. Maybe they just don't clean up after themselves. Maybe they leave the toilet seat open. Maybe they drink milk out of the carton and it annoys you and it grinds your gears. If you're the kind of person that in general gets annoyed by roommates, well, guess what? That's what you're dealing with in the world of house hacking. And so there's a few ways that you can kind of mitigate that specific risk. You could do long-term tenants in your house hack. And this is basically where if you have a room, let's say you have a house that's 3 bedrooms, you could live in one and you could rent the other 2 to people for 12 months at a time. Or you can do what I call supercharged house hacking, and you can just rent those rooms to people on Airbnb. And if you do that, they might be messy, but they'd only be messy for 3 or 4 days, and then they're out of there and you have a new tenant. Now, with all that said, going the Airbnb route, you'll make more money doing that. And the benefits of that is you'll make more money and you'll have less, you can basically block out when people can stay at your place. You have full control of when people are living at your house, and you can make a pretty similar income to a long-term tenant as well. But there's more maintenance. It's not passive at all. And I even think, a long-term tenant house hack, if you're renting to someone for 12 months at a time in your room, also not passive. I mean, there's the frustration and all the things that I just talked about. They might be kind of whiny. They might want you to fix stuff more than you would if you just live there by yourself. So keep in mind, house hacking isn't really all that passive, but it is easier because you live on site. And so you can kind of address things super quickly. Whereas if I have a property in, let's say, North Carolina and something breaks, I have to move mountains a little bit to address that type of stuff. Whereas when it's in your house, very easy for you to kind of fix and acknowledge on your own. So you can go the long-term route, you can go the short-term route. If you really wanted to be kind of safe with everything, I think one of the ways you could do it is if you had 2 different rooms, you could long-term rent one for 12 months at a time. And then if you wanted the extra cash or anytime you needed money, you could rent that other room. And that other room could just be like a flex space. And whenever you need an extra $200 or $300, you rent that out. But the nice thing about house hacking and kind of bringing in Airbnb into this is not only can you rent that extra room in this scenario, but if you ever want to go on vacation, you can rent out your room too. And you can basically pay for your vacation through short-term rentals, which is obviously where I fall. Funny enough, I never really got to experience this. When I did house hacking in its truest form, where I was renting to someone for 12 months at a time, Airbnb wasn't really a thing. I mean, it existed, but I didn't know enough about it to try it. I wish I would have, though. I would have made more money and I would have been way more excited. And there's definitely a friendlier element to that. But it's not for everybody. And I think it's a people business. It's a hospitality thing. And if you're not a hospitable person, you're going to hate house hacking. Now, the other way that you can do this, if you're that person, because there's a solution out there for pretty much everything, would be house hacking in a different capacity. So the way I've been explaining it is the assumption that you buy a house, you have rooms in that house, and you rent out those rooms and you're under one roof. But the other way you can actually house hack is actually a pretty amazing concept too. And that would be if you buy a duplex, which is basically 2 homes on one lot, detached or attached, or a triplex or a fourplex, doesn't really matter. But, basically separate dwelling areas on your property, and you could actually rent those different properties and not really have to interact with those tenants all that much. I know plenty of people who have a duplex. They live on one side, and then on the other side, they Airbnb it out, and that Airbnb not only pays their mortgage, but they actually make money from doing that. And then there are people that I know that have triplexes and fourplexes, same thing. They might live in one, long-term rent the other, and Airbnb the other two. And it's a really, really great way, because once you start getting into that world of like duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, that's when you go from just house hacking and subsidizing your mortgage to actually making thousands of dollars every single month. And that's where it really starts to compound, because as I mentioned, you start your second life when you subsidize your mortgage, but you start your third financial life when you subsidize your mortgage and then make thousands of dollars on top of that, because then at that point, that's, I think, when you start getting a lot closer to financial freedom. For me, my second life was subsidizing. My second life was paying off my mortgage, breaking even there. My third life started when I started doing Airbnb and I was making $1,000 a month. And that $1,000 was paying off my student loans, because at that point I was really like, wow, I have no financial obligations now. Like, I can actually save money and buy more real estate. So I think if you're in the kind of person that doesn't really like if you're not a hostile person, if you don't like to meet people, if you don't want to live under the same roof, all totally understandable. But consider like a duplex, a triplex, and a quadplex, or a fourplex. That's a really amazing way to start. And you can choose your strategy, whether it's short-term rentals or long-term rentals, and you have that control, and you actually have the ability to make money doing that. I think it is the catalyst for getting started in the world of real estate and really getting ahead in life. And so I talk about this because I have people that often come up to me and they say, I don't know where to get started. I don't know what to do, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, all right, well, do you have a house now? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, there you go. If you're really scared of real estate, if you're scared of all the risk, if you don't think it's going to work out, the easiest thing you can do is start a house hack and just test the waters, dip your toes in the water and see if you like the idea of real estate and being a landlord, because being a house hack landlord is the easiest version of it and the lowest risk, in my opinion. One risk that I also didn't talk about that's a pretty big one would be squatters. That's always a possibility. I don't hear about it as much with house hackers, but it's definitely true. You still want to have a lease. You still want to do all that good stuff. But keep in mind, squatting is definitely a real risk that you might face if you're taking in randos. So keep that in mind. No real estate investment is like, it's always funny when I talk about midterm rentals, how people are like, but the squatters, Rob, what do I do if they squat? And I'm like, it's the same risk as if you had a long-term tenant. They could also squat. And it's the same risk if you had a short-term tenant. They could also squat. So a house hack isn't really all that different. I'm not saying it's not a risk. I'm just saying like it's the same level of risk as any other form of real estate, in my opinion. But you know what opinions are like. You know what I mean? Okay, so now I sort of want to break down kind of some of the interesting math with house hacking that David Green, who's a partner of mine on one of my properties and the co-host of the Bigger Pockets podcast. Or sorry, I'm the co-host. He's the host. But he's been a great mentor to me, and he just said something to me that really clicked in a way that just got me to just think like, holy crap, like house hacking is such a gold mine, and I've never seen it framed this way. So I'm going to try to walk you through this. This is a one-take video. Hopefully it doesn't get too convoluted, but he basically said, if you want to make $2,000 a month in a typical investment, all right, if you want to make $2,000 a month, AKA $24,000 a year, all right, so $2,000 a month, which comes out to $24,000 a year. If you wanted to make that, and let's say that you're going to make a 10% return on your money, how much money would you need to invest to make $2,000 a month? And the answer very quickly here is $240,000. If you put that in stocks or crypto or whatever, you would need to put $240,000 into a traditional investment, make a 10% return in order to make $2,000 a month or $24,000 a year. Now, 10% isn't really all that easy. I mean, it's possible and a lot of people do it, but a more realistic number is 6%. That is a really good, I think most people can make a 6% return if they really tried. And And so with that math, if you wanted to make $24,000 a year, right? Or $2,000 a month at a 6% return, like you're making 6% on your money, then you'd actually have to invest $400,000. So if you invested $400,000 into some typical fund, ROI, whatever, daddy's my filler word. I know, weird. You're learning things about me in these one take wonders. But if you were to just put that in crypto, stocks, whatever, $400K, and you made a 6% return on that $400,000, then you would make $24,000 a year or $2,000 a month, which is crazy because imagine how long it would take you, whether it's the 10% or the 6%, to save up $240,000 or $400,000 to get invested in the first place. And when you think about it that way, it's actually kind of mind-blowing because if you buy like the actual leverage that comes along with real estate is kind of crazy because let's just say that you wanted to buy a house that, had a $2,000 mortgage and cost around $240,000. $240,000, you wouldn't have to buy that house cash. You can use what's called leverage, right? Where you're using the bank and they're actually loaning the majority of that. And because you would be living in it and it would be your primary residence, you would only have to put down 3.5%. 3.5% of $240,000 is $8,400. That would be your down payment. Now you'd have some points and closing costs, all that stuff, but for simple math, $8,400. That's how much money you would need to put down at a 3.5% down payment with like an FHA loan on a $240,000 house so that you could then have like roughly, I don't know the math exactly, but we'll call it a $2,400 mortgage, but $2,000 mortgage that you could then rent to different roommates and have them completely cancel out that mortgage. And that's way easier. Anyone can save $8,400. Anybody. I'm not saying it's easy, but you could work 2 jobs, you could work 3 jobs, you could do side hustles, whatever it is, but anybody could save $8,400. Not anyone can save $240 to $400K, right? And so when you start thinking about the different levers of real estate and the leverage that you can get with banks, like you can go so far with a house hack because you can put 3.5% down, have other people pay your mortgage down, and now you're subsidizing it. And then after, I think it's either 6 months or 12, I think it's 12 months, you can then do that again and get another FHA loan. And again, save up $8,400, get into that house, turn the original home into a long-term rental, or you could rent it by the room, doesn't matter. You can get into another house hack. And then a year later, into another house hack. Into a year later, another house hack. And if you did this consistently for 5 years, you could have 5 properties that appreciate in value, give you the tax benefits, and you could actually get into real estate at a much quicker rate if you think about it. Because to buy 5 houses at $8,400 as a down payment, that's so much easier than going out and buying a rental property and putting 20% down on a property and then having to save 20% down, which on $240,000 would be $48,000. You would have to save up $48,000 every time you wanted to buy another $240,000 house. Whereas if you were willing to sacrifice comfort for just a little bit and have roommates for 7-8 years like I did, you could have 5 houses for a grand total of like 50 grand. And that, my friends, is the power of not only house hacking, but real estate. And if you did that for 5-10 years, whatever it may be, then I'll allow you to stop house hacking. You can graduate. But by the time you retire and you're 65, those 5 houses will have appreciated so much, they probably double in value. And you probably would retire, it's very realistic to retire a millionaire just through house hacking. If you want to start an Airbnb business, but you're too scared to buy a house, and you just want to dip your toes in the water to see how it all works before you fully commit, then this video is for you. Because in today's video, I'm actually gonna teach you how to convert your primary residence, if you own it, into an Airbnb so that you can test it out. And let me just say that the ideal version of this is you convert your primary into an Airbnb, and you take the money from that reservation and you use it to pay for a vacation somewhere else while someone lives in your house. I actually did this when I first got into the Airbnb business. I owned a house, I had a roommate and my wife, and I pitched them this idea. I said, hey, if you're down, let's clean up the house, let's list it on Airbnb, and whatever money we make from the reservation, we can apply it towards our flights and an Airbnb in Mexico City. They agreed. That's exactly what happened. And I basically got an all expenses paid trip to Mexico City when I was like super broke. So I promise you this strategy works, it's awesome, and it can open up some pretty cool opportunities for you. And by the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rob Abasolo. I am one of the largest short-term rental educators out there. I've taught millions of people on the internet and thousands of my own students how to do this exact thing. I'm gonna break down today's video into 3 sections. Section 1, we're gonna talk about everything you need to do before you actually list your property. Section 2 will be everything you need to keep in mind when you actually list your property. And section 3 will be everything that comes after your first reservation. So let's jump into section 1, which I'm calling the pre-launch phase, and talk about everything you need to keep in mind. First and foremost, you live in this space, and no matter how clean you think you are, you're dirty. Meaning behind your beds, behind your media consoles and your buffets and your cadenzas, there's a lot of gunk that has accrued over the years. You gotta clean your property. Once you've cleaned it, then you probably wanna deep clean it. It's gonna be more rigorous than you think if you haven't ever deep cleaned your house. Trust me, I remember moving out of one of my first primary residences and turning it into an Airbnb. I remember I was moving furniture around and I was just like, oh my gosh. It's crazy how much dust there is in your house, but if you have a dog, you have dog hair in places you didn't even know existed. It may be worth hiring a legitimate cleaner here if you're not the most detail-oriented cleaner. Next thing you're gonna wanna do is declutter your home, meaning all the tchotchkes and random things that you've collected over the years that are kind of an eyesore, and you're like, did you buy that at TJ Maxx? Why did you buy so many of them? It really doesn't make sense. All that stuff has gotta go. We wanna keep your house as minimal as possible, and you don't want your house to feel like a flea market, which the majority of Airbnbs kind of look like in this scenario where it's just a casual host and not a professional operator. Final thing here, cleaning is not just inside, it is outside too, and you'd be surprised at how much junk you probably have inside of your house and between your house and the neighbor's house and in your backyard. You don't want people to come to your Airbnb, go in your backyard wanting to relax, and then seeing like a bunch of random junk and old, wet, soggy boxes. Once your place is spick and span and relatively decluttered, the next thing you're gonna wanna do is empty out all of your closets and all of your drawers and consolidate all of your shoes and all of your socks and shirts and everything into one space. It would be ideal if you had some kind of master closet in your property that you could just put some kind of lock on and prevent people from going in, but not everyone has that. When I was first getting started out and I converted my primary into a temporary Airbnb, I stuck everything in totes, and then I dragged all those totes into my garage, and that's where I stored them while I went on vacation. This part is really annoying, but it's super crucial. I just stayed at a place in Copenhagen, amazing place, but I opened up their closets and there was like old gross shoes in there. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, someone lives here, and just knowing that I was living in someone's primary residence, it didn't really like affect the stay, but in the back of my head, I was kind of like, I feel like I'm in someone else's place. It makes your guests feel like they're intruding on you, and you don't really want that. So box everything up, stick it in a master closet that you can lock or in your garage. Next thing is your food. It's pretty impractical to throw away all of your food, especially given that collecting spices and oils and all that stuff over the years can cost hundreds of bucks. So my advice here would be to consolidate as much of your pantry as possible into one space and leave your guests ample space for their own groceries. Now, unfortunately, I can't say the same for your fridge. You're gonna want that to be empty. What this means is you're gonna throw away a lot of food, or you're gonna pack it up, take it to a buddy's house, stick it in their fridge. My business partner, best friend, Airbnb's his place from time to time, puts a lot of stuff in my fridge. And that's the easy solution. If you don't wanna throw away that $50 pack of salmon that you bought from Costco that you're never gonna actually eat. Number 5 in this list, once you've got all your food out of the way, is you wanna make sure that you have a cohesive set of towels and hand towels. What I mean by this is you wanna have a pretty standard set of towels and hand towels. You don't want random mismatched ones that are stained, that have your bleach stains or have your tomato sauce stains on it and make people feel kind of gross using. This may be a new purchase for you. You can get towels for pretty cheap on Amazon. As a matter of fact, if you need help with this, I actually have this shopping list right here. It has every single item that I personally use to stock my Airbnbs, so use that as you will. It's linked in the description down below. Now, when it comes to towels and hand towels, you wanna make sure that you can supply one per person for every person that you plan on hosting. So if you're gonna host 5 people, you want 5 sets of towels. Moving gears here into the kitchen, number 6, you're gonna wanna also provide things like mugs, cups, cups, plates, bowls, silverware, one set for every person that's gonna be staying at your property. And the last little golden tip here, this is a bonus, but I highly recommend it because it's kind of gross if you don't. Make sure you buy mattress protectors if you don't already have them. Like if you're an adult and you don't have a mattress protector, do you just like to live life on the edge? Do you not chronically wet the bed? Is that just me?
That is sheep back there.
It doesn't matter. Go and buy a mattress protector just for life, especially if you have kids, especially if you have pets. I learned that lesson the hard way many years ago, but you definitely want a mattress protector. If you want to be super thorough, you would get one of those mattress protectors that zip around your mattress and then another mattress protector that goes over the top of your mattress if you want to protect yourself fully from bed bugs. And that's pretty much going to cover your pre-launch phase. There's a lot more that could go into that, but I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible for you. If you want the whole shebang and the whole tutorial on how to host, then stick around until the very end because I've got something for you. All right, take a breather. That might feel like drinking water from a water hose or sticking your head upside down in the Coke Zero fountain machine at Chipotle and making a fool out of yourself in front of everybody. Let's jump into section 2 here, which is the launch phase and everything that goes into listing your property. Now that your place is clean, tidy, it's time for photos. If you watch this channel, then you know that I am a huge advocate of hiring a professional photographer. I think it's absolutely necessary if you want to make the most amount of money possible. I think it's absolutely crucial for success. With that said, I might be okay with you breaking the rules just this first time that you're going to list your property on Airbnb, because I know that in this scenario, you're testing the water. You probably don't want to spend hundreds of bucks on a photographer. I'm going to still say it. If you spend between 150 to 400 bucks on a photographer, you will make that back very quickly. But if you're cheap and you're not gonna listen to me, I suppose a cell phone is fine. That feels very weird to say. Hopefully that illustrates how much I hate cell phone photos. Again, we're testing the waters here in what's called a rapid prototype, which is how fast can we take a concept and actually launch it. I don't like it. I don't. I want you to just hire a professional photographer. It's fine. Just know you're leaving money on the table if you use cell phone photos, all right? That's all I'm gonna say. Let's move on. Ultimately, I'm gonna say this. Your place might be clean, it might be decluttered, but that doesn't mean that it's photo ready. I would really recommend that you fill in your space with things like fake plants, for example. It's not like this was just chilling here before the video. I put this here for staging purposes. But if you take it out, you know, the shot is pretty much the same, but something feels missing now that you have that frame of reference, in my opinion anyway. But some greenery really livens up the space. You can even cheat it a little bit. If you buy a few plants, you can use those same plants over and over again in different rooms for your photo set to just make your photos look better, quippy? Make your photos more quippy and more lively, if you will. First thing under the section, photos, we gotta get them done. All right, the second thing under this section is you have to actually list your property on Airbnb. Now, if you want to do me a solid and you want to connect with me, you can actually use my specific link to list your property on Airbnb. What this will do is it will connect me to you in the Airbnb portal, and when your listing is actually complete, I can review it and actually give you some tangible feedback. And most of the time when you use my link, you actually get a little money when you sign up, list, and host your first reservation. Now, if you're interested in learning everything that goes into creating your Airbnb listing, I will link it out right here. It might be right here, so you can watch after this video. But the one thing I want you to keep in mind, and it's super important, is that you have to have pretty thorough copy in your listing. Copy is basically all of the words that you see in your Airbnb listing. A lot of people get freaked out by this. Don't freak out. There are a lot of tools out there that can help you, like ChatGPT, for example. Not to keep plugging like every single video I've ever made in my life, but I do have a video, see, where I teach you how to literally use ChatGPT to write all of your listing copy if you're not a strong writer. Now, you're still gonna have to edit it, punch it up a little bit, but that will get you 90% of the way there. Now, a couple of things that are super crucial if you want this to go super smoothly while you're on vacation is you wanna make sure that all of your check-in instructions are filled out in your listing. So this is basically a photo walkthrough that will allow your guests to visually see how to check into your property. And you're also gonna wanna have your Wi-Fi details in there as well. One of the big pieces that you're gonna probably be like, whoa, what do I choose? Airbnb has like 7 cancellation policies. I adhere to the strict cancellation policy. I've never changed it. I've always ran my business that way. So choose that if you wanna do what I do. Next tip here, which feels so weird to tell you this, is forget automations. If you watch this channel, you know I tell you to automate everything. Automate your messages, automate your pricing, automate your cleaning crew coordination, all that stuff. Considering you're more than likely only gonna sporadically be Airbnb-ing your property, there's no need to pay $50 to $100 a month on random property management systems, cleaning coordination systems, dynamic pricing platforms. That stuff isn't particularly necessary unless you plan on being a full-time host, in my opinion. Plus, my advice in general to people that are first getting started in the world of what was I saying? All right. For people that are looking to get started in the world of hosting, whenever you actually get ADHD, by the way, you know, that's just how it works. Dang it.
Idiot.
For people that are looking to get started, typically I say before you go into full automations and like you're ready to automate your life away to robots, what I tell people is I think it's very important to spend the first month or so understanding your own business, messaging guests yourself so you know the types of questions that are coming up before you automate everything, coordinate with your cleaners so that you kind of have that rapport built before you automate everything, and understand the pricing of your area before you automate everything. Which brings me to the last point of this section, and it's pricing. Now, I would ordinarily tell you to go pick a dynamic pricing software. This is a software that will basically shimmy your prices based on the supply and demand of your market every single day. But again, that will cost you money and I don't think it's really necessary. I would say for you, what's best is for you to go into Airbnb, go and set some filters to get homes that are apples to yours. Meaning, if you have a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, go to Airbnb and find bedrooms that are 4 beds, 3 baths. Only look at those properties because it's a direct comparison to your property. And then I would go into the calendars and I would start clicking around every single week for the next month, the next 2 months to understand what their average daily rate is on the weekdays and on the weekends, see how fully booked they are, and choose your base price based on competition 1 to 2 miles in proximity from you. And let me just say that is a very overly simplistic way to set your pricing strategy, but I am trying to keep it as simple for you as possible. So TLDW, too long didn't listen, go check out what nearby comps, comparable properties are charging. Choose something in that ballpark that you're comfortable letting your property book for. And that's gonna be most things you have to keep in mind when launching your listing. Now let's get into the final section here, which is the post-reservation self-management phase, the oh crap, I got my first booking, now what do I do phase. If you will, and I hope you will. Cut it, that's dumb. Next. First thing you have to keep in mind in the self-management phase of this is you kind of want someone to be the boots on the ground for your property. In most instances, this is going to be a handyman that can address on-the-ground issues that may arise while you're on vacation. Now, if you don't want to formally go through the process of interviewing a handyman and getting quotes from different handyman, blah, 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 that's fine. Because this is your primary residence, I'm sure you got friends or buds or family nearby that might be able to come and address on-the-ground issues for you if they're very small and easy to handle. Just make sure you compensate them for that. But it is good to have someone on standby, otherwise you're gonna have to go quote hunting while you're in Hawaii, and that's never fun. Unless you're a sick freak, I suppose. Then I guess it's fun. Ordinarily, if you're looking to get into the short-term rental game full-time, I'd also have you find a cleaner, a dedicated cleaner to do all the turns for your property. Considering that this is a test or a pilot, you will likely be cleaning the property yourself and pocketing that cleaning fee. I think that's totally fine. I think it's well worth the money to just hire someone to come and clean your property for you after the guest checks out. Otherwise, you're gonna see your home in a condition that you haven't really ever seen it before, and knowing that strangers and people you didn't know were the ones that left your home in that condition might kind of just creep you out a little bit. So sometimes it's good from a taking the emotion out of things standpoint to have someone else kind of come in and do the dirty work, if you will. I've seen things. No. God, no! And last thing here, have your phone on you at all times. Look, I know in the ideal scenario, you're on vacation and you want to disconnect to connect, all that good stuff. But bottom line is you are renting your property to other people so that you can go on that vacation. So you might have to work a little bit. I do it all the time. I've never taken a true vacation where I didn't have to deal with Airbnb. So get over it. You might have to message guests and tell them where you stored the can opener. And it's gonna be fine. You can then go back and have your Mai Tais or your pina coladas. When it rains, it pours. Something will probably come up. You're probably gonna freak out. And then you'll get through it in like 5, 10, 15 minutes after nerves and tensions have died down a bit. And you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that wasn't a big deal. That's usually how things work in the Airbnb space. And of course, keep in mind that if you plan this correctly, your vacation will be free anyways, so it can't be all that bad. And that's pretty much it. I've got one final tip for you here, and this tip is going to be to try to remove the emotion out of this. This is your personal home. You've got sentimental value to a lot of the things in this property of yours. Obviously, don't leave anything out that you don't want to be broken or scratched or chipped or ripped, because it probably will be. I would plan for it to happen. It's not like it happens all the time, but things do come up, and for that reason, there's a thing called air cover that will cover you in most instances. One time I listed my dad's property on Airbnb. The tenant pushed the Nest thermostat too hard and cracked it. My dad was like really annoyed about it. And I was like, look, Dad, I get it. They're dumb for doing that, but it was also like a $2,000 reservation on a property he didn't have a mortgage for. So it was like pretty much all profit. Choose your battles. But like I said, Air Cover for the most part is gonna have your back. And final friendly warning here, if you're gonna sign up for an Airbnb listing, use my link in the description down below. It actually does help me out, and you'll get to get feedback on your listing directly from me, which I think is pretty cool. Oh, hey, fancy seeing you here. If you enjoy my musings, you may enjoy them in the form of written word, AKA the Daily Host, my short-term rental newsletter where I write about Airbnb trends, regulations, news, my personal playbooks, and so much more. And every week I even highlight an Airbnb of the week. If you want to be entered for that, just drop your Airbnb in the comments down below. I put so much time and energy into this newsletter in a world where most Airbnb newsletters are literal AI slop. I promise my newsletter will make you a better host or your money back, because it's free. So if you want to join 75,000 other hosts, why didn't I mute this? Join the Daily Host. That's all that matters, okay? I'll leave a link in the description down below. Back to the video. So let's get into the nitty gritty here. I wanted to break down what I consider a pretty middle of the road deal for me and kind of analyze what it would cost you to buy a $400,000 house. Take it or leave it, but I think that this is a pretty average price point for most people looking to get into the game. You can plug and play my formula here for a $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 house. It's all relative. Now, I will say that my POV, for me personally, I'm not gonna be acquiring properties that are less than $500,000 these days, and that's for a whole variety of reasons, but typically I'm looking to acquire an Airbnb that's in a really great location or has high bed bath count. So for the most part, I'm looking for Airbnbs these days that have at least 4 bedrooms, but now I'm even narrowing my own criteria here to 5 bedrooms or more, because the more rooms, the more people you're able to sleep, the more people you're able to sleep, the more money you can charge. And so for me, I'm just always chasing higher returns. But with that said, there's no real right or wrong here. Ultimately, it's gonna come down to what you're comfortable with budgetarily. So that's why I wanna start with $400,000 here, because I think that's an achievable price range in many parts of the country. All right, well, if you haven't noticed yet, I'm not in my typical studio because I'm back in California now and all my stuff is in storage. So just jumping out here really quick because the lighting is way better. You're probably gonna hear like 18,000 dogs barking and like cars every 5 seconds because it's LA.
Oh, dude. Tubular.
So let's look at this deal as a airplane, birds, German Shepherds, ADHD just on fire. So let's examine this deal as a home purchase, and let's talk through the 2 main loan types that you're gonna come across. So there's what's called the second home loan, also known as a vacation rental loan. This only requires 10% down. It also requires that you stay at the property for a portion of the year. So if you wanted to buy a home, but you couldn't justify the yearly expense of a mortgage because you're only there for part of the year, you can list it on Airbnb and not only subsidize the mortgage, but of course, make money. Now, obviously, I'm not a mortgage broker, so talk to your mortgage broker about the different stipulations and everything like that, but that's gonna be one of your main types of loans to acquire a short-term rental, 10% down in that instance. On the flip side of this, you can do an investment loan. This is typically a commercial product, and it's gonna require anywhere from 15 to 20% down. 20% down is definitely the more common of the two, but right now the loan that I'm personally working with is a 15% down. But for simplicity's sake, we're gonna say 10% for a second home loan, and we're gonna say 20% for an investment loan. So assuming you buy a $400,000 property, your down payment with the second home vacation home loan is gonna be about $40,000. Now, if you want the 20% investment loan route, that would be $80,000. And if you use a 15% down investment loan, then that would be $60,000. I guess I could have done that in order in retrospect, but we've come too far to do that now. So your startup cost, just from a down payment perspective, is gonna cost you anywhere from $40,000 to $80,000 on a $400,000 house. So let's jump into my handy dandy spreadsheet here. Before you ask, yes, it is available for download. I'll leave a link in the description down below. And let's just start inputting some of these metrics that we were talking about. So the cost of the house, let's put it as $400,000. And down payment, let's just say we're gonna do a second home loan on that. So our down payment is gonna automatically adjust to $40,000. Now your next set of fees here are gonna be your closing costs. A lot of lenders will do a 1% origination fee, but I have seen it up to 2%. And then you have your escrow and prepayment fee. So this is gonna be if you pay your taxes up front, your property insurance up front, and all that jazz. So typically for me to like estimate this a little bit more accurately, I'm usually putting that at a 3%. Then we're gonna get into remodel. Now usually I allot like $10,000 minimum per property just because I know that there's going to be stuff that I want to do, like paint walls. Maybe I want to rip out carpet. Maybe I want to do new granite countertops. Perfect world though, we spend less than $1,000 because I'm usually these days looking for something a little bit more turnkey. Now, when you're getting started out, I would definitely recommend to find something that does need a little bit more work where you can add value, because you're just getting started. You need to start building equity as soon as you possibly can because you're starting out and every little bit helps. Me, I've got 14 different properties. I make about $25,000 of Airbnb profit every single month. So I've earned the luxury of not having to grind quite as hard as I did when I was first starting out. Then you'll see here I've got what's called a setup fee. Your setup fees are going to be a couple of things. This is going to be your flights to get to the property, rental cars, U-Hauls, food, and this is going to be all your costs associated with going to your Airbnb for a week or two to set it up. And obviously it can start to get up there if you go with your spouse or your business partner. So for me, I'm generally allotting $3,000 at a minimum, and that is if the property is within 8 hours away from where I live. If the property is on a completely different coast, for example, like if I'm in California and I'm buying a place in Destin, Florida, which I currently am, then I would bump that setup fee to about $5,000. And another thing to keep in mind is whenever you're connecting your utilities, you're gonna have different deposits associated with that too. So if I'm looking at a $3,000 setup fee for flights, food, lodging, like all that type of stuff, I would probably allot like another $500 for utility deposits. So we'll go ahead and shift this here to $3,500. And then furnishings are really gonna be the big kicker. I'm typically allotting $10 a square foot at a minimum. That's usually the price point that I advise people to start with. Well, no, not advice. None of this is advice. Not a lawyer, not a mortgage broker, not an advisor of any sorts.
You'll have to excuse my friend. He's a little slow.
Anyway, $10 a square foot is usually what I advise my host camp students to start with. Obviously, if you want to go a little bit more premium like I'm going these days, I can pretty easily spend from $12 to $15 a square foot. I've even spent up to $20 a square foot. So on a mid-range deal here, $400,000, let's say that it's about 2,000 square feet times $10 a square foot, that would cost you roughly $20,000 to furnish. Now again, if you want to stay as close to that $10 a square foot metric I gave you, I'm gonna leave my shopping list down below, which I really do think it's pretty budget friendly for anyone starting out. And final thing to keep in mind here will be your legal fees. This will be if you want your attorney to assist you with forming an LLC and transferring your property into the LLC and all that kind of stuff. After doing this several times, this typically comes out to no more than $1,500. Come on, cars.
Come on, cars.
So you can see here, if we were gonna buy a house for $400,000, after all of our different costs and setup fees and closing costs, down payments, remodel, all that kind of stuff, the cost to start an Airbnb with a vacation home, second home loan would be about $78,000. Now let's walk this up a little bit if you wanted to do an investment loan. So for me, I'm getting 15% investment loans right now. So that's gonna change the down payment to $60,000 like I mentioned earlier. It's gonna cost me $98,000 in this specific instance to start an Airbnb. Now, if we wanted to go full investment loan, which is a lot more expensive and not something I really wanna do, then it's gonna cost me $118,000 to start this, faux Airbnb. And again, if you want my little house buy calculator here, it's free. I'll leave a link for you down below. So, as the sun sets and I lose all light, I guess we'll wrap this up. How much is too much to spend on an Airbnb? Well, sadly, that is a pretty relative question. See, I don't really mind spending $500,000 or $1 million or $1.5 million, which I'm currently doing on a house in Destin, and it's by far the most expensive Airbnb I've ever purchased, because to me, it ultimately comes down to what the return is. See, ultimately, I'm measuring the success of my short-term rental based on a metric called cash-on-cash return. I was gonna spitball what this was because I do know what it is. I don't want the sharks coming after me in the comments. So a cash-on-cash return is the rate of return often used in real estate transactions that calculates the cash income earned on the cash invested in a property. So this means that if you invested $100,000 into your property, oh farts, come on, don't do this to me right now. There we go. All right, smart technology. All right. Okay, I'm gonna finish the video like this. I don't care. Let me white balance this. This is real, guys. This is real life right here. It's so bad that it won't even let me set the the white balance. All right, auto white balance it is. So this means that if there's an airplane in the sky and a very bright light in your space, and you invest $100,000 into a property, and in that first property your cash flow and your profit was $50,000, you would divide that 50,000 by 100,000. Your cash on cash return, can you even see this, would be 0.5, a 50% cash on cash return, which is very, very good. Now my bare minimum is 20%. Like, I will not look at a deal that is under a 20% cash on cash return, which is about 2 times the amount that you would get on a long-term rental or anything in the stock market on a normal year. So for me, a 20% is like my bare minimum, but typically I am looking for deals that are 40, 50, 60, 70%, ideally 50 to 75%. Obviously anything more than that would be great too. That's tougher to find these days. But the reason I'm usually looking for a 50% minimum is because when I'm working with investors and I'm splitting those profits and that cash flow with them, and I need them to have a minimum of a 20%. But there's some other costs associated with those different deals, like I charge a 7% management fee. So after all fees and everything like that, I really need the cash on cash for me personally to be a 50%. Now, with that said, I still hate the way I look right now.
Melanie, I can't even hear you. It's just noise coming out of an ugly scientist.
Oh, it's so frustrating. So for you, it's really gonna come down to your preference, your investment style. For some people, a 15% return is amazing. I mean, it is, like when you compare it to all other investment types, a 15% is still an absolute win. But when I'm teaching and I'm working with students, I really do want people to hit as close to that 20% minimum as possible. So my philosophy these days is I spend more. It's usually gonna equate to a higher return. And the thing that I'm really thankful about with my short-term rental journey is that things are going so well for me, and I've got such a well-diversified portfolio that pays out pretty well. I can spend more and take way bigger risks than I used to when I was first starting out. For example, I'm buying a place in Destin, Florida for $1.4 million. I know I said 1.5 earlier, but I am doing some remodeling. I'm gonna be spending a lot of money on the furniture. That's really scary, even for me. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert, but $1.4 million is like, you know, even for someone at my level, it's like a scary investment. However, after running all my analysis and my comps and everything like that, at a minimum, it should gross $200,000 to $220,000. After I'm done with it and fixing it up and doing all the different things that I want to do in that Airbnb, I'm hoping to be closer to $300,000 of gross revenue every single year. And that, friends, is life-changing money. One final thing that I forgot to mention earlier was my photography cost. I typically spend between $300 to $500 on that. I just lump that into my furnishing budget or my setup cost. I don't have my own line item for that, but just keep that in mind. But that's it. That's how much it costs to start an Airbnb. Adjust accordingly, use my spreadsheet, calculate what it would cost to start a $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 plus Airbnb, and make the numbers work for you. Run your numbers, run them again, and really ask yourself if it's something you can afford. The last thing I want is for you to get into an investment that you can't afford. I have purchased dozens and dozens and dozens of Airbnbs in my 7 years as an Airbnb host, and all of them are in completely different markets. I've got Airbnbs everywhere. I've got them in LA, Joshua Tree, Scottsdale, Houston, Austin, Wisconsin, Virginia, New York, and Tennessee too, and probably a few that I've missed here and there. And after what I consider a buying spree over the last 7 years, I have determined what I believe to be 4 very solid categories for choosing your first or next Airbnb market. And then I'm gonna give you 4 bonus categories to consider as well. All right, that's it. I did it. Welcome. All right, see ya. By the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rob Abasolo. I am the founder and creator behind the Rob Built YouTube channel, one of the largest education platforms in the short-term space on the internet. I've got a community of over 3,000 students, and I'm also the owner of hostcamp.com, the #1 free resource for all things short-term rentals. So go check that out if you want free courses, guides, templates, all that good stuff. All right, so let's jump into what makes a good short-term rental market. There are 4 main categories of markets that I like to look at when evaluating a short-term rental purchase: national parks, state parks, eclectic towns, vacation destinations. Definitely my handwriting, definitely not Sophia's handwriting. We're gonna break down each of these in great detail today, but there will be a moment where you take what I teach you and you actually choose a market, and you're gonna ask yourself, how do I actually analyze a property in that market? We will get there. First, I need to teach you the fundamentals, and then at the very end of this video, I will give you something that will help you analyze properties in these markets.
I'm currently watching the edit, and what I've decided to do is put together all of these categories and some potential markets for you to actually read over in this handy dandy little PDF right here, all for $99.97. Just kidding. It's 100% free, and hopefully it'll be helpful to those of you that like to have supplemental reading materials to these videos. It's linked down below, or as always, you can find it over at hostcamp.com. All right, back to the video.
Let's walk through every single category, and I'm gonna break down what it is I like about these. National parks will always be my favorite types of places to invest. That's why it's at the top of this list here. But every single year, over 300 million people visit national parks. I always dub national parks as Mother Nature's Disneyland. These are places like Yosemite, Yosemite for some of you out there, Joshua Tree, the Grand Canyon, Smoky Mountains, Shenandoah National Park, and of course Yellowstone, and so many others that I can't even think of off the top of my head. So when I say Mother Nature's Disneyland, Disneyland, what I mean is that these are destinations that people will go to no matter what. You don't have to market the Grand Canyon. You don't have to make billboards for the Smoky Mountains. As a matter of fact, the Smoky Mountains is the #1 national park in the country, and about 14 million people a year go to the Smoky Mountains, which is just over 1 million people a month. That's a lot of foot traffic. And I can't remember off the top of my head how many short-term rental listings there are, but I want to say it's in the area of like 3,000 to 5,000 short-term rentals in the Smoky Mountains. So just when you look at that discrepancy between 5,000 Airbnbs and 14 million people, there's a pretty large gap there. So I think it's a relatively fertile market to invest in. A lot of people will pass up places like the Smoky Mountains because it's saturated, but I actually think that the demand there will always be greater than the actual supply. Here's the other thing I really like about national parks. This is actually going to pertain to state parks as well, but when you think about what makes a Airbnb recession resistant, so when you think about a recession, for example, people are still going to take vacations during a recession. Now, what this means is they are more than likely not going to go to vacation destinations like Disneyland or Disney World because it's really expensive to buy flights, to get the fancy hotel, to go to Disneyland, to buy the friggin' $47 corn dog at Disneyland. That's a very expensive type of vacation. Now, what people will still do is they will hop in their minivan or their SUV with their 2 kids and they will drive to a national park. The Smoky Mountains are within a day's drive to half of the population in the United States. So just with that in mind, it is relatively cheap to load up a cooler with like sandwich materials, some fruit, some drinks, and drive to the Smoky Mountains. You could even camp there if you wanted to, but most people are gonna book an Airbnb in the Smoky Mountains. And then there's also national parks like Joshua Tree, which is a couple of hours outside of Los Angeles, California, and that's the same type of thing. You know, it might be expensive to do a getaway to Malibu or San Diego, but Joshua Tree has a ton of Airbnbs that are pretty affordable. There's not much to do there other than go to the national parks. It's a relatively quick getaway for Angelinos. So that is national parks in a nutshell. There's actually one other huge benefit to national parks, but I'm going to talk about that a little bit more here in state parks. If national parks are Mother Nature's Disney World, state parks are Mother Nature's Disneyland. They are smaller versions of national parks. Now, there's not going to be as much foot traffic to an individual state park compared to a national park, but it is still a concentrated amount of traffic in one town. Now, interestingly, with state parks, 800 million to 1 billion people visit state parks every single year, as opposed to the 300 million that travel to national parks. Why is that? Well, simply put, there are far more state parks than national parks. So cumulatively, the traffic to state parks is about 3x that of national parks. And my favorite benefit of investing in a state park that will also pertain to national parks is that from a design perspective, your competition is really quite low. If you go to Airbnb.com right now, you can go look up state parks such as Hocking Hills, Dead Horse Point, and Red Rock State Park. Those are a few that I like that you can start perusing. And you're gonna see something pretty interesting about state parks. Most of the Airbnbs at state parks look like they were outfitted with your grandma's furniture or like they were outfitted from Goodwill's finest. Usually it looks like the photography was taken with a potato phone from 1990, and usually the listing copy is like 2 sentences and they've got a 4.6 rating. What this means is there are Airbnbs in these locations, but you could come in and just apply the teachings that you learned from here or hostcamp.com and do professional photography, killer listing copy, awesome design, unique amenities. And if you do these things, you can rise up to be the top 1% of your market. Now, I will say Hocking Hills is a bad example. There's a lot of great design forward Airbnbs there. As a matter of fact, my favorite Airbnb that I've seen recently is a cave. You're probably not going to compete with the cave people, but the vast majority of state park listings are subpar. And I'm going to say the same thing about national parks. Now, I will say there are a few national parks out there that are competitive. I am still bullish on the Smoky Mountains, but again, there is a game that you have to play, and there are certain amenities that you have to succeed in the Smoky Mountains. But overall, 1 and 2 here are very fertile markets. I don't know why it feels weird to say fertile markets, but they're great markets. They're very good. They're investable markets in my opinion. And by the way, this is something that I just sort of discovered on accident, that a lot of the Airbnbs that I've personally invested in are in these areas right here. It wasn't like I did it on purpose. I wasn't like, ooh, national parks. I just started buying in national parks because I did actually notice that the competition was always low. And then when I took a collective view of my portfolio, I realized that number 1 here is kind of a gold mine if you know what you're doing. Numero 3, all right, so eclectic town, pit stop towns, and weekend towns. What that means to me is they are not something that people are going to during the week necessarily. They are sort of these towns or these little cities or municipalities that have some kind of specific draw to them that drive tourism to that town. So a really good example of this would be Fredericksburg, right outside of Austin, Texas. Really bullish on a market like that. That is considered wine country of Texas. Now, a lot of people in Texas may want to go to Napa, but it would be very expensive to do that, not necessarily feasible for a lot of people. So people in Texas are more likely to go to a place like Fredericksburg over Napa Valley because it's closer and cheaper. Another example of this would be Eureka Springs or Julian outside of San Diego. Waco's actually a really great example here in between Austin and Dallas. That's a pit stop town. That was popularized by HGTV gods Chip and Joanna Gain, and it was this awesome town that wasn't super recognized until they came in, built out the silos, built out their empire, and now there are massive waves of people that will stop by there on their way to Dallas from Austin or on their way from Austin to Dallas. That's a pit stop town to me. So what are some of these towns that are in between two really large metropolitan areas? And then overall, what are some of these kind of weird or gimmicky towns that people go to because you just have to? Roswell is actually a very good example of this. It's an alien town. It's by Area 51. People love sort of the mystique and sort of the hidden mystery behind what the government is hiding. And I think that's a really great example of one of those places that just have some kind of draw or something that just gets people to get out there. Now, one of the key things to understand with eclectic towns that I will say is that oftentimes it really is like a weekend gig. So your occupancy is probably not going to be 80 or 90% in these types of towns. Probably your occupancy is going to be anywhere from 30 to 50%. And so if you look at other people's calendars and they're only booked on the weekends, you might be thinking, oh, well, that's a bad investment. But just understand that low occupancy doesn't necessarily mean low revenue, because the weekend rates might be so high that it actually justifies that investment. Really good example of this for me is I've got the Pink Pickle in Austin, Texas. My average nightly rate for the last like 7 or 8 months on the weekend is $1,299. And then my weekday rates are like $250. But the vast majority of my bookings are on weekends. Meaning if you look at my calendar, it actually says my occupancy is 41%. A lot of people would see that and then troll on my YouTube comments and be like, hey, Rob doesn't know what he's talking about. His own places don't even book. But well, the Pink Pickle last month did about $12,000 in revenue. My mortgage on that property is $3,000. Call it another $2,000 for expenses. So I'm in $5,000 a month in expenses. I'll make a $7,000 profit on that specific property. So it just goes to show you that a property does not have to have high occupancy to be successful. And that is one of the key considerations here for eclectic towns, is just understand you may not be raking it in Monday through Thursday. If that makes you uncomfortable, eclectic towns, pit stop towns, weekend towns are probably not going to be your jam. Especially because your Monday through Thursday pricing is going to be a race to the bottom. You're going to keep pushing down your prices just to get it booked. And it will take some nuance in pricing strategy to understand how to completely own it in eclectic towns. Number 4, vacation destinations. What are vacation destinations? Well, as I alluded to Mother Nature's Disney World, Disneyland here, vacation destinations are places like the literal Disney World or Disneyland. We're also talking about mountain towns, tourist towns, ski towns, beach towns, lake towns. Here's what I like about vacation destinations and why I always think that they're gonna be a prime place to invest for Airbnb. Vacation destinations tend to be places where people will go and travel to, but they will save up an entire year with their entire family and put in for these giant epic vacations. A really good example of a vacation destination is a beach town like Destin, Florida. If you try to book a place in Destin, Florida in July, you're probably gonna pay anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 for a 5 to 7 day stay. Families happily save up and do that one all-out super big family vacation once a year, and they will pay lots of money to do it. Same thing with places like lake towns where people will spend a lot of money to book a lake house, or ski towns like Baysieville, Aspen, anything like that. They're gonna be really high ticket pricings, and you will make most of your money in one big season. Now, I'll give you another great example of a vacation destination that isn't necessarily touristy, but it can be a destination. Scottsdale, Arizona is a really great example. It is a giant place for old people to retire. That's a big one, but it's a really big bachelor party destination. So a lot of bachelor parties will book these big, expensive, extravagant houses with mini golf or golf simulators or pickleball courts or cigar lounges or basketball courts, anything like that. And that is a destination for bachelors. Or going back to the Pink Pickle, my bachelorette themed property in Austin, Texas, both Nashville and Austin are top 10 cities for bachelorette parties. So you'll want to evaluate your market based on what makes it a destination for certain demographics or avatars. Now let's go back to point 1 here. I said national parks are gonna be a bit more recession proof than something like a vacation destination. And reason being, if we're in a recession, if someone loses their job, if certain industries like tech, for example, are experiencing huge layoffs, well, they're probably not gonna spend $5,000 to $10,000 on a lake house, beach house, or bachelor party, right? They may hop in their minivan or their SUV with their friends or family and go to places like Joshua Tree, Smoky Mountains, Hopefully this is starting to click for you a bit. Other thing with this is understanding seasonality is gonna bite you a bit here. Now, not to say there isn't seasonality with 1 through 3, but vacation destinations are particularly seasonal because if you're looking at like a beach town, for example, you are gonna make your money for the most part from May through August, and then maybe a little bit in September. September through May is gonna be a ghost town. It's gonna be crickets. You may not make any money. You may actually lose money, but you're profitable in those other 3 months and you can pull from your reserves right there. So you wanna understand the seasonality of a vacation destination and ask yourself, do you have the money to put into reserves to weather the dry season until you hit peak season? This is gonna be a lot more relevant in the instance where you buy a beach house in October, because that's when most beach property owners wanna sell their property because they wanna make their money in the summer, sell it in the slow season. You close in October, you're gonna basically bleed for the next 6 months, and then you'll start making money. Is that something that you can weather? If so, this is great. But if you're like, dude, I do not wanna bleed $4,000 or $5,000 a month for 6 months, I mean, that's 5,000 times 6, that's 30 grand. I gotta have 30 grand in my reserves that I'm gonna lose before I ever make a dime. Well, that's the name of the game with certain markets and the seasonality behind them. And that's why as you begin to scale and as you begin to buy more than one property, you can sort of start staggering your properties in a way where, yeah, maybe you have a couple of these seasonal properties, but you have some of these base hit national park type of places that can produce money for you year round, cover your expenses when you're losing money here, but then you have these huge swaths of cash that happen in the summer, or if you're in a ski town during the winter. And that's where we're gonna get into this idea of portfolio architecture and how to structure your properties in your portfolio in a way that you're always cash flowing versus losing money for half the year and making money the other half. That's another video for another day, but you wanna start thinking about these things as you start to choose your markets and build your portfolio. Now that we've covered the 4 categories here, a couple of considerations for you. 1, short-term rental regulations. I think this goes without saying, but if you're gonna be looking at a market, you wanna make sure that you can legally Airbnb in that market, right? So before you go down a huge rabbit hole of looking at 1,000 properties in that market, you should probably Google short-term rental regulations in Waco. Airbnb laws in Julian. Is Airbnb legal in Houston, Texas? Dallas Airbnb court cases. There are a bunch of different ways that you can phrase this and find out, but you wanna find out, can you even operate there? That's super, super important. And that's actually gonna lead me to the other consideration that I think is hugely important, and that is it economy driven? The Smoky Mountains, for example, is the #1 short-term rental market in the country, in my opinion, and it is certainly the largest national park in the country. In the entire economy and microeconomy of Gatlinburg, Tennessee, Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, that entire area, it's driven by short-term rentals. Meaning, if the Gatlinburg Board of Directors decided to make Airbnb illegal, well, that would absolutely crush thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs. They would put thousands of cleaners out of business, handymen out of business, pest control people out of business, pool hot tub maintenance companies out of business. That entire city literally revolves around the world of short-term rentals. So you want to ask yourself, is the market that I'm buying in dependent on short-term rentals? All right, so those are gonna be 2 huge considerations. Another one I didn't put on here because it's kind of no duh, but affordability. Can you even afford to invest there? LA, San Diego, SoCal, anything in that area is obviously gonna cost you 2, 3, 4 times more than most of the other country. You probably can't afford it. And if you can't afford it, then there's no reason to even think about it. But if you can just understand what your budget is beforehand and what you can actually afford, you could also save yourself some time and automatically rule out certain markets. Okay, so those are the 2 main considerations that I want you to think through. And now I'm gonna take you through 4 bonus categories that I like to consider whenever investing in a new short-term rental market. Hey, by the way, if you like what I'm teaching you here and you like free education, be sure to check out www.hostcamp.com. That's my website that I have dubbed the #1 free short-term rental resource in the world. You can get my free Airbnb course there, templates, guides. I have a blog on there, a forum where you can interact with other people in the short-term rental community. It's awesome, it's free, and it's a great place to level up your short-term rental education. And all my free stuff is linked down below, right next to that like button. All right, 4 bonus categories that you can also consider. These are a bit less tangible than the 4 I just gave you, but they're good to keep in mind. That's okay, you at least have some guardrails here to think through. 1, familiarity. 2, in your backyard. 3, boots on the ground. 4, places you want to vacation. Let's talk about the first one here. Familiarity. Markets that you actually know like the back of your hand. For example, I'm from Houston. I went to school in Austin at the University of Texas. I lived there for 4 or 5 years. I know the markets, I know the neighborhoods, I know all the cool places to eat, I know the hip parts of town, which as I say that makes me feel old, but that's okay. That's fine. I'm middle-aged. I'm 34. I'm loving it. It's actually a great age. It's the happiest I've ever been. Leave me alone.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
What's a town that you actually know quite well? I know it, I'm familiar with it, and thus I feel more comfortable doing it. Now, really, I think this is more of a mental thing. If you're the kind of person that you're like, ooh, man, I want to buy a property, but the Smoky Mountains, I've never been, I don't know anything about it. You start getting this analysis paralysis. All right, that's fine. Like, don't invest in the Smoky Mountains if that really bothers you, find something you're familiar with because it's gonna make you more comfortable. 2, in your backyard. Now, I don't actually mean in your backyard, although when I got started, it actually was in my backyard. I built a tiny house or ADU in Los Angeles, California, and that was actually in my backyard. But what I actually mean by this is build anywhere from 1 to 2.5 hours away from where you live, because feasibly you can hop in your car, drive to it, and check up on it if you want to. Now, at the end of the day, you're not really ever gonna do that. I live close to plenty of my properties, but I do find that when people are getting started in the world of Airbnb, the comfort of knowing that you can get there super quickly makes a lot of people feel comfortable about investing there. Okay, so I live in Houston, Texas. Crystal Beach is about an hour and a half away, super close. Joshua Tree was about 2.5 hours away from Los Angeles for me, and I was able to go every single weekend while I was building my Airbnbs out there. Now, we're not gonna cover this in today's video, but ideally, you build out a team of Airbnb Avengers that will do 99% of the work for you. Your cleaners, your handyman, your pest control, your landscaper, all those people will manage your Airbnb from afar, so you'll never actually have to travel there. You're gonna try to delegate as much as possible. As I mentioned, if you're thinking, oh, the Smoky Mountains, it's so far, I don't know anything about it, what do I do? Okay, great, invest in your backyard. That's super close. You're gonna feel a lot better, you're gonna sleep a lot better, and honestly, it might be good for you to travel to every couple of weeks or every couple of months when you're getting started as an Airbnb host, because it kind of helps you learn the process a little bit more and be a bit hands-on, which your first Airbnb is the one that you're always gonna be the most hands-on with anyway, so the closer, the better. 3, boots on the ground. Do you have cities where you have connections or people that can help you? Do you have a city where you know a really good contractor, or maybe you have an uncle who's a handyman and you're like, okay, great, if I invest in Cincinnati, Uncle Bob has a handyman service, and if anything ever breaks on my Airbnb, I feel comfortable knowing I have someone that is willing to go out there and address any minor or major emergencies that might come up. Do you have family? Do you have best friends? Do you have any connections in any city that maybe you could pay a couple of bucks to go and check in on your Airbnb when shit hits the fan? That is really the idea behind boots on the ground. Again, going back to point 2, you're gonna have a cleaner, a handyman, pest control person, a landscaper, and everything in between. Those are the people you're really gonna empower to go and check on your property when anything goes wrong. But there is a peace of mind that I will say, knowing that you have personal connections that will have your back if anything ever goes crazy. And then lastly, and I honestly think this is the most important one, if I had the marker, I would really just put a line under here, places you wanna visit. I think this is really important. This is sort of the initial idea behind Airbnb for me. When I first got into this business, I really wanted to have 12 properties because I told myself if I could have one property that I could go to every single month, that would be really awesome, and I'd be able to take 12 vacations every single year. Well, now I've got over 40 and I've never done that, but the concept was really nice, and it actually still to me applies because ultimately the true idea with Airbnb is owning property that other people pay for. And so if you buy a $500,000 house and you have other people paying your mortgage, well, over the course of 30 years when that mortgage is paid off, you now have a property that is worth significantly more than $500,000, probably like $1 million or $1.5 million, that other people paid off, and you get that awesome appreciation and that debt pay down from renters. But that's more the tactical real estate side, debt pay down, appreciation, blah, blah, blah. Get into fancy words and fancy terms there. Really the premise of this is, where do you vacation the most, and how can you just acquire property and vacation there for free while other people pay for it? Remember when I said Destin? That's a really great example. If you go to Destin every single year and you're paying $5,000 to $10,000 to stay there for 5 to 7 days, and you're tired of spending $5,000 to $10,000, what if you could own that property in Destin, and for 99% of the year, you rent it out to other people, and then for that 1%, you come stay for 5 days for free because it's your Airbnb and it's like no sweat off your back, right? That's kind of the beauty with Airbnbs, is that you can own dream homes that you don't actually have to pay for. I've got a property in Scottsdale, Arizona. It is a multi-million-dollar mansion, and the cool thing is other people are paying for it, and in the time that I've owned it, it has actually appreciated about $1 million, $1.5 million. And so for me, I've owned that property, other people have paid for it, and if I sold it right now, I would get a 7-figure check from it. Well, that's really the general premise and the big idea behind Airbnb. We can get into return profiles and ROI and cash on cash return and all that fancy stuff in a different video, but just remember, Airbnb is a place that you can enjoy for yourself and other people will pay for it. And those will be your 4 bonus categories. Familiarity, in your backyard, do you have boots on the ground? Is it a place that you want to vacation? Hey, so we just did a pretty in-depth breakdown of markets. And now it's time to actually take action, and I can help you with that. Finally, I have recently partnered up with Savvy, one of the largest short-term rental brokerages in America. And they have realtors that specifically specialize in short-term rentals all across the country. And if you want me to link you up with one of them, I'll leave a little linky link in the description down below. That will take you to a page where you can book what's called a market call with them, where they can answer any and all of your questions about pretty much any market, and then set you up with a dedicated realtor so you can actually get out there and start
start scouting deals. This is a new thing and I'm super excited about it because I can even run the numbers with you. So yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Okay, back to the video.
If your Airbnb is bleeding, it's not because the Airbnb bust, it's probably because you didn't underwrite your Airbnb correctly and you didn't account for all of the expenses that go into running a short-term rental. I feel like I'm in Blade Runner 2049 right now, hold on. There we go. That's a little better. Actually, I like this warm coloring. Let's try a couple different things. Nope. Nope. Oh, definitely not. Ah, there we go. Okay, so in today's video, I want to keep this one short and I want to try to show you how to underwrite an Airbnb in 2 phases. Now, if you're not familiar with the basic concept of underwriting, that just means actually analyzing your Airbnb, running different scenarios, really deep diving and understanding all of the various expenses that you're going to come across in your short-term rental journey. And day to day, they may not feel like that much, but over time, they really add up. And you can kind of think of it as like a small leak in a canoe where you're going to be able to stay afloat for a while and it's no big deal. But if you have another leak and another leak and another leak and another leak, eventually your canoe sinks, aka your Airbnb loses so much money that you go out of business and you have to sell it. You say, oh, the Airbnb bus is here, I lost so much money, Airbnb doesn't work. Which I don't think has to be the case if you properly underwrite and analyze your Airbnb. So today I'm going to walk you through 2 tiers of analyzation. The first tier being back of the napkin analytics, the second tier being the full-on underwriting phase where you sharpen the pencils. So let's get into tier 1, the back of the napkin analytics, and how I run a super quick gut check on a property to see if it's going to be profitable. First things first, let's go pick out a property on Redfin very quickly. I'm just gonna go to Gatlinburg really fast because that's the #1 short-term rental market in the country, and I know the numbers in this market relatively well. So let's find a 3-2 really fast. There we go. This is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath, so let's work with this one. So 7.25% on a 30-year mortgage. That seems about right at the moment. And then we're gonna assume we're putting 20% down. Our monthly mortgage on this is gonna be $5,532. 5,500. I had to do it. Okay, so that's our monthly mortgage, all right? So right now we're doing back of the napkin. We're just gonna quickly calculate off the top of my head. Here's the mistake that most Airbnb operators make. They take this $5,500 a month number, and they think that's pretty much the only cost involved with running a short-term rental. So they'll go and they'll run comps on AirDNA, they'll pop it into the rentalizer. Rentalizer's gonna say it makes $85,000 a year. Let's check really fast, actually. All right, $72,600. That's what Rentalizer says that this property is gonna make. So what they do is they say $72,600 divided by 12, $6,050 minus my mortgage of $5,532. Ooh, I'm gonna make a $500 profit every single month, which we all know isn't the case. So I just wanna run you through a couple of baseline expenses outside of the mortgage to just even see if this property is viable at all. All right, mortgage, $5,532. Cleaning fees on a 3-bedroom, 3-bath out in Gatlinburg. I suspect you're probably gonna be spending about $175 to $200 on cleaning. So we're gonna say $200. And on average, I have between 5 to 7 stays every single month. So let's take the average of that, which is 6 days per month. And if I'm paying $200 for a cleaning fee, that's $1,200. So we're gonna add $1,200 to that. On top of that, you've got utilities. $500 at a minimum in the Smoky Mountains. You could easily spend $600, $700, $800. It just depends. But at a minimum, we're looking at $500 here. And then last expense, I'm gonna put $500 for maintenance. And those are my baseline costs. It doesn't account for refunds. It doesn't account for the Airbnb service fee. It doesn't account for CapEx, aka capital expenditures. But every single month, I can expect to spend, here the 200. Every single month, I can expect to spend $7,732 in expenses. Multiply that by 12. Every single year, I can expect to spend $92,784. Beautiful handwriting, I know. So at a minimum, just to keep the lights on, we're looking at $93,000 to operate this Airbnb. And that to me is layer number 1. This number right here is super important because now I can kind of reverse engineer how much I need to make in order to make a decent return on this property, aka my cash on cash return. Your cash on cash return is the golden metric in short-term rentals because it basically tells you how much money you're making on your money over the course of a year. So if you invest $100,000 and your profit is $20,000, you have a 20% cash on cash return. 20% for a very long time has been the golden standard, but these days I think we're looking at more like a 15%. So knowing that I want to make about a 15% cash on cash return, I can now start to figure out how much my property needs to generate for me to get there. So going down to this calculator right here, we're gonna see that we have to invest $173,600 to buy this property. That's a 20% down payment. And if I wanna make 15% on that money, we're looking at $26,040. meaning I need to make this amount of money, $26,040, on top of the $92,784 that it's gonna cost me to run this Airbnb, which puts me at a grand total of $118,824. That's how much this property right here on Yona Trail Way has to make for me to make a decent return on this property. Now keep in mind, cash flow isn't everything. There's tax benefits, there's debt pay down, there's appreciation. But for the purposes of this video, we're gonna focus on cash flow. So now I know I need to make $118,824 every single year to have a somewhat profitable Airbnb before we really start hammering the expenses. And now this $118,000 figure right here is really important because it helps guide my analysis and it sets a target for me when I'm analyzing my numbers. I know that when I jump into the comps, AKA the comparable properties, and I start doing my analysis on the different analytics platforms out there, that I wanna make about $118,000 at a minimum. And if the data shows me that this property is gonna make less than $118,000, then I can quickly disqualify it and move on to the next property. This is why you have to get really, really fast with this stuff, because you need to be able to quickly disqualify properties and move on to the next one. And this back of the napkin approach helps me do that. So let's punch in on this a little bit more. If the data says that this property right here is gonna make $70,000, $80,000, $90,000, or $100,000, it's not really worth my time. I'm throwing this one away. But if the data says I'm gonna make anywhere from $110,000 to $125,000, I'm gonna spend a little bit more time analyzing properties in AirDNA. I just want to preface really fast that this video is not about how to analyze your property on AirDNA. If you want to see me work my magic there and actually run analysis on properties online, let me know in the comments down below. I'll make a supplementary video to this video that shows you that process. But for now, let's carry on with the underwriting side of things. Let's say that after running my analysis and running my comps and all that stuff, I determine that this property is going to make $118,000 or more. Then I move on to tier 2 of underwriting, which is where we sharpen the pencils and we really start hammering the expenses to see, is this property actually going to be profitable in the long run? And this, unfortunately, is where most prospective properties go to die, if you know how to analyze them. But a lot of people do this part incorrectly, so pay attention. I'm gonna run you through some expenses that you really, really need to know to be successful at this game. Well, sadly, my screen recording did not save, so I've got to restart this section of the YouTube video, but it's fine. You didn't just waste an hour of your life recording that? Anyway, Jenny, I'm not a smart man. Let's sharpen some pencils here. So this is a spreadsheet that I give to all of my students. I'll leave a link in the description down below to something very similar to this. It'll allow you to do a pretty similar analysis that we're about to go through here. So I've already put in a lot of the assumptions here. Purchase price, $868,000. ARV is not gonna be relevant here. We're doing a 20% down payment. Our closing costs are gonna be about 2.5%. And so our total cash to close, just from a lending perspective, is $195,000. Now let's jump into the rehab and setup. You might need to do a little bit of work. Typically, I do like to budget like, I don't know, $5,000 worth of stuff to paint walls or remove a carpet in a room or spruce up the place in general. Setup expenses are all of the expenses associated with me flying out to a property to set it up. So we're talking plane tickets, rental cars, food, all that good stuff. And then furnishings, I typically find these days that I'm spending $15 to $20 per square foot. I used to say $10 a square foot back in the day, but inflation and supply chain issues and all that really good fun stuff no longer really makes it all that feasible. So I really think $15 a square foot is a good starting point. I'm gonna put 18, and then legal would be like the cost to set up an LLC and anything like that. So I'm spending $41,224 plus the $195K to get this property started, and that's the cash infusion that I'm putting into this property and what we will use to measure the overall cash on cash for this property. We're not gonna get too in the weeds of ROI, return on investment, cash on cash return, but it's a little necessary to get through this spreadsheet right here. Then I've got my financing tab, and basically with my 20% down, my actual loan amount is gonna be $694,400. Interest rates right now are 7.25%. If you're lucky, if you're talking DSCR loans, debt service coverage ratio loans, you could easily be looking at 8 to 9%, maybe even more. 30-year term, and so that puts my principal and interest at $4,737.03. And now let's move on to our revenue. Again, we are assuming that this property is going to make $118,000. I didn't actually run an analysis. This is a hypothetical number just based on the example that I gave earlier. But assuming this property makes $118,000, which sounds like a lot of money, we're not gonna start hammering the expenses, really getting in there and seeing what this property is gonna cost us to run and how profitable it would be at $118,000. So we got our fixed expenses here. We got our property taxes, which come out to $13.96 according to Redfin. We've got our insurance, which comes out to about $53.76. Some of you might be thinking that's pretty high, but remember, short-term rental insurance does tend to be more expensive. You might be able to beat this, but I think that this is actually a fair assumption here. HOA comes out to $230 a month or $27.60 a year. And then my principal and interest here is $4,737, meaning that my fixed expenses, PITI, principal, interest, taxes, insurance, HOA, comes out to $5,531 or $66,376 a year. Now, most people will say, great, that's amazing. This property makes $118,260. Now I'm going to subtract $66,376 and my profit is $51,884. Woohoo! But as you're about to see, that's not exactly how running a short-term rental works, because there are a lot of variable expenses that go up or down depending on how many guests you host and how much or little you make. This is going to be the most important part of this video, so please pay attention, save this video, and if you find value from it, like it, because if you do, more people will see this video and hopefully we can stop them from making a bad investment before they make it. That's my goal here on the channel. With that said, let's get into the variable operating expenses associated with running a short-term rental. You got your OTA service fees. What does OTA mean? Online travel agency. This is Airbnb, Vrbo, Booking.com, or whoever you use. Now, Airbnb charges 3% to the hosts and Vrbo charges 8%. Now using the 80-20 rule, which is you get 80% of your bookings from Airbnb, 20% from Vrbo, the weighted average here is gonna be 4%. So you're gonna be paying 4% on this $118,000 figure here to Airbnb, Vrbo, whoever. Then we get into maintenance. We have this here at roughly $150 a month. That could be low, that could be high. When it rains, it pours. And typically a good way to estimate this is 3 to 5% of your revenue. Now I have this entered in here at 3%, which comes out to $295 a month or $35.40 a year. Now, if you don't spend $3,540 every single year, woohoo! Except you will probably the next year when it all compounds, because maybe you're not good at keeping up with the maintenance of your property. And like I said, once the maintenance starts coming in, it starts to pile up a little quicker than you think. So I would definitely plan for this. Then we get into CapEx reserves. This right here is what bites most people in the bootay. CapEx means capital expenditures. These are the really big improvements that you're gonna make on your property over the course of owning it for 30 years. Capital expenditures would include things like a roof replacement or replacing your appliances. Remember on the maintenance side of things when I said it rains, it pours? Well, this is actually more true for capital expenditures. If I had $1 for every single time 2 or 3 things happen in the row within 2 or 3 months of each other at my properties, I would not need an Airbnb business. I could just survive on that income. So most people here are not educated in this, and this is where a lot of people go out of business. Because let's say that you make $10,000 a year for 3 years and you don't pocket anything for capital expenditures. Let's say on year 3, you have an AC that needs to be repaired or replaced for $8,000 and you weren't saving for it. Now your profit for that year is $2,000. But what happens when your water heater goes out? Then you gotta spend $2,000 to replace that, and guess what? You're at a break even for that year and you've worked your butt off to self-manage this property that actually didn't make any money for you at all. And guess what? You have bad luck and something else breaks, like your refrigerator, which has happened to me. And not only do you have to replace the refrigerator itself, but maybe you have to refund a guest who doesn't get to use the refrigerator. They bought a ton of groceries and now they're mad and disgruntled that their food is going to waste. And then you gotta refund them, which we'll get to in a second. But capital expenditures are something you should absolutely be putting aside and saving for. You'll be very thankful that you did. Now we get into supplies. Your supplies are gonna be things like your soaps, your toilet paper, paper towels, coffee that you might leave out, carcass disinfectant, body oil remover, and everything in between. We usually budget for something like this anywhere from 60 to 75 bucks a room. In here I have it at $60. So it's gonna cost me $2,160 a year to stock my Airbnb. Then we got refunds and guest gifts. This could be refunding a guest for something that you messed up, for the refrigerator breaking, or it could be a guest gift, like you like to leave a little champagne if you find out that it's someone's anniversary, or instead of refunding a guest, you might say, hey, I'm so sorry that the refrigerator is broken. We're gonna get someone out to take care of that today, but in the meantime, why don't you go have dinner and it's on me while we get this taken care of for you. I think $100 a month is actually on the low end, you might find that you refund guests a little bit more than that, but it's a good starting point. We don't actively refund guests. We try to fix the problem and apologize profusely and just be hospitable and try to be action-taking hosts, and most guests appreciate that, but we can't always avoid refunds. Utilities, I have this at about $500 a month for a property this size. Another rule of thumb that isn't quite as conservative as I'd like is 15% of the square footage every single month. So that would be 1,818 square feet for this particular property times 15%, which comes out to $272 a month in utilities. But for me, I like to aim a little high here because in the summer months, people really do crank up that AC. So I like to plan for that. Then you got landscaping and snow removal. If you're in a snowy market, you might have to pay someone every month to come do some snow removal in the winter, but come cut your grass in the summer. So that's $100 a month. Internet, about $100 a month. I mean, $80 seems to be a little bit more common for most of my properties. And then hot tub, pool maintenance. I think I spend about $250 a month here per property, except in the Smoky Mountains where my cleaners do that for me. But let's just pretend like this property isn't in the Smoky Mountains. I'm usually gonna be spending between $150 and $250 pretty consistently on hot tub management. Then we got our cleaning, which I want to spend a little bit of time talking about here because there's this notion that cleaning is a pass-through, so we shouldn't calculate for it. And I haven't done a really good job being clear about this or emphasizing this enough, so I want to spend a little bit of time talking about this. Cleaning fees are a pass-through. What this means is that a guest pays for the cleaning fee, so it's not an actual expense for you. However, you do collect that cleaning fee and then you pass it on to your cleaners. But because you collect that cleaning fee, you still have to account for that in your total revenue. So in this $118,000 gross revenue figure, your cleaning fees are in there. So let me show you what I mean here. So cleaning fees are typically for a 3-bedroom, 3-bath in the Smokies, anywhere from $175 to $225. I'm gonna go $200 on this. And I typically host about 6 people a month. So we're looking at $1,200 a month that I'm gonna be paying to my cleaners every single month, or $14,400 a year. Now this $14,400 a year is not something I'm coming out of pocket to pay, but it is included in this $118,260 figure. Meaning when you subtract that this property is actually grossing closer to $103,860. And this is where most people go wrong because they don't properly calculate their cleaning fees. And on a lot of short-term rentals, $14,000 can be your profit. So if you don't account for that, you could have a break-even Airbnb. Sorry for the sidebar there, but I just wanted to be mega clear moving forward on this channel because I feel a lot of the analytics platforms out there aren't super consistent and have been a little finicky on if and when cleaning fees are included in their estimates, making me unclear and finicky, which I don't like. So hopefully this helps. Let's get into our final piece here, which is gonna be your property management system and dynamic pricing software. I'm typically looking at about $70 a month for my tech stack. That's my property management system, that's my pricing software, that's my guidebooks, all of the tech that I use to run my property. And so when you add all my variable expenses up, we are looking at $3,893 a month in variable expenses, or $46,710. Now, when you add our fixed cost to this, our fixed costs actually come out to $9,424 a month to keep the lights on at my property when it's occupied, or $113,000 a year. Now, hopefully you're understanding why you gotta sharpen your pencils, because my first gut check here had my expenses at $7,732 per month. But now as we start to actually sharpen pencils, we see that I'm about $1,700 off. It's actually $9,400 a month to run this property. And that's a big difference because now we know that this property every month cash flows profit $431 a month, or $51.73 a year, which changes things quite a bit. I don't even have management fees in here because I teach people how to self-manage. That is my passion. That's what this channel is built on. That's what HostCamp is built on. I don't like delegating to property management companies because I just don't think they're gonna do it better than you. If you're someone that's passionate about hosting, no one is gonna care more about your property than you. So management fees, I'm gonna keep at 0%, but this calculator, if you put 20%, you can see this property would actually lose about $18,000 a year. $18,000 a year that I'd rather keep. So now based on that information, I can see that my year one cash on cash return is a 2.2%. I want a 15% cash on cash return. So now I can sort of reverse engineer and figure out what this property needs to make for me to hit that benchmark. And so just messing around with the numbers here, If this property grosses $150,380, that's where I'll get my 15% return. So now I would go back into the comps and see, is it possible for this property to make $150,000 or anywhere near that? And if the answer is yes, then I go back here and I sharpen pencils again, and I go back and forth and I do this process over and over and over again. And that's why tier 2 of underwriting takes so much longer. Most people stop at tier 1 or tier 1.5 or some version of what I just took you through. And that's why when you hear someone say my Airbnb is bleeding money, probably because they didn't analyze their Airbnb correctly and it's costing them thousands of dollars. I really hope this has been helpful. I know I haven't done content quite so in the weeds like this in a while, but I'd like to start again because I actually miss talking about the fundamentals and the SOPs, standard operating procedures that go along with running a short-term rental business. So if you like this video, do me a favor, like it down below. Let's share the word. And with that, meeting adjourned. And I've got one more thing. You may have seen me underwriting this at a 7.25% interest rate and thought to yourself, well, Rob, that's a really high interest rate. That makes investing in properties so much harder and way less profitable. But this right here is my student Cody, and I actually just helped him close on this property at a 5% interest rate. And he did this all without having to go to a bank or without having to show tax returns or any of that. And because he was able to get this property at a 5% versus the market average of 7.25 to 8.5%, he's actually gonna cash flow significantly more.
Oh, hey, I'm back. Though I guess I never really left. Just a quick second of your time. I promise this will be helpful. If you're in the stage where you want to start running the numbers and analyzing deals, I have built a completely free calculator that can help you do that. For so many years, I used to give away my analysis spreadsheets, which were perfectly fine until now, because my Desert Pencil calculator makes it so much easy to analyze and pencil out deals. And it gives you all the important metrics like cash on cash return, profit margin, estimated tax benefits, and a break-even analysis and payback period. Again, it's totally free. My gift to you. You can sign up using the link in the description down below. And now, back to the super course.
If you're a short-term rental investor and you want to buy an Airbnb, then please listen to what I'm about to tell you, because of all the things that I have to teach, this is the most important thing. The most important thing that you can do to have a profitable short-term rental is to purchase the right property in the right location at the right price. Now, I know that seems a bit obvious, but I cannot tell you how many people just buy Airbnbs that end up failing and come to me and say, Rob, what can I do to fix this? And the harsh reality is that, sure, you can have good design and good amenities, but nothing can really fix the fact that you purchased a bad Airbnb. Now, if you follow the steps that I'm going to talk about today and you match it up with insane design and amenities, a la Funkit Interiors, just go check out our portfolio page and look at all the stuff that we've been launching over the last few months, then the sky really is the limit. Then you need to understand the foundations for what makes a profitable property. And I want to show you how to do this in 10 minutes or less. Famous last words. The basic premise for understanding if your property is going to be profitable or not is understanding who your competition is, who the top players are in your area, and knowing how much they're making. Once you find out how much your competition is making, you're then going to figure out where you're going to stack up within that competition. And that will give you a much more informed decision on how much you're going to make. Now, a couple of caveats here. This is a short YouTube video. Typically, a full-on analysis takes me hours. This video is really meant to show you if a property is worth pursuing and analyzing further before you waste a lot of time contacting realtors and lenders. So let's get into my philosophy about competition. I think that competition in data is a good thing, but most hosts think that more competition and saturation is a bad thing. Not only do I disagree with that, I believe that competition in data is necessary because I can use the blueprint of my competition to create the ultimate listing that will outperform said competition. So what I want to do here is hop into AirDNA, which you can kind of think of as an Airbnb analytics platform. It takes all of the listings on the Airbnb platform and it shows you things like their average daily rate, their average occupancy, how much they're making, and so forth. And I want to show you how to run a quick audit on your competition and things to watch out for. So let's hop in. Okay, so first things first, you kind of need a property to comp. So why don't we pull one from Austin, which is a market that I really like. 78704 is a great zip code, a little expensive, but I think for today's analysis, it'll be great. Okay, I like this one. I think this is a pretty good price for the area, 749,000 bucks. It's a 3.2, 1,500 square feet. So let's roll with this. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take the zip code that we're in and we're going to go to AirDNA and we're going to input that zip code. Okay, so you're going to put that zip code in. And one of the quirks here is there's a lot of different things to choose from. You want to look where it says short-term rental markets and you want to look for that little pin right there where it says South Lamar 78704. That's the one that you want to click, not all this other stuff right here. Short-term rental markets, little pin. Bam, click on that. Now it's going to take us into the dashboard for that neighborhood / zip code / submarket. Most people will ask me, which tier do I need of AirDNA to successfully run comps on my property? There are a few to choose from, and I wanted to give you a little bit of guidance. So there's obviously free, and you can do very basic things with free. But generally speaking, most people fall into the research tier. That's going to give you access to significantly more tools than the free version. And really, that's what most people need. However, I will say that Host is a particularly good deal because it gives you access to all their tools plus a property management system for up to 3 listings. So it's kind of a no-brainer if you're looking for a new property management system or you haven't started automating your Airbnb business yet. You kind of get all of that rolled in with the Host bundle. I use AirDNA multiple times a week, if not a day, because I'm always using it to gather insights on my competition so that I can improve my listings and make more money over time. And that's my philosophy. I think that you should really never stop trying to improve your listing. And most people set it and forget it. And I think those are the hosts that end up hurting a few years down the line. If you want to save 10%, I'll leave a link in the description down below for you. Okay, so with that, let's hop into the platform. So I'm going to show you how to adjust your filters so you know that you're analyzing and auditing the correct properties. Now, one thing you do have to understand about AirDNA in order to properly use it is that you have to understand that AirDNA is an aggregator of data and it's pulling all of the listings from Airbnb. And the problem with that is that there's a ton of bad, old, and inactive listings on the Airbnb platform itself. Think about it this way, since we're in Austin. Maybe many years ago, someone created an Airbnb listing so that they could rent their place during F1 weekend, Formula One. Big weekend for Austin. Huge weekend. And maybe the host booked their place, or maybe they didn't, but after the event was over, they forgot to take down their listing. Well, theoretically, it's possible that that listing could show up on AirDNA. So you have to know how to sort through your comps here and determine what's good data versus bad data. Good data meaning actual live listings that are active, and bad data meaning duds. Okay, so I have 3 rules of thumbs I have 3 rules of thumbs that I stick to whenever I'm examining comps. Okay, number 1 is that the number of days available needs to be 250 or more. I find that that is the most reliable data. Number 2, the number of reviews on the Airbnb listing has to be 20 or more. And number 3, I'm looking for an active and populated review population. So let's set our filters really fast and I'll show you what that all means. As I mentioned, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. So I've reset all of my filters here, but in order to truly determine how much a property is going to make, we have to examine it against other properties that are similar to that one. So in this example, we're looking at a 3-2. So that's what we're going to adjust our filter. So you're going to go over to listings and we're going to make sure to put our bedroom count to 3, right? And we want to make sure it's 3 for 3 and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So 2 bath. And then for our listing type, entire place, because we're renting out our space. And for the real estate type, we want to make sure that we're staying consistent with the type of property that we're examining. In this scenario, it's a house. We're going to hit apply, and that's going to give us 234 listings. Now, that's a lot of listings to sort through, but we still have more filters to put into place. So we're going to go over to performance. Price tiers, we're going to keep view all. Professionally managed, doesn't matter to me. We want both. And then for the host unit count, we're going to do all. Okay, doesn't matter how many units they have. Here's where I start getting more specific. The number of days available. I am looking for, remember, 250 days or more. Now, as you can see here, there is no filter for 250 or more. It's 181 to 270. So we are going to uncheck 1 through 190, because that's not enough days. We're going to uncheck 91 through 180. And for now, we're going to uncheck 181 through 270. So that means in this particular instance, the only properties that are going to show up have available data for 271 to 365 days. And then rating will keep the same. And then for review count, remember, we want 20 or more. So we're going to uncheck that, uncheck that, uncheck that. And now this is 20 or more. When we hit apply, we should see this 234 number go down dramatically. Great, 51. Far more palatable to digest and analyze. Okay, next thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you're sorting by revenue. That's going to be most important for this quick analysis. Now that we've set all of our filters, we now have a spectrum of revenue, and it is our job to figure out where in that spectrum we are going to fall. And to truly establish that spectrum of revenue, we have to go in and determine that the comps that we're actually looking at here are valid. So remember those 3 rules of thumb that I told you, or thumbs? Still don't really know. Number of days available, 250 or more. Number of reviews have to be 20 or more. And then an active and populated review population. We're going to go in and start verifying that these comps check those boxes. So here's the first one, makes $207,000. Let's hop in really fast. Right out the gate, this one says it makes $207,000. It says that it's been available for 365 days, but as you can see, there are only 13 reviews. So for me, I need it to be 20 or more for the sole purpose that I just need to know that this is an active Airbnb. I think if it has 0 to 20 reviews, what it shows me is that it's a newer Airbnb listing or it's not all that active, so it doesn't make it a good comp for me. So for that reason, right out the gate, I'm tossing this one out. Now we jump into Retro SoCo Home.
Okay, we're gonna open that guy up right here. And as you can see, we have 49 reviews. That's great. That shows me that this listing has a bit of tenure, if you will. All right, great. Reviews checked. Now the third parameter is we are looking for an active and populated review population. What does that mean? All right, let's hop into the next comp so I can illustrate this for you. Okay, so as you can see, there are 119 reviews. Great, lots of reviews. We can tell that this is probably a full-time Airbnb just based on that, but you're gonna click on reviews and it's gonna take you to the review population right here. Airbnb always puts most relevant first. This is new, so make sure that you go to most recent. And when I say active and populated, what I mean is I want to see recency and I want to see a pattern of bookings that are always consistent. So in this particular instance, the last review was a week ago, then 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, September, August, 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 July, 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 June. Okay, so just a quick analysis shows me that this is a legitimate Airbnb. It's full-time. They've got a consistent track record in their reviews. This is a good comp. So what we were quickly able to determine was bad comp, good comp, good comp. And we want to run that exercise for all of the top comps in this particular zip code. And once we do that, we start establishing our comp set. And then you can actually start going in and adding all of these individual listings to a comp set. I'll show you how to do that really fast. So we're gonna hit add, then go create new comp set. Then that adds that to this comp right here. Then we can hit save comp set. We can go back. And now we're back to this main screen, and then we can add the next comp that we consider a valid comp. So go add. Okay, so then we'll go and find that comp set, which is right here, comp set for Retro Soco. And now that's in there. Then we're gonna wanna click comp set so that we see it here at the top. We'll go here, we'll rename it. For the purposes of this, we'll call it Austin 78704 comp set. Save. So now we can go and start adding all of these listings to our comp set. So we'll add that. So for the sake of this video, we're gonna assume that all of these are active comps. So we'll go and we'll add it to our comp set. And we really wanna try to add as many as we can that we consider like kind to the property that we're buying and good data. So we'll do that one more time here and one more here. So it's a very quick comp set. So we can go take a look here, open this, and now we have all of our good data in one place that we can go and examine. You can open each individual comp. You can go and click into Airbnb. The reason I like creating a comp set is because every time that we go back to the top short-term rentals tab over here, it's hard to remember which one is good data versus bad data. And we got to click and open, and it's just, you know, there's just like a lot of data here that we have to continually re-sift through. So having a comp set gives me quick access to what I deem the good stuff. And then we want to try to place ourselves within this comp set. Where do we fall on this spectrum? And most importantly, where does that leave us from a profitability standpoint? So how do we determine profitability? Well, I'm going to show you how to do that really fast, and then we'll wrap up today's video. And if this was helpful and you want like an in-depth hour-long course on this, let me know in the comments down below. Always happy to create more AirDNA content because I think that this is the most valuable skill that you can learn as a short-term rental host. There are two ways that we can determine profitability today. Number one is the back of the napkin approach. And number two is my fancy schmancy spreadsheet that you can download for free in the description down below. This is the fine-tuned spreadsheet. This spreadsheet has every possible calculation and expense that you can think of. It's what I would actually recommend if you want to seriously analyze your property. But for today's purpose, I'm gonna show you the back of the napkin approach because it really shouldn't take you that long to figure out if you're gonna be profitable or not. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to our Redfin, okay? And we're gonna look at what our mortgage is. $56.94. So basically, $5,700. And that's with a 20% down payment at a 7% interest rate. Now, granted, you might be able to get a lesser interest rate. That's totally fine, but that's where they're falling right now, according to Redfin. So here's what we're gonna do. Take your mortgage. This is very official. I wish I had a napkin to make it more official. Okay, you're gonna take $5,700. That's your mortgage. Then we've got our cleaning fees. All right, average $1,200 a month. 6 days, $200 a clean for a 3-2. I just know Austin, that's about how much it costs. We're probably gonna spend about $700 on utilities, and then we'll say $200 on supplies and another $1,000 for CapEx and maintenance. All right, this is very quick and dirty. Please use my spreadsheet, but for today's purposes, this will be fine. If we add up all of those expenses, that puts us at 69. I could use a calculator, but you know, I just want to show you that I want to know that I still got it. All right, that puts us at $8,800 a month. $8,800 a month is what it's going to cost us to keep the light bulbs on at this property right here. Or in other words, $105,600 to just break even for the year. It's a lot of money. Now that's just to keep the lights on. All right. And we go back to our comp set here and we took all of the top comps in Austin in that zip code. And the top comp is making $113,000. The top end of the mid tier was making about $89,300. So if we're falling within that spectrum, if we say that we're between Charming Vintage and the Soco house, then we are breaking even. not a great sign so far. So we have to be top of the pack to break even. Now, to take this even further, we can calculate how much money that we need to make in order to pull off a good return. In today's environment, I think a 10 to 15% cash on cash return is pretty acceptable. I think that's what most people are shooting for in the short-term rental industry these days. And in a cash on cash return is basically how hard is your money working for you in a year's time. So if you invest $100,000 and you make a $10,000 profit over the course of a year, you divide that 10,000 by 100,000, and that would be a 10% cash on cash return. So knowing that, we'll try to calculate what a cash on cash return is for us. So let's go back to our listing. It's a $749,000 property, meaning that if we put 20% down, our down payment is $150,000. I would say that you're gonna pretty easily spend $50,000 on backyard amenities, furnishings, design, all the fees associated with launching an Airbnb. Again, quick math, my fancy spreadsheet linked down below will give you like the exact breakdown, but that puts us at $200,000 just to launch an Airbnb. Meaning, if we wanted to make a 10% cash on cash return, we'd have to make a $20,000 profit. Well, remember, to break even, we'd have to make $105,600. In order to make a 10% cash on cash return, our property has to make $125,600 to meet our minimum threshold of profitability. Now, if we go back to our comp sets, there is not a single comp that is a 3-2 in this zip code that makes $125,000 or $120 or even $115. So based on that, not only would you have to beat the best comp, but you would have to make $10,000 more than the best comp to do so. And this very quickly tells me in 10 minutes that this property is not it. Now, granted, this video is probably longer than 10 minutes, but it would take me 5 to 10 minutes to figure this out if I didn't have to explain the whole thing on YouTube. And that's the skill that you're trying to develop. You are trying to do this 10, 15, 20 times a day so that whenever you find one in a great market at a great price that is super profitable, you're ready to really dive into those numbers and pounce if it's a good deal. That's the name of the game, okay? To recap, we are trying to find the best, most valid comps, create a spectrum of revenue from those comps, figure out where we would place ourselves within there, and pending where that analysis lands, figuring out if the house that we're interested in is gonna be a profitable house. Give this little process time. It's a skill that you have to develop over time, but I promise when you get your reps in, it becomes so much faster.
Whether you're an aspiring host or a seasoned veteran, I can tell you that by far the most stressful and overwhelming aspect of the entire Airbnb process is staging and setting up a property. And today I'm gonna walk you through the 3 stages of furnishing a property. We're gonna be talking about the pre-launch and planning phase and how to save thousands of dollars on your furnishings. We're gonna talk about the launch phase, and then we're gonna wrap up with the post-launch phase, and we're gonna talk about how you can use all of the furnishings in your Airbnb to make you passive income on the side. Huh? What? Wait, passive income? And I mean actual passive income, because we all know that running an Airbnb business is far from passive. But there actually are things you can do in your own Airbnb that will make you money while you're sleeping. I know that probably sounds too good to be true, but if you stick around until the end of the video, I promise I will tell you everything. No gatekeeping. Cool? Let's hop into number 1 here, which is the pre-launch phase. In the pre-launch phase, it is super important to plan and mood board your space, because whether or not you know it, your Airbnb is gonna have a theme or a vibe associated with it. That doesn't mean that it's gonna be a good theme or vibe, but hopefully with proper planning and mood boarding, you can create a cohesive design style for your short-term rentals. Creating a mood board is actually gonna help with this, and I'll show you how to do that very quickly here in a second. But first, let's talk about what a mood board actually is. It's pretty much like a presentation that goes room by room, that puts all of the different furnishings that you're gonna use in a space all on one sheet of paper. The reason you wanna do this is because what most Airbnb hosts will do is they'll just start finding stuff online and saying, yeah, I think that will match with this and this and this, and they don't really ever put it together. And then whenever they actually start to stage their property and put everything together and hang stuff up on the wall and assemble beds, they realize that none of it actually matches. Been there, done that, and it sucks because you'll either have to leave it or return it. And sometimes you don't have the luxury to wait to return items and get the new item in, and it just becomes a whole mess. And so it's best to avoid all of that by creating a mood board that will show you ahead of time if your theme goes together or doesn't really make as much sense as you thought it would. And also, let me just tell you, as someone who has set up 40 plus Airbnbs over my career, it is so much easier to have a mood board and see everything versus having 80,000 tabs open on Chrome and just having to flip through back and forth and then like open up 2 different browsers and put them next to each other and say, yeah, I think that makes sense. And then you open up like 10 different browsers, and then all of a sudden you have like 1,000 different browsers open
on your window, and then you're like, I just need to start over. And so you X out of everything, and then you got to reopen it and you restart the process, and you're just like, what is happening? If you can't tell, that has happened to me so many times over the years. As a matter of fact, here's what my current browser looks like at the moment. Okay, well, don't judge, because if you think mine looks bad, just wait till you see Caleb's. Now, if you are not gifted with design chops and you don't have a design-forward mind, that's fine, and I'm gonna help you with this. I have put together this shopping list. By the way, it is 100% free, and what this shopping list does is it gives you 3 different design palettes to choose from. Mid-century modern, boho chic, rustic, and it'll give you a bunch of furniture options depending on which theme you go with. At the very least, it is a literal list of every possible thing that you would need to have a well-stocked Airbnb. And of course, if you want my other guides and templates and free stuff, you can head on over to hostcamp.com, the #1 free resource for all things short-term rentals on the internet. Now that you actually have my list, I want to show you the mood board for this property, and I'll give you a couple of quick tips on how to make one. So this is the mood board that Funkit Interiors, my interior design company, put together for this property. We were going for a Love Island and Palm Springs approach, and really the team knocked it out the park, and I'd say we hit the nail on the head. This is a little bit more of an advanced mood board. They don't have to be this put together, but Funkit Interiors, you know, we're a little extra. But as you can see here, all we're really doing is montaging and collaging all of the different things that you're gonna see at this property to make sure that it all fits together. Here's bedroom 1, what bedroom 2 used to look like, what it looks like now, bedroom 3 before and after. And it's just a very easy gut check for us to know if we're on the right track, and it just helps keep our links organized too. Now I'm gonna show you a quick tip on how to make a mood board. The easiest way for you to do this is gonna be Google Slides. So a couple things here. Let's say you wanted to put together a living room. I'm just gonna go to Crate and Barrel here because it's easy. I'll go couch. I'm just gonna pick something just for the sake of simplicity here. I'm gonna save this image. Now I'm gonna tell you that this specific tip that I'm gonna show you is really specifically for Mac, but there are plenty of PC softwares that can do the same thing. But open up the image that you saved in preview, and then you'll go over to the Tools tab at the very top, hit Remove Background, Convert, boom. And now we just have the couch. I will then export this as a PNG. This part's very important. Say couch, Crate and Barrel, save. Then when you go back to your Google Sheet here, you can insert your image. Now we have a couch with no background. And you're gonna do this with every single furniture item and start to collage it room by room. So you're gonna do this for your living room, for your bedrooms, for your bathrooms, for your kitchen, your game rooms, or whatever rooms and spaces that you have in your short-term rental. And then after you do this a few times, boom, you have a bona fide mood board. Don't overcomplicate it. Google Slides, Apple Preview, good to go. Now that I've covered planning and mood boarding for your property, I want to move into the next phase of pre-launch and talk about furnishings and my philosophy there and how to save thousands of dollars doing so. Now, how much will it actually cost you to furnish your Airbnb? Back in the day, I used to say $10 a square foot. Unfortunately, I do think that's a bit of an outdated metric. And I think for the most part, you should be able to get it done from $15 to $20 a square foot. If you want nicer stuff, which if you're a longtime listener of the channel, then you know my philosophy is buy nice, not thrice. What does this mean? Well, what this means is you may as well get the good quality furniture up front, because if you buy the cheap furniture one time, what's gonna happen is it's gonna break, then you're gonna need to reorder it. You're gonna have to ask your cleaners to come in and throw it away and assemble the new stuff. That's gonna break again. Then you're gonna be like, oh, I'll just get the nice one so this doesn't keep happening. And then you end up spending 3 times the amount, and you could have just saved yourself the time and hassle and got the nice piece of furniture to begin with. Now, furnishings are the largest line item in the expense sheet after your down payment. So let's talk about how you can save money on all of your furnishings, like I'm talking thousands of dollars here, with today's sponsor, Minoan. Let me tell you why they're awesome. Minoan is basically a huge website that will get you discounts to all of the different retailers that you're gonna use to furnish your Airbnb. And I'm talking like good premium places. Let me show you. They have discounts to over 150 retailers. Let me list off a few of my favorites that you can get substantial discounts to. Crate and Barrel, Wayfair, Article, Parachute. Need a mattress? Tuft & Needle. Need a TV or other electronics? You can get a discount to Samsung. CB2, Quince, Urban Outfitters, Public Goods, Caraway, All Modern, Casper. The list goes on and on and on. And again, a lot of these are really premium brands that you're gonna use to furnish your Airbnb anyway, like Restoration Hardware, for example, if you've got a more luxury place. There's also a ton of super affordable brands on here, for example, Lysol. You can also get discounts on all of your locks like Yale, Kwikset, Slage, Slage, Sloggy, Slage, Slage, Slage? Wait, how did I say that, Caleb? Samsonite. That was way off. Now, like I said, the discounts are relatively massive. Minoan won't let me say how much of a discount you can get, but I can tell you that for the majority of these brands, it's pretty substantial. And you know what? Here's the kicker with Minoan, it's free. You can sign up for free. Like literally, it costs you nothing to save thousands of dollars on your furnishing. I know, I don't really know how they do it either, but it is super simple to order all of your furniture. You do it all through their website. You just add the links to the products that you want. You put that link in their website. You can buy it all through their interface. Super simple. I love it. I use it. And if you want $25 off your first Minoan order, I'll leave a link in the description for you because I love ya. Okay, so let's get back into some furnishing. Furnishing? What is it furnishing? Furnishing basics. Okay, let's get into some furnishing basics, man. Okay, so let's get into a few more furnishing tips here. So that's how to save money on your furniture. You'll select all of your furniture, drop it in your mood board, make sure that it all looks good. Then you have to order your furniture. Ordering your furniture is one of the biggest question marks in this whole process because you're like, where do I order it to? What do I do? Here are a few ways to handle packages. If you live in the city, get the packages delivered to the house, come by every single day, put the packages inside the house. That's gonna be the most ideal scenario. I've also done it to where I live in the same city, I get the packages delivered to my house, and then I drive those packages over to the Airbnb. That's gonna be the most secure way if you don't want anyone stealing your packages, but whoo, man, I don't think I'll ever do that again. I think I would rather just have the packages stolen occasionally because trucking like 200 packages over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks sucks. Really, it ages you. You can see all the gray hairs on my head. I don't recommend it. But like I said, it's the most secure way to do it. Now, if you live outside of this city, which is probably gonna be a bit more common, here are a few things you can do. Certain UPS offices will let you mail packages to them and then they will charge you a fee to hold that package. If you have multiple packages, like 20, 30, 40, you should be able to negotiate a bulk rate. So instead of saying like, hey, $5 a package, you could say, hey, if I gave you all $500, could I just send everything over? I think a lot of them are independently owned, so they're all gonna have different rules for this. Your mileage may vary. If this is feasible, this may be worth exploring. Get everything delivered to your house, put it in a U-Haul, drive that U-Haul to wherever the destination is. Only if that's feasible, of course. If you live in California, you probably can't do that in New York. And another thing that we've tried that has actually been smoother than I thought was getting a pod delivered to the house that we live in, getting all the packages delivered to that house, putting all those packages in the pod, and then sending that pod to wherever the Airbnb that you're setting up is. Not necessarily the cheapest option, but I will say that it's pretty convenient. Then you'll get your furniture, you'll stage the house. One little quick tip here is on boxes. Everyone's like, what do I do with boxes? All right, I've done this a bunch of times. Here's what you can do with boxes. You can A, break down the boxes, flat pack them, put them in the back of a truck, take them to the dump. That, to me, is what I did for many years. And let me tell you, it takes like 20 trips to the dump to throw away all the boxes with a bigger home like this. I do not recommend that. Now, my favorite way of dealing with boxes is getting one of those dump trailers delivered to my house. They're like $400 or $500 a month. You can toss all your boxes in there and then have the truck come in, pick up the dumpster, roll it out of there. Oh my gosh, it is by far the best $400 or $500 I've ever spent staging an Airbnb. Trust me on this, I've done it 40 times and a dumpster is worth every penny. So those are some tips and tricks for staging and setting up your Airbnb. Now I wanna talk about post-launch and how you can make some actually passive income on the side with your furniture. This is very cool, so listen up. Remember earlier when we talked about Minoan? Well, they've got this platform within their website called Showroom, and I genuinely think, and I'm not just saying this is an awesome way to make more money with your Airbnb with very, very little effort. There's probably been a moment where you've been to an Airbnb and you said, oh, I really like this couch. I wonder where they got it from. Or, ooh, this mattress is super comfortable. I wonder where they got it from. And maybe even ask the host for the link. I have gotten this message so many times over the last 7 years, hosting thousands of people that will reach out and say, hey, that was the most comfortable mattress I've ever slept on. Where did you get it? And then I'll go and dig up the affiliate link, send it to the guest and say, hey, here you go. And then they say, thank you. And then I never hear from them again. Well, what Showroom allows you to do is actually make a showroom out of all of the furniture in your Airbnb. Meaning you can make a website of your Airbnb's furnitures and show every single item in your Airbnb in one super clean interface. Minoan will actually send you like a little touch point that you can leave at your Airbnb. And then when someone scans that QR code and goes to your showroom, and buys a piece of furniture from your showroom, you will make a small cut. You will make an affiliate on all of the products that you have in your showroom. What? It is a very easy way to make a few extra bucks at your Airbnb. Lots of hosts will set up their properties, set it and forget it, never come back, never reinvest into their property, never figure out how to make more money from their property. And this to me is a very simple way to make extra money. So I'm gonna show you the platform and how to set it up. Spoiler alert, it's very easy. All right, so pull up Minoan again, go to Showroom, and you'll do Create New Showroom. Get started. You'll answer a few questions about your property here. You'll say, I want to set up a new property. It'll ask you property name. We'll call this Love Island House. You'll upload a cover photo I don't have them yet, so I just took a photo of my living room. You can upload a property logo if you want to, and then you'll put your Airbnb listing in there. Once you answer a few easy questions, you can set up your spaces and start assigning products to those spaces. You can go as in-depth or as simple as you want on this. Remember, I said that you can make money on all the products in your house, whether or not you bought it from Minoan, so the more products you put in there, more than likely you'll make more money. You can list all the different spaces that you want. For now, I'll do living room. Okay, so I will add my couch here. It's a Wayfair link. Easy peasy. It'll pull it up for you and populate it, and then you can assign it to your space. I'm gonna assign this to the living room because obviously that's where couches are. And then hit save. Super easy. Now I'll probably spend a few hours building out my entire house, but as you can see, adding one single item was a relatively fast process. You'll then wanna add photos of each space here. Once you've done all that, you can preview it how other people are gonna see it. This is on mobile. This looks really, really good. Honestly, very simple user experience for guests that are staying at your house that are interested in buying your furniture. And then you hit publish. Minoan will send you what's called like a touch point, which is like a little placard that has your QR code on it. And you can place that anywhere in your house that seems intuitive, maybe your kitchen counter, maybe your media console in your living room. Honestly, it's gonna be up to you. And then once you're done, you'll hit finish. And boom, just like that, you got a showroom and it will show you your earnings over time. So anytime anyone asks for your recommendation, whether it's a guest or maybe it's just that friend that's always bugging you for like furniture links, you can just send them your showroom now and make money doing it. The reason I'm so excited about this is because I've been launching more and more design forward properties through my interior design company, Funkit Interiors, and people often message me and ask me where I got all my different furniture. And so now I'm gonna do this for every single property that I have. And yeah, pretty soon you'll be able to find all my showrooms on hostcamp.com. Hey, before we get to the next video, if you're actively seeking a short-term rental right now, or you're currently under contract and you're ready to start designing and launching it, then me and my team over at Funkit Design House would love to help you. Our mission is simple. We wanna help you launch a top 1% property in your market. I believe that Funkit is the best in the business and we can help you do that. But instead of me just telling you, let me show you some of the recent projects that we've launched. We've done this one, we also did this, and this one right here is totally awesome. And by the way, we don't just do interior design. We can also help you with designing and transforming your entire backyard too. Because we are just as much an exteriors company as we are an interiors company. So if you want to work with the Funkit team, there will be a link in the description down below where you can book a call with us. We'll look at your listing and your property, take a look at the comps, go through some data and see if we can help you. And just so you know, we are roughly on a 2 to 3 month wait list at the time of this recording. So please do not wait until last second to book. All right, let's get to the next video.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you for a second. I have launched some pretty disappointing Airbnbs over my 8 years of hosting. But there is some good news, and it's that I get better with every single unit that I launch. And many hosts will tell you that Airbnb is not passive, that it's a lot of work, that guests are getting more high maintenance and finicky and demanding. And while there's some truth to that sentiment, what I've realized is that the core issue is that our Airbnbs suck more than we think they do. There, I said it, okay?
You suck! You are no talent!
Oh, that clip always makes me laugh. Today's video is gonna be about the little things that a guest may not notice that you do, but they will notice if you don't. And quick caveat, I'm gonna be doing this from the Airbnb that I'm currently staging. It's not done yet, it's not clean, and it's not put together. And I guarantee you that there's not a single person watching today's video that does everything that I'm gonna list today. But if you do, let me know in the comments down below and I'll eat my words. Okay, let's hop in.
I hesitate to even assign numbers to these because I know by the end of this, I will have lost count, but I digress. Number one, seating for enough people that are gonna be staying at your Airbnb. Oh my goodness. If you host 6 people, you need 6 seats. If you host 8 people, you need 8 seats. There are a couple of ways that you can cheat this if you don't have a big enough table. I've got a dining table right here with 6 seats, and I've got a kitchen island right here with 2 bar stools. And bar stools are an easy cheat if you don't have enough room for a big dining table. Okay, number 2, I didn't actually have this planned, but this one infuriates me when hosts don't do it. There's a huge difference between a counter stool and a bar stool. And most people get the wrong thing. This right here is a countertop. You need a counter height stool. If you get a bar height stool, your legs are gonna be hitting under the counter, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna be annoying, it's gonna be frustrating, and it's gonna show that you don't know what you're doing. So be sure to measure before you buy a stool. Number 3, a family-friendly amenity. So many hosts say that they cater to families, but don't have anything for families at all. And I can tell you as a dad with 2 kids that travel days are really intense for parents, and when they check into an Airbnb, they just wanna sit on a couch and relax, and if there's nothing for their kids to do, it's just really stressful. And so for me, I got this arcade right here. Okay, this arcade has every single Super Nintendo, Nintendo, N64 game. This one specifically was custom made. It was $1,700, but you can get more simple arcades from Amazon for $500 a piece. And I can tell you, my kids love this thing, and kids will spend hours on this thing, and parents will just be so happy that their kids will have something to do while they're at home before they go out into the city. Number 4, middle brackets on your curtain rods. Let me show you what I mean. I don't care how short your curtain rod is, you need a middle bracket. Okay, check this out. You can already see that that curtain rod is kind of sagging in the middle, okay? Same right here. It's sagging in the middle. Hosts forget that Airbnb guests treat their properties like rental cars, meaning they're just gonna be opening and closing those curtains, pulling them, and if you don't have a middle support, it's gonna fall. And man, cleaners never wanna fix curtain rods, and a handyman will charge you $100 to come out and fix it. So get ahead of it and put a middle bracket. Curtain rods in general are one of the shittiest products in all of Airbnb, and they break all the time. So there's a specific curtain rod that I wanna push you to get. If you get your curtain rods from Amazon, they're gonna give it to you in a bunch of little pieces that you have to assemble, okay? This curtain rod right here is probably 8 or 9 different pieces. AKA, it's super, super janky. But after buying a ton of curtain rods, I have found the one, and it is this one right here. I got this one from IKEA. And the reason I really, really like it is because it's just 2 pieces. And because it's 2 pieces, it doesn't warp and sag in 8 different spots. So whether it's an IKEA one or not, try to find a curtain rod that is just 2 poles versus a bunch of adjustable ones. Okay, I think this is number 5. Super important, and this is welcome mats, okay? It is my philosophy that you cannot overdo it on welcome mats. Not only do you need a welcome mat outside, but you need one inside too. Something that I really realized while I was here, because it was raining for a week straight, and we were literally tracking water and mud outside the house, even though we had a mat on the outside. The second one really made a big difference. So you're gonna want an indoor and outside mat at each entrance. Tip number 6, I don't see this enough. Oh, someone's knocking on my door. Come on in, sir. I'm making a YouTube video. Something that I don't see enough, shoe racks. I'm a no shoes policy guy at all of my Airbnbs, and most people would say that that might contribute to a poor guest experience, making them take off their shoes, but this one I don't care about. And if you're gonna ask guests to take off their shoes, then please have a shoe rack that is big enough for the amount of guests that are gonna be staying at your property. You know, I'm kind of anti this idea, but over the years I've been overruled by everybody. But a TV in every single bedroom, I don't think that you need a huge TV in every bedroom. I think you can have a 50 to 55 inch in the bedrooms. I would push you to get a 65 inch for living rooms. The tip is you need to get a smart TV, specifically a Roku TV. This is super, super important in my operation, and I'll tell you why. This little thing right here is called a remote control, and they get lost all the time, and batteries die all the time. And with Roku, you can download an app on your phone that allows your phone to be the remote for your TV in case this ever goes missing or is dead. On top of that, they're really cheap. A 50 to 55 inch is gonna cost you like $250 on Amazon. And by the way, everything that's relevant to today's video, I'll link in the description down below. But my favorite thing about Roku TVs specifically is they have this thing called guest mode. And what it allows a guest to do is put in a checkout date for their reservation. And so they can log into all of their Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, all that good stuff. And on the day of their checkout, Roku will automatically log them out of all of their apps. That's a real nugget right there. Don't sleep on this tip.
Let's talk about another thing that all Airbnb hosts need, but most forget until tax season punches them in the face. I use this tool called Baselane. Baselane is the only banking platform that's built for real estate investors, and here's why. You can have one login and create separate bank accounts and debit cards for all of the different properties in your portfolio for tracking income and expenses. And my favorite part is that everything gets auto-categorized. Your bookkeeping basically updates itself, which means that your books stay clean all year without you having to do any of the boring stuff. I kid you not when I say this, but I used to track all of my expenses manually on a random janky spreadsheet. Let me just tell you that things fell through the cracks all the time. And now that everything is organized automatically, it makes tax time stupid simple. And by the way, I switched over to Baselane a while ago, and I gotta say, big fan. I have genuinely enjoyed the platform. If you wanna see how much time and headache Baselane will save you, my link below will get you a $100 cash bonus plus a 30-day trial to Baselane Smart, so you can start using AI-powered bookkeeping today. Okay, back to the video.
Number 7, and this is a very important one to me, like super, super important. I think it's time for hosts to outgrow K-cups. I've seen a lot of hosts move to Nespressos, which is a great in concept and definitely better quality than a K-cup. So what I've recently done, and this is a very new development for me, and I'm still testing out if this is gonna work, but I have moved to a super automatic espresso machine. Here's what it looks like. It's a DeLonghi Magnifica Next, and I'm not necessarily saying to get this one. This was $700, but I will say I stayed at an Airbnb for a month, and there was a lot wrong with that Airbnb, but they had an espresso / cappuccino machine. And you know what? We left them 5 stars. There's nothing that could have made us leave a 4-star review, because our coffee experience was amazing and I was able to make a cappuccino every single morning and I was just so happy. So I wanted to give that experience to my guests and basically step up coffee and make them enjoy their mornings a lot more than a K-cup, which again, tastes just so horrible in comparison to that. Now that's what I'm doing moving forward. You don't have to do that. I think that drip coffee on a more high quality machine, totally fine. I also think that French press, also perfectly fine. But just make sure that you're actually stocking like a true coffee bar with sugar in the raw, Splenda, stevia, whatever it is. Just make it so that people's coffee experience is not a bad one, because it's bad 9 times out of 10 at most Airbnbs. Next, you need a washer and dryer at your property. Sometimes some condos don't have a washer and dryer and people are like, it's fine, I can live without it. You can't. If you're remodeling and you have the option, add another washer and dryer, okay? I've got this washer and dryer right here. And I've got this washer and dryer right here. Now, this was something that I was able to add in because of a renovation. Man, but having that second set will make cleaning and laundering so much easier for my cleaner. And lastly, I will say that if you have a washer and dryer that's showing, like it's visible and it's not hidden behind a locked closet, you should leave a couple of laundry pods or some laundry detergent for your guests, because it's annoying to be excited about a washer and dryer, but not actually be able to use it immediately. Okay, remember the little things I was talking about? This is a huge one, a coat rack. Okay? It is frustrating when it's chilly outside or you're in a cold climate, it's snowy, you're soaking from the rain or from the snow, whatever it is, and you don't have anywhere to put your wet jacket. I would not do a standing coat rack because those always lean and break and they're horrible quality. Mount it to the wall or your door. On top of that, one thing that I don't have yet, but I just ordered it, it's coming on Amazon, a key rack, okay? People have keys, they need somewhere to put their keys, and you know, it's so frustrating to look for your keys in an Airbnb. Make it so simple. This is a big one that I've done in the last like year or two. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised it took me this long. Refillable soaps, conditioners, body washes, lotions, and hand soaps. I get these all from Public Goods through my Host GPO membership. But yeah, hand soap, refillable hand soaps. These are very minimal, very luxe looking. When you get like a branded one, they're fine. I just don't think that they look very uniform or consistent with an Airbnb. This makes you feel a little bit more like a hotel. And yeah, I hate hotels and I'm an Airbnb lover. There are little things you can do to really step up the quality of your Airbnb, and that's one of them. Tip, I honestly, like I said, I lost count. We're probably at, I'm just gonna say 12. Tip number 12, an outdoor space. This is arguably, in my opinion, the most important thing you can do at an Airbnb. Back in the day, it was very design and interior focused, and while that's still super important, I think exterior experiences make or break a host in 2025 going into 2026. I spent a lot of money rebuilding my pergola here, but I think it was completely worth it. We still have to paint it, but a couple of notes here. I've got a really big dining table that's gonna be able to seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. Even though the max limit at my property is 8, I have seating for 10 because sometimes hosts' friends come over to their Airbnb. On top of that, that's just the outdoor dining table. We've also got a sectional. We're gonna have a fire pit. We're gonna have string lights. This will be really one of the only properties in LA that's this design forward, both inside and out. And this is something that I've really worked on lately with Funkit Interiors. This is my short-term rental focused interior design company where we design the top 1% listings in the entire country. We're always looking at enhancing all of these little details. So a lot of what I'm talking about today come from my personal experiences, and me and the team are always adjusting that for every new client that we bring on. If you need help designing your Airbnb, both inside and out, I'll leave a link in the description for you to book a free design consult with my team. One little caveat though, we typically have a wait list anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks out. So if you're looking to launch in the next 3 months, then you'd want to book your call today so that we can slot you in at the appropriate time. Every Airbnb needs this, and it is annoying. I mean, you know, not as important to me, but I am married to a woman, and this is something that she notices every single time that there isn't one of these, and that is a full-length mirror. This to me is needed in pretty much every single Airbnb, in every single room if you can. Now this has a little stand in the back that's propping it up. Do not do that. We just did that because we're here and we were acting fast, but there are these little mounts on the back right here, and I highly suggest that you mount any mirror into studs or into anchors on the wall. Very important. Otherwise, I'm telling you, someone will kick this over and get glass everywhere, and it's just, it sucks when that happens. Okay, tip number 17. Yeah, that feels right. When you're hanging art, okay, I got art chilling right here. Okay, don't do a finish nail. Finish nails are something that I would do in my personal home, but if you're gonna hang art over your bed, you need to do a screw and a drywall anchor for all art, and then really not just for like above your bed, but for literally any art in your property. unless the screw happens to be inside of a stud. Then you don't need an anchor. But in all other instances, no matter how big or small the art piece is, please drywall, anchor, and screw. Over the years, I've done command strips, I've done finish nails, and guess what? They have all come down eventually. Okay, this one's important. This right here is called a rug pad, okay? And rug pads are very important because rugs are very slippery. You know, I wish I could say that I didn't know this from experience, but I have slipped on a lot of rugs at my own properties. And every single time I slip on a rug that didn't have a rug pad, I think to myself, Rob, how did I forget to do a rug pad? Do I want a lawsuit? No. But I'm telling you, a slippery rug can really mess someone up. So rug pads or rug tape on every single rug in your property, 100% crucial. Okay, 19. I should have said this earlier when I was talking about curtains and curtain rods, but this is a little design trick that bugs me when people don't do it right. What you need to do with rugs, the way you need to place your rugs whenever you're hanging them is that the rug needs to be lightly touching the ground, okay? Just like a light little kiss, okay? If you can make it to where it touches the floor perfectly, you've done a good job. Oftentimes, I see hosts that hang curtains like that. That is bad. We do not want this. On top of that, you really want your curtains to be a decent amount over your window. You do not want to place your curtain rod right over your window. If you can go about 6 to 8 inches above, it's gonna make your room feel much larger. All right, number 20. Probably, I don't know. Okay, number 20, because I say so. I mean, who cares? This one bugs me quite a bit. A lot of hosts don't pay attention to this one little detail. There is a difference between a standard / queen size pillow and a king size pillow. This right here is a king size bed. These aren't the sheets that we're using, by the way. These are just the sheets that we're sleeping on so that we don't use our nice new sheets. As you can see, the queen pillow is small and puny and only belongs on twin, full, and queen size beds. Whereas the king size pillow actually fills the space, and you should have 4 pillows per bed, okay? I see people do 2 pillows all the time. Bad move. You should always have 4 pillows on every bed, king pillows on king beds, non-negotiable. If you have regular standard size pillows on your beds, you are excommunicado from the Airbnb hosting community. Also, for what it's worth, my favorite pillow for Airbnbs, and just honestly to sleep on, they're pretty nice. They are the Ceiling Sterling collection. You can find them at Costco for $22 to $30, depending on if you get a queen size or a king size. But if you don't have a Costco membership, I'll link the Amazon in the description down below. They only sell it in the queen size on Amazon. Sorry. Speaking of beds, this is a big change that we're doing. We are no longer, we just laundered a bunch of sheets, so this is gonna look crazy. We still have to fold them, so don't judge. We are switching away from duvet inserts and duvet covers to the triple sheet method, okay? The triple sheet method basically says that you're gonna do a sheet, okay, a fitted sheet. This is how hotels do it, by the way. Then you're gonna do a flat sheet, then you're gonna do a duvet insert, and then you will do another flat sheet. Then you are gonna fold it down, and you're gonna tuck it in. I know I just did that super gracefully, but the reason I like this, several reasons. It allows me to systematize my sheets in a very specific way. Duvet covers are kind of expensive and they're really hard to put on, and there's always hair in them because your cleaner's like crawling inside to put them in. This is a lot better because you basically are using 2 flat sheets to create your bedding. And so if one ever gets stained, you can always replace just one single sheet versus having to replace the entire duvet cover. It also allows you to tuck in your sheets very nicely into your bed and just make it look very pristine, very hotel-like, just super premium. Duvet inserts and covers really get all crumbled and gross and wavy and bumpy, and they just don't look great. But I've been doing this lately, and honestly, I think it makes a huge difference. Because again, if there are little things that we can do to make our Airbnbs feel like a hotel, I'm telling you that makes a luxe experience for your guests. All right, number 23. This may require some investment if you don't already have this in your property, but you want to be able to have lockable door locks on your bedroom doors and in your bathrooms because, you know, privacy. But you want lockable doorknobs that have this little hole right here because it's not a matter of if. It is a matter of when this door is going to get locked because you have a dumb guest. It happens all the time. And you don't want to send a locksmith out because they accidentally locked your door. You want a lock like this where you can put a little bobby pin in or a safety pin or something that allows you to unlock this door super easily. This one's a big one that annoys the crap out of me, and you need towel hooks, okay? Towel hooks for your towels. Novel concept. You need a lot of them, okay? You don't just need the one next to the shower. You need different places for towels to hook, okay? Notice, there's nothing up here. That's gonna create an annoying experience for my guest. I'll show you what I do instead. But you also want a towel bar next to your sink. And then above my toilet, we haven't hung this yet, but you want a towel toilet paper station above your toilet too. I'll show you what it looks like in practice. towel bar, but I actually don't have a towel bar or hook here. So if I wash my hands, I have to drip water to get over here. So I need a hook right here. And then behind my door, I've got an extra set of hooks. And then I think I need another hook right here for people that are taking a shower. And here's my shelving system for extra towels and toilet paper. Admittedly, there are a lot of hooks in here, and there will be a lot of hooks after I'm done. But the lack of hooks when it comes to like jackets, towels, like literally anything, are what bug most people. Sometimes they can't place their finger on it, but when they realize it, they'll be like, yeah, why didn't they think of that? I can't believe they don't have any hooks. You don't ever want anyone to be like, why would they have this really nice house, but not spend $5 on a hook? I don't get it. We are reaching the end here. Remember when I said that you want enough seating for your guests? Well, you also want enough plates and bowls and small plates for those guests. But the problem that I see a lot of hosts do is they will buy the exact amount of plates for guests. So if you have 6 guests, they'll buy 6 plates. But the thing is, plates are made out of glass and they break all the time, like all the time. So it is only gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks before the first plate breaks. And so if you only have 5 plates, but you host 6 people, that's gonna cause frustration for them. And then one person has to use a tiny plate while everyone uses a big plate. And it's just one of those things that you give them fuel to complain about, and you don't want that. Okay, this is a conversation I had with one of my students earlier. He put caraway pots and pans inside of his Joshua Tree property. He says it's a Lux property. I understand why he did that, but just so you know, those pots and pans are anywhere from $250 to $400. There are a few things that are guaranteed in life: taxes, death, and the replacement of pots and pans. Do not spend a lot of money, like $400 on a pots and pans set, please, okay? Get a decent set and know that you're gonna replace this every 6 to 12 months. I just got these off of Amazon. I don't remember the brand. The brand is Carote or Carrot, Karate, I don't know, Carote. Doesn't matter. I'll link it in the description down below for you. I've been cooking on these for about 2.5 weeks. They have held up pretty great. Even though they've held up great, I fully expect to replace them in 6 to 12 months, and it was about $100. I would rather spend $100 every 6 to 12 months than $400 every 6 to 12 months. Number 27, this right here is what we call an owner's closet, okay? You want an owner's closet that you can lock and keep all of your supplies in. All right, this one's pretty dirty because we're still staging it. Like I said, we've been setting up this Airbnb for like the last 2 weeks, and it's all gonna come together here in the next day or so. But we've got racks in baskets. But the idea is that I will keep this stocked with toilet paper, oil, salt, pepper, dish soap, like every amenity, toiletry, everything that I offer, coffee beans, you know, for my espresso machine, like everything's gonna stay in there, and it is gonna be on my cleaner to make sure that she is restocking and replenishing all that stuff after every turn. But if I ever have a guest that's like, hey, you know, I'm so sorry, we ran out of shampoo because there's like 8 of us and we all forgot our shampoo, so we used yours, can I get a refill? I can give them the code and allow them to go and like refill that for themselves. Although, to be honest, I really don't want my guests in my owner's closet, and it's rare that they ask, but it's just one of those things where if that's where you keep your batteries or anything that they just need quick access to, you can give them the code and instead of just leaving it unlocked. Because if you leave it unlocked, I'm telling you, I've seen it happen time and time again. Guests will go into your owner's closet and they'll take your stuff. Let's move on to our final tip. I'm not gonna say every Airbnb needs this, but pretty much every Airbnb needs this. And that is a hot tub, okay? This is the #1 most sought out amenity on Airbnb. There are lots of stats and data on hot tubs. Main one being that it can add up to $49 to your ADR, AKA your average daily rate. You know, the investment, like this hot tub right here, cost me about $3,900. After taxes, probably about $4,300, and that included the delivery, because it was free delivery. But the point I'm making is, this cost me about $4,400. I spent about $1,800 on the pad and the labor, and then the wiring is gonna be about another $1,000. So all in, I'll be about 7 to 8K on this hot tub. If it adds $50 to my average daily rate and I'm occupied 50% of the year, that would be 150 days times $50. I think that maths out to about 7K. Yeah, I think it does. That maths out to about 7K. So my rough ROI on a hot tub can oftentimes, and most of the time, is at a minimum a 100% ROI in your initial investment. Now, I have actually added hot tubs and increased my revenue 15, 20K. A hot tub can absolutely do that. I think it's just one of those amenities that is kind of like a non-negotiable these days. Now, obviously, if you have a condo or if you have a small apartment, that's not gonna make a lot of sense. But if you have a house and you have the space and you can squeeze it, this right here is how most people go from breaking even to profitable in one single year. With all that said, I'm gonna end on one final note. When it comes to hot tubs and really anything that we just talked about, for every amenity, there is an equal an opposite set of logistics and systems needed in order to execute that amenity perfectly and seamlessly so that it doesn't become something that your guests complain about. That was just like word soup, word vomit. It made sense when I said it, and it still makes sense, but I guess what I'm saying is, if you have an amenity, there's some upkeep that's needed for that amenity. If you have something, it must be maintained. Most hosts will do an amenity or a cool thing, and then they're really excited about it when they get started, but then they kind of just lose steam, and they forget to replenish it or refill it or tighten it or whatever it is, and then that amenity kind of deteriorates and goes to the wayside over time. And then you have guests that book for that specific amenity, and when the amenity is not functioning, they complain and they ask for a refund or they knock you down. For example, that coffee machine. If I'm gonna show that and people book it specifically because they want cappuccinos, which this is a thing, I know people that have similar machines, if it's not working when they get there, they're gonna be super bummed. Just like every single time that my hot tub is not working or it's dirty or there's something wrong with it, the guest complains. There's never been a time where they've been like, hey, you know what, it's no big deal. They're always like, I booked it specifically for your hot tub.
You would not believe the large percentage of Airbnb hosts that lose money every single day because they did not properly set up their Airbnb listing. So today I'm going to teach you the step-by-step process for creating your Airbnb listing the right way in 2025. And by the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rob Abasolo. I am the CEO and founder of HostCamp.com, the largest short-term rental community in the world. And if you want to just take a look at a sample of the thousands of listings that have launched in my community, then head on over to HostCamp.com/listings and have a look yourself at how the world's most top-tier operators curate their listings. Okay, let's hop in. Step one, you've got to actually create your Airbnb account. Now, if you haven't done this before, please consider using my link to do so. And when you do that, you help me, you support the channel, and that alone should be the reason that you use my link. But if you're like, it's not good enough. Well, when you use my link, we'll actually be connected in the Airbnb portal, and I'll actually be able to give you my direct feedback on your listing when you're ready to launch it. I've actually given feedback to thousands of my YouTube subscribers over the years, so much so that I am actually the #1 referrer of hosts to the Airbnb platform. And also when you use my link, you usually get some kind of sign up bonus too. That link is in the description down below. Once you've clicked that and created your profile, we can now move on to creating your listing. Today we're gonna be creating a new listing, and then we're gonna answer a few of the basic sections of your listing together. Hit get started right here. That's gonna take us to your next screen where they're gonna want a little bit of information about your pad. Then you're gonna be hit with all of the different categories that you can choose from. Use the one that best matches your place. For most people, it's gonna be a house or an apartment. Maybe you'll have a guest house like I do in Los Angeles or a tiny home like I do in Joshua Tree, California. But whatever it is, please try to be as truthful as possible. What I see a lot of people do is try to jam their house type into a category that sounds cooler. Like if it's a tiny broken down little bungalow, they're like, oh, it's a tiny home because it's tiny. No, it's not a tiny home. It is a home that is very small, but it's not ergonomically designed to be a tiny house. People are gonna read right through that, and the algorithm will probably read right through that too. A really good example of this is cabin, okay? I got a home in Gatlinburg, Tennessee that would absolutely benefit from me calling it a cabin, and I could get away with it based on the fact that I do have wood ceilings, but if you flip through the photos, you'll see that it's actually more of a house/cottage. As noted by the fact that I don't have wood siding, but vinyl siding. And many people would say, oh yeah, it's pretty much a cabin. Not gonna fly. Rant over next. All right, so are you hosting an entire home, meaning it is completely private, or a shared space within a home that you might live in? Maybe you live in the house full time and you rent out all the different rooms on Airbnb. Most of you are probably not hostel hosts, so I'm not gonna get into that. In this instance, we're gonna go entire place. And then from here, it's pretty easy, enter your address. Now you have the option to show your specific location. I'd imagine that that's probably gonna be, I'd imagine that Airbnb wants you to click that. The more specific you are, the more informed your guest is gonna be, and it'll just provide them clarity. You don't want them to think, oh wait, this isn't where I thought it was. So I will click that on and then we'll go next here. Now, if you're a little weirded out by putting your exact location on the map, I get it. As a matter of fact, I don't really like to do it myself. But remember, clarity is key. The point of this pin feature is just to be as clear as possible with your listing because it might just show up on the wrong side of your alley. So it just allows you to move it around here a little bit. Pretty easy. What you don't want to do is be like, oh yeah, I'm like way over here in a better part of town. Again, you'll get blasted for that. Oh, there you go. Actually, I'm so far away that it's like, wait a minute, that's not where your pin is. If you go too far, they're gonna recognize that and they're gonna say, hey, please move it closer to your location. Now we're gonna move into some of the more housekeeping items. How many guests can you actually house? What's your bedroom, bathroom count? How many beds do you have? So for me in this listing, I'll go 8.
I've got 4 bedrooms, I've got 6 beds, and I've got 2.5 baths. Okay, now we're gonna get into the amenities aspect of your Airbnb listing, and this part's actually really important. You need to spend as much time filling out all of the amenities on your Airbnb listing as possible, no matter how big or how small they are. It matters. You can consider your Airbnb listing a wall of 200 levers. And all of those levers affect your placement in the algorithm. Every single time you pull down that lever, it bumps you up a little bit. So if you have the ability to pull 200 levers, you ever say a word so many times that it sounds weird? Levers. If you have the ability to pull 200 levers, why would you only pull 5? So go in here and be very thorough, and this isn't even the whole list of amenities. These are just the basic ones. So let's click everything that applies. Kitchen. Again, no matter how big or small, some people would be like, well, I mean, do I really have to click kitchen? Everyone's got a kitchen. No, they don't, and yes, it does matter. Free parking on premises. Again, if you're like, well, I've got street parking, why would I put that? It doesn't matter. Just put it on there. Just click it. It doesn't matter. If you've got it, click it. Do you have any of these safety items? P.S. You should have every single one of these in an Airbnb listing for the sole purpose that the job of every single one of these items is to save lives and keep you out of lawsuits. Now it's gonna ask you to upload 5 photos. There's no reason to only do 5. Upload all of them. The only reason you would upload 5 is if you're waiting for professional photography to come in and you just wanna get started on your Airbnb listing. At that point, I guess it's okay, so long as you don't actually hit publish. Okay, I'll upload all of these for now. Click upload. Take out all the duplicates. Okay, great. Once I've deleted everything that I don't want, I'm gonna hit upload. Just because you have a professional photo of your property does not mean that you should upload it, because a lot of professional photos aren't good, the angles are bad, they're not framed correctly, so be diligent in your selection process. Now here it's gonna ask you to pick a cover photo and start arranging your photos, and we'll do that a little later on in the process. But you could do it now. I always rather get the initial listing created and then go in and optimize after I fill out the basics. So click next here. Hey, I'm gonna take a quick break from today's video to let you know that I've created this handy dandy little PDF right here that will give you all of my top tips for creating an Airbnb listing. So you can use this as a guide when you create your listing. It's totally free. I made it for you because I love ya. Okay, that link is in the description down below. Back to the video. Now we're to the point where you gotta give your house a title. I see a lot of people do this incorrectly. As a matter of fact, doing an audit of my own properties, I'm unhappy with how I've done some of my own titles. Here's the best advice I could give you. Your title should showcase your property's top 4 amenities. Now, an interesting thing is that it's gonna give you the option to only do 32 characters, but later on you can adjust this and add a little bit more. Although it is fair to say that 32 characters is probably what Airbnb considers optimal, and that's something you should consider too. But outside of the length of it, you wanna make sure that you're showcasing amenities and you're not putting the fancy name of your property in the title. No one really ever cares about that. Next, okay, let's describe your house. Choose up to 2 highlights. For me, it's central, it is stylish. Next. Okay, now we're gonna create our description. Okay, something to keep in mind here, that description is only this section right here under about this space. You're gonna have the option to go and actually blow out the space details a little later. So we're gonna take what I've already written here, place it in here. So when I wrote this description previously, they allowed emojis. I guess they've taken it out. We're just gonna put tick marks instead of an emoji. No worries. I bet you even later we'd be able to toss those back in. But really you should be aiming to capture the spirit and the best aspect of your house in 1 to 2 sentences, and then list your property's top amenities. Even if you've already listed them in the title, put them all in here again, and everything else that you couldn't fit in that title. Next. Now we're gonna set the price here. $163 is what Airbnb recommends for my size home in my particular neighborhood. That's okay for now. I'm not really gonna rely on the Airbnb pricing tool. I'll sync up a tool like Price Labs after I've created my listing. Click next. Once you set your pricing, Airbnb will send you to this page where you can start applying some of your discounts to your listing. New discounts such as your new listing promotion. In this case, they've preset it for you. You can offer a 20% discount off of your first 3 bookings. As much as I hate discounts and giving them and people who ask for them, I actually do recommend doing this because I have seen a notable bump in the algorithm after launch when I've applied these discounts. You can then set your weekly and your monthly discount. You can also check those off. Check off! Check off!
I used to yell, check off all the time. Check off. No clue what it meant.
You can check those off if you don't want to do it. I usually do because I'm going to go in and fine tune my discount and my pricing after I've created my listing. Click next. Next thing, you want to answer all of these questions. Do you have an exterior camera present or cameras in your toilet? Do you have a noise decibel monitor present? Basically one of those devices that detects loud noises that will alert you if a party is going on at your property, and if you store weapons on your property, which You shouldn't. Why would you? What's the scenario? I guess maybe if you rent it out part-time, which my general advice is you should never have weapons chilling at your Airbnb, but call me crazy. And just a quick little tip here, if you do click security cameras present, it'll ask you to describe it. So you can say, hey, I've got a Nest camera or a Ring doorbell on my front door. Okay, not so hard, right? Just click publish and start printing cash. Except that you shouldn't do that because there's so much more that goes into crafting and curating a good Airbnb listing. The problem is that most Airbnb hosts hit that publish button and say, I'm good to go. I'm ready for this passive money to start rolling in. What Airbnb has done here is given you the bare minimum to go live with your listing. And if you're not super tech savvy or really super Airbnb savvy, then I could totally understand why you'd hit publish and never look at it again. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna hit save and exit, and then you're gonna scroll down all the way to the bottom to your listing in progress, and then you're gonna click edit listing. And then in the next video, we're gonna go on to phase 2. This video is creating the listing. The next video is curating and crafting it. I'm gonna give you all of the secret sauce, all of my tips and tricks to create an outstanding banger property, a top 1% listing in your market. Most hosts do the bare minimum when it comes to creating their Airbnb listing, and they are leaving money on the table, which upsets me. I'm upset. I'm upset.
Say it so the whole band can hear you.
I'm upset. Today we're gonna work on leveling up your listing. I'm thinking dead animal. Croc skin, buttercream, croc skin, buttercream.
Buttercream, croc skin, buttercream. What size is the waist? Let's go in. Hey!
And today we're gonna be going through all of the small details that you likely missed when you first created your Airbnb listing. By the way, this is part 2 of my series on how to create an amazing Airbnb listing. Part 1 is gonna be linked right here, or right here, one of those. In that video, we'll walk you through the initial step-by-step process for creating your Airbnb listing. So let's hop into step 1 here. Step 1 is pretty obvious, and that's that you have to create an Airbnb account. I said this in the last video, but you have to literally do this in order to be able to create a listing. So go and do that really fast. And when you do, please consider using my link in the description down below to do so. It helps me, it supports the channel, and whenever you do, I will actually be connected with you in the Airbnb portal so that whenever you launch your listing, I can actually give you advice on your listing through the Airbnb app. And there's usually some kind of monetary sign-up bonus too. After you've signed up with my link and you've gone through all the steps from that first video to create your initial listing, we're now ready to start filling that bad boy out. Bad boy. Who says that? Oh, little Airbnb listing croissant, you're a bad boy. We're now ready to start filling out your Airbnb listing. Hey, really fast, I have gone in and made this PDF right here. It's a guide on everything that we're talking about in this video. If you want a downloadable, readable thing to guide you through the process, whenever you're out there doing this on your own without the guidance of my YouTube video. It's totally free, and I'll leave a link in the description down below for you. Okay, back to the video. So first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna navigate to your listings tab here on Airbnb. You'll scroll down to the very bottom and you'll see that the listing that you just created is noted as in progress. You'll scroll down to the very bottom and that's gonna show your in progress Airbnb listing. So that's what we're gonna click into now, since that's what we created in the last video. And then we'll hit edit listing here. So interestingly, you will have to actually hit publish to this listing in order to start making edits to it. So let's do that. And then we've got we're greeted with this little mug right here. So we'll go, and we'll just leave it at that. We're gonna go to let's get started. Now we can go back to that listing and actually start making edits to it. So first things first, I wanna make sure that instant book is not on. So let's take a look at that really fast. Yeah, okay, so first things first, you wanna do this as fast as possible because whenever you launch your listing, Airbnb will automatically select instant book and we do not want that off. So we are going to go to approve all bookings. It's gonna ask you all of these things. Hey, you might get fewer bookings, you'll need to review every request, you'll need to respond within 24 hours, blah, blah, blah. Okay, turn it off and save immediately. There's a very important reason you want to do this. Your listing is not ready. Your pricing is not ready. Your settings are not ready. I have seen many people make the mistakes of doing this and then saying, oh, you know what? I'll get back to it in a couple hours. And in those couple of hours, they get like 10, 15 bookings. And now they have to honor those reservations and eat the cleaning fees or eat those low prices that they didn't set. So it is a huge headache. Go do that instantly, super fast. I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but it is imperative. Instant book, I'm a proponent. We're gonna turn it on a little later. All right, now that you have instant book off, we can start going box by box here and start filling everything out. We're gonna start with your title. Now, if you recall, when we were initially setting up our listing in that first video, Airbnb only gave us 32 characters to write our title. But when you go into the dashboard here, it opens up a little bit and we can actually do up to 50 characters. So for me, I like to use all the characters. I would prioritize those first 32 characters, but the formula is very, very simple for titles. You want to list your top 4 amenities. You should be able to fit your top 4 amenities in the title. I will show you what it looks like here. Cool. Hot tub, backyard, fire pit in the Heights. I'm gonna also drop this one in here for you to see. 300 square feet tiny home, hot tub, views. You might be saying, hey, that's only 3 amenities. Well, I really want to show the square footage because it really contextualizes how tiny that tiny home is. Hot tub, views. Oh, this one I actually fit a little bit more in there. Heated pool, mini golf, arcade, cornhole, barbecue. BBQ. You can get creative here. I jammed in 5 amenities. I didn't spell out the whole word, I used the abbreviation. Great. And the internal name here is the name that only you will see. No exterior facing potential guests will ever see this. So for me, I can say Blue Houston house. The reason you want to do this is because if you have like 5 amenities, you might have multiple properties with hot tubs, backyards, fire pits. You might have very similar structures in your titles. So you just need a very easy internal name to quickly identify your property. We'll hit save here. Okay, property type. Which is most like your place? We already did this. We did all this in that first video. And then we can start filling out some of these details. So how many floors are in the building? This is a 2-story home. Which floor is the listing on? Technically, it's in the first one. Year built, 1920. Property size, 2,000, I don't know, 1,100 square feet. And then you can choose your unit. Boom. Save. So I know it seems kind of minute and not important, but remember, we're just pulling levers here, which I have a feeling I'm gonna say that a couple more times in this video. So get your shot glasses out. Now we're gonna get into your pricing here, and you have the option to turn on smart pricing. What smart pricing is it's basically dynamic pricing. Airbnb will use their algorithm to basically change your pricing every single day to find that optimal price point. Theoretically, based on the logic that you should be pulling levers, take a shot, you should turn this one on. The problem is that smart pricing is not very good, and I don't really know anyone who thinks that it is. There are plenty of other platforms out there like Price Labs, Wheelhouse, Guesty Light Optimizer. Any of those are gonna always be better than the Airbnb feature. And the reason is that's the only thing they do. They focus on making that one feature really, really good, whereas Airbnb is kind of a jack of all trades. It makes all of their features okay. So while it might hurt you in the algorithm to turn this one off, I think it's a net positive to have more control of your pricing via one of those platforms. If you want me to make a video on how those platforms work, let me know in the comments down below. And spoiler alert, I'll probably make it if enough of you ask. For now, we're gonna be setting our nightly price with the assumption that after you actually fill out and finish this Airbnb listing, you're gonna go and set up a pricing tool like Price Labs and sync it up with your Airbnb. But for now, we're just gonna work on our weekday pricing. I can tell you this property, for the most part on average, does $149 on the weekdays, and then I'm gonna set a custom weekend price, and that is typically at $299. And again, this is just to get us started, and we can always adjust as we go. Save. And then you have the option to put in your discounts. For me, I usually offer like a 10% weekly discount, and then the monthly discount is gonna depend. I usually do anywhere from 30 to 50%. I'll put 40% here. You know, I'm a huge fan of getting midterm rental guests, and the bigger the discount you add here, the more you're gonna incentivize people to book your place for 30 days or more. So then we will save that, and then we are good to go here. Oh, weekly. Put that at 10. Now, just a quick word on discounts. Make sure you calculate your discount and you're comfortable making the amount that you're discounting. I don't want you marking it down 40% if that's gonna leave you losing money. So don't take my percentages here as like the rule. Make sure you're adjusting it for your preferences. Okay, then we're gonna go to availability. So you're gonna wanna set your trip links here. For me, typically I have a 2-night stay, but once you get into a dynamic pricing tool like Price Labs, you can start finagling this a little bit. And then for me, hey, if someone wanted to book my place for 365 days, fantastic. There are some people that aren't comfortable with that because their place is in California, and when someone stays at your property for longer than 28 days, you start getting tenant rights and you run into squatter issues. So some people might put 28 days. For me, I'm gonna go 365. Advance notice, this is basically how much notice you need for someone to book your property. I always have mine set the same day because I always have my property ready to go at any moment. And then I let my guests book all the way until midnight. Now, this isn't gonna fit for everybody. Some people are like, hey, you know, I live on site. I need the time to get my place ready. I wanna go and do a spruce up clean. And so you can always turn this off if you're not comfortable with it. For me, I'm game. So we'll go back here, and then you're gonna set the number of guests. That's good to go here. We did that when we first created this property. Now, here's where it starts getting interesting because because when you do your initial setup of an Airbnb listing, it only lets you put that first about the space section. And most people don't even realize that there's a whole nother section called the space that you have to go and fill out. So let's do that really fast. Okay, so you're gonna go and you're gonna click into listing description. It's honestly kind of hard to find, which is why I kind of get why some people might miss it. Okay, so first we're gonna go to listing description, and this is gonna be that first intro paragraph. You wanna really hammer them with your top amenities. You have 500 characters to do this. Use them. Use as many as possible. I'm using 460, and honestly, I probably should put one more thing in here just to fill it out. But you wanna make sure that it's meaningful copy and you're not just like doing the whole essay thing from high school where you like double space after every period, just so that you can fill out more space. Okay, then we're gonna go to your property, and this is the space section of your Airbnb listing. Kind of looks like this right here. This is that introductory paragraph I was just telling you about. And then we actually write all of the details about the properties right here. So I'm gonna go copy and paste that. I will drop that in there. Now, you can put as little or as much copy as you want here. The biggest mistake that I see hosts make is that they only put like 1 or 2 sentences in there. That's not gonna cut it. That will lose you money. You wanna go into what I consider excruciating detail about your property. You wanna talk about all of the different amenities. You wanna talk about all the different sizes of beds that you have in every single room. You wanna just talk about all the important things that cover your property. The way I like to describe this is if you were to close your eyes and then someone read you the description, you should be able to mentally visualize what that space is like. Now, I know a lot of you aren't writers, so there are a couple of tricks to doing this. I actually have a whole video on how you can write your listing description using ChatGPT. I'll link it right there, or maybe it's right here. It's one of these. And you can go watch that after this video. It's actually really, really easy to use ChatGPT to write your listing description with a caveat. ChatGPT, a lot of people will just use it. They'll just kind of initially prompt it and then copy and paste exactly what it wrote and put it in there. You can tell when something has been ChatGPT'd. So ChatGPT is AI, it's AI writing. If you're gonna use that, make sure that you're actually crafting it a little bit and you're not just copying and pasting directly from ChatGPT. Here are a couple of things that might assist you in using ChatGPT that I personally do. First and foremost, I will go to Redfin and I will take the description off of the MLS. So let's do that really fast. I'm gonna copy and paste this description. I'm gonna go into ChatGPT. Okay, I'm gonna say, hey, ChatGPT. I guess I don't need to say that, but I need help writing the space section on Airbnb for my property. Here is the MLS description, and then I am going to dictate a few notes. From there, I'd love for you to write it out for me using Airbnb best practices. So I'll copy and paste that, and then I'll say, let me know when you're ready for me to dictate some notes. And then I'll hit enter, and it's gonna say, sure, go ahead and get started. Okay, so then from there, I will open up the microphone, I will use voice mode, and then I'll do something like this. Okay, so this is a home located in the Heights, which is the most amazing neighborhood in Houston, Texas. It's so family friendly. I'm close to a bunch of bars and restaurants. The address is You don't need to put that address in the listing itself. I just want you to maybe check for a couple of nearby restaurants. This property is packed with a bunch of different amenities. It's got an arcade, it's got a speakeasy, poker room. It's super bright and vibrant and has Palm Spring vibes in it. The master bedroom has a king, the guest bedroom has a king, and the kids bedroom has 2 toddler beds and 1 crib in it. Let me know if you have any questions, but go ahead and write it out.
Welcome to our vibrant Palm Springs inspired home.
Hey there.
In Houston's
really fast.
charming Heights neighborhood. This extensively renovated property features an open.
All right. So you get the general idea there. It will write that entire thing for you. And then from there, you'll go back and forth and refine it a little bit. It'll still take you a little bit of time, but it kind of helps you along with that writing process if you're not good at writing. But if you're pretty good at writing, then you can also do that too. All right, boom, good to go here. Okay, guest access here. It's gonna ask you for details about what spaces that your guests can use. You can just clearly outline this. I'm gonna say the whole property is available to you, but if you have any kind of restrictions, you might wanna note that. Please don't go into the garage though. That's my personal storage where I keep the bodies. Whatever that note is, drop it in there. Interaction with guests, I do like to put this in there. You can leave it blank if you want to. I usually say something to the effect of, while I'm not available in person, I'm just a short message or text message away from helping you out with anything that you need. And then other details to note is super important. These are some of those nitty-gritty details, like things that people should know. Hey, my neighbor has a dog that barks all night. If you're a light sleeper, this may not be the best house for you. If you want any kind of pool heating, we can accommodate that for an extra $50 a a day. Anything that a guest could or would complain about, you want to get out in front of it as much as you can, drop it in there. You can also say things like, hey, by the way, we offer a complimentary laundry service. If that's something you're interested in, let us know and we'll arrange it after you book your stay. Hey, we're gonna take a quick break here because if you're watching this video, it's because you're about to start your Airbnb business or you're looking to start your Airbnb business. And if that's you, I definitely recommend that you head on over to hostcamp.com. I've got a ton of free downloads and resources and guides for you that will assist you in your hosting journey. And if you want a little bit of guidance and some one-on-one coaching from me, I offer that service too. And if that's something you're interested in, you can always book a call with me and my team down below. And we're always happy to point you in the right direction and help you out a bit. That link is in the description down below. Back to the video. Here's a huge one, and this is probably gonna be one of the more important things that you can do because it actually will have an effect on your bookings, and that's going into this amenity section. We're gonna open this up and I'm gonna show you how many options you actually have. Now, when you're initially creating your Airbnb listing, like we did in that first video, it's only gonna give you a few amenities to choose from. But as you can see here, whenever you hit plus, you're gonna actually see way more amenities. This part is so tedious. I hate doing it every single time, but it is important because if you have an identical property to your neighbor and there's really not that many discernible differences, it's gonna come down to some of these things that you're notating in your listing, like an iron. That might be really important to someone and that could tip the scale between two very, very similar properties if that person is a business traveler or they're going to a wedding and they need to be able to iron out their clothes. Arbitrary example there, but I think you get the point. So you're gonna go in and you're gonna start clicking on everything that you have, and it even gets more tedious than that because sometimes it will ask you for the brand of that specific amenity. I'll show you that in a second. So I put a baby bath here. It asks you like, hey, it's always at the listing. Guest must request it. That's not a big one, right? That's pretty fast. But then you get into things like bed linens, okay? If you hit plus here, it's going to actually ask you the brand, okay? So you might do cotton. You might say Brooklinen. All right, that's a really, really fancy set of sheets. That would tip the scales for me. I love Brooklinen so much. It's just like I couldn't live my life without Brooklinen. So you better believe I would choose a property based on that. But you're gonna wanna go in and really just with the fine-tooth comb, check every single thing. Again, I know some of these might seem basic, like cooking basics. Everyone's probably like, well, duh, who doesn't have cutlery? Who doesn't have a pot and pan? But some people don't. So you're gonna wanna notate it where it applies. Once you do that, you'll hit done. And now you'll have everything listed and it will show up on your listing. Okay, next, accessibility features. You wanna notate everything. Accessibility is a huge thing and people are absolutely searching Airbnbs for these types of features. So I'm not gonna go through every single one, but I think you're getting the point now that there's so much here to fill out that you were not prompted to fill out when you first created the listing. Couple things here, booking settings. Personally, I like to keep my instant booking off for the first 3 reservations or so because I like to interact and talk to my guests and just kind of see what types of questions they're asking before I open the floodgates. This to me is just how I QA my own listings. And then you want to go here to house rules. This is really important too because if you miss this, you might have people showing up with dogs, you might have people throwing events, smoking, being super loud. So I like to set my quiet hours. I'll say, hey, quiet hours start at 9 p.m. and they end at 7 a.m. No, I don't like commercial photography or filming, the number of guests, but the really important one that you want to pay attention to is the check-in and check-out times. I let people check in at 4 p.m. and I ask them to check out at 10 a.m. because I'm lame. I have a good amount of colleagues that will let guests check out at 11, but I guess I don't trust my cleaners enough. I'm like, I want my cleaners to have as much time as possible. So we'll hit save. Safety considerations, kind of a big one here. I love that this is an option here. Not a good fit for 2 to 12-year-olds. Okay, that could be the case. If it's dangerous, if it's on a cliff, if it's like my property out in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, on a mountain, I would probably check that. Pool or hot tub doesn't have a gate or lock. That's worded confusing though. So if you say it doesn't have a gate or lock, if you check that, does that mean that that's true? And if you hit X, you're saying, no, I don't not have a gate or lock. I don't know. It's important to read through every single one of these though. Potentially dangerous animals on the property. Guests and their pets will be around animals like a horse, mountain lion, or a farm animal that could cause harm. Yeah, I tend to have a ton of mountain lions around my property. I just like them. I buy them. I'm a collector of mountain lions. So I just like to let my guests know that before they ever book. And some of these details get lost too. Again, I'm not gonna take you through every single one of these, but some of them are important. Guests must climb stairs, okay? Elderly people do not like climbing stairs. You want to let them know that, add any pertinent details there. Potential noise during stays. If you know that your neighbor is building an ADU or guest house and there's going to be jackhammers and hammering away all day, you want to let them know, otherwise you will be getting refund requests. Pets live on the property. Let's say it's a duplex and you have a dog that stays in your house. Even if the dog never goes into the other yard, you want to let them know because some people might be terrified of dogs and things can happen. So you want to bring that to their attention. Airbnb did ask some of these questions in that initial setup phase, like the weapons one. Outside of that, a lot of these weren't in that initial questionnaire. Two more things on this page here. You can set your cancellation policy here. I am a strict cancellation policy guy. I will say that being flexible probably gets you more bookings. It probably helps you in the algorithm a little bit more. I think I'm just too much of a coward to do it, if I'm being honest. I know people that do it and they're very successful. For me, I like to be able to count my chickens before they hatch, so I'm a strict guy. And then you can also set this little non-refundable option here where guests pay 10% less, but you keep your payout no matter what. Cool. Long-term stays, you can also set your cancellation policy for that too. Switch to strict. All right, last little thing on this one here, custom link. I think this is kind of important. If you have a name for your property, you should do it. Otherwise, the link to your property is a bunch of letters and numbers, too hard. So we're gonna do Blue Heights Casa. That's the first thing that came to mind. Boom, save. That's a really, really good start, but we still actually have a few more things to fill out here. Namely, your arrival guide. So you'll have the opportunity to adjust your check-in and check-out time. You'll wanna add your directions. I mean, I'm a believer that if they have your address, they can just drop it into Google. However, I have a place in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, where there is like no service once you hit the mountain, and it's like a whole pain. So I actually have a very written out set of directions to my specific cabin in the directions section here. So you could do that, or if there's really any pertinent things that people need to know in order to be able to arrive to your house, this would be the place for that. Okay, so there's a toad by the mailbox that demands you answer his riddle before he gives you the key. That one's always, I've gotten a lot of 3-star reviews over that. Okay, check-in method here. Super important. You want to put your keypad or your lockbox information here. When you do it through your app, it actually lets you upload photos of your check-in method, and you can show them a photo step-by-step guide of how to get into your house. So I would do that. I'd initially put in your information here. The code to the keypad is 1234. Okay, once you've done that, you'll get on your app and actually upload photos of how to use the keypad or where the keypad is located or where the lockbox is located. Super important. I promise you, if you just spend like 10, 15 minutes getting this part right, like super right, you will get so little guests that like bother you when you're like at the theater or at Thanksgiving dinner that are like, hey, I can't check in, I can't find the keypad, the keypad's not working. And then you're like, did you hit enter? And they're like, oh, no. I'm scarred and I'm upset. All right, it's not even late. It's 4:39 p.m. Okay, next. Fill that out. Wi-Fi details, trust me. This one is one of those things that I often forget to do because I'll set up my listing many times before the Wi-Fi is set up and I never go and do it. And then guests get there and they ask me and I'm like, oh, just remember, you may not be able to finish this all in one go, but make notes of what you need to go and finish out. And then your house manual, just so you know, is important. This is a private manual that only your guests get to see. In here, you want to include notes on things like how to use your thermostat, when the trash day is, if that's something you do with a midterm rental guest, when your landscapers will arrive, when your pool maintenance people will arrive, so that they're not surprised whenever they hear someone weed whacking by the window at 7 a.m. on a Saturday. We've already covered house rules here, checkout instructions. Super important to be as upfront here as possible. No one likes you asking them to rake their yard and re-shingle their roof, right? So be very clear. Nowadays, my checkout instructions go like this. Please generally tidy up by throwing away any loose trash. My cleaner can take it from there. Smiley face. This just means I just don't want a bunch of garbage and wrapper and food items all over the floor, because I just think it's kind of gross when people are messy like that. And I have a certain expectation and level of respect that I expect for my guests. And I think it's fair. But I'm also not gonna ask them to like mop the kitchen. Certainly don't wanna end up in someone's TikTok.
The hot tub isn't hot. There's an imaginary switch on the bottom you can use to go yourself.
Okay, and the last one, this is something that we wrote a little bit earlier, but it's your interaction with guests, your preferences. And you can say, hey, I won't be available in person and prefer communicating through the app.
This just sets that expectation like, hey, please don't call me expecting me to show up to your house to fix every little thing. And if you're a chatty Cathy and you like socializing and spending time with guests, please put that in there. But I would urge you to not bother your guests unless they seem open to it, like read the room. I get massages several times a month, and my masseuse, even though I say I prefer a quiet session, always talks to me while she's giving me a massage, which is both awkward and frustrating because I'm just there to not talk. That's probably how your Airbnb guests feel. They don't want you talking to them while you're kneading their back. They probably don't want you kneading their back either. Too much? I wish I could say that we were done, but there's two more things that I want to walk you through. So you see these little filtery daddies right here? Okay, so this isn't super clear, but you want to click this because it's going to give you a whole other menu. And this is basically where you would have your property listed or unlisted. You'll set your languages. You can add different languages. If you can speak another language and get your listing translated, I think this can only help you.
How else can I say it? I don't speak no other languages.
But the one that I think is important in all of this is the guest requirements. I absolutely require a profile photo in order to book my place. I think it's super important. I need to be able to associate a face with the guest. I think people that don't upload profile photos to their Airbnb profile, I think they're lazy.
Attention campers, lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle.
And I don't want a lazy person booking my place because they're probably gonna be an awful guest. Hot take, but sue me. Last one in this section here that's super important is the tax collection. I always go with the default here, which is with this option, Airbnb will collect and remit the taxes on your behalf. I always want that. I don't wanna be collecting my taxes and then remitting them to the city. So I would urge you to have the default check there. Okay, that's that section. Whew! We are almost done. I swear to you, we are almost done, my friends. All right, there's one big thing here, and it's honestly my least favorite thing about Airbnb, and I don't like that they force you to do this. And it's the photo tour, and I'll show you what I mean here. So you'll click create your photo tour here, and it's gonna be sorting your photos into different rooms. I'm not a fan of it. There are some tricks and hacks for how to get out of it. Here's how I do it. So I would add photos, and I would not add a room or space. I would just add photos here. It says drag and drops. I'm gonna add a few photos here. Okay, and then I'm gonna upload. So what I did here to get out of this photo tour is I added the photo, and I did not add a room or space. I did not upload the photo to the bedroom, to the bathroom, anything like that. I added it all into additional photos. So by doing that, whenever I click here, the photos show up here in the order that I select, in the order that I choose. I get to choose the journey that I take a guest through instead of Airbnb. I will show you what it looks like when Airbnb makes you do it. All right, let me show you an example here. This is the cover set that you see here. And your best amenity might be something like this outdoor space, but when you click that, it will not take you to that photo. As a matter of fact, you will have to scroll through all of the different sections of the house before you get to the backyard show-stopping feature of the property. I don't like this. If I spent and invested a lot of money in my backyard, I would want that to be shown first. I would like to dictate where that goes, but instead I have to sift through all of the interior shots, which are a lot more boring than the backyard, before I even realize that there is a backyard. And oftentimes people's show-stopping amenities like hot tubs and saunas do not even show up until the very end of the listing. So for that reason, I'm not a proponent of the photo tour. This is one of those instances in which you're breaking the Airbnb algorithm. I understand that, but I think it's a net positive to be able to control the order of photos that your guests see. Much like I do on this listing. See, I want this pool to be the first thing that my guests see, and I want them to be able to see my speakeasy, my arcade, all of the cool outdoor features before I walk them through the interior, which is all great too, but it's just not as much of a showstopper as the first few photos. And that's a quick little lesson on the photo tour. Upload them to your additional photos, delete any of the photos associated with the bedrooms, and that should get you out of it. We're in the end game now, my friends, I promise. Okay, last thing, this is incredibly important. This will lose you money if you don't pay attention to this tip. If you notice, we just went in and set everything up with our listing, but the one thing that we haven't done, or the one thing we haven't been prompted to do, is to actually set the cleaning fee. Meaning if someone books your property, they will not have paid a cleaning fee, and that will be on you. And that could cost you $100, $200, $300, depending on how much your cleaning fee is. So much like you wanna go and turn off your instant book as quickly as possible, you're gonna wanna go and set your cleaning fee before you start taking bookings as well. And I'm gonna show you how to do that really fast. So you'll click on calendar here, and then you wanna find your listing, click on that listing. Here we get back into the discount settings, the availability settings, but as you can see, it's gonna take you a bit to go and actually find the cleaning fee or the pet fee or whatever that is under additional charges. Like, it's so crazy to me that Airbnb just kind of like hides that and makes you dig for it. I know a lot of people have been screwed by this, and I think Airbnb does it on purpose. My guess is they're trying to combat the whole hotel thing, and they don't want hosts to charge a cleaning fee. So, cleaning fee, here's what you're gonna do.
Amount per stay, super easy. For this, it's $125, boom, set. And then you can actually go and set extra fees on top of this too. If you want to charge a pet fee, you can do that, which I think is fair to do. If you consider boarding fees, people can pay anywhere from 50 to 100 bucks a day to get their dog boarded. So I'm sure they'd rather just pay that to the host so that they don't have to incur that cost. And then the extra guest fee, this is a big one. For me, if I have a property that can sleep 10 people, that's more wear and tear, and so I might charge $10 per guest after 8. That's a quick little way to make a markup here. So after 8 people, I will charge $10, meaning I will make an extra $20 a night if 10 people book my property. I don't always do this for all of my properties, but it is an easy way to capture a few more dollars. And most people are happy to pay for it too, because guess what? Their other alternative is to go to a hotel and book 3 or 4 hotel rooms instead of your Airbnb. And then you have the ability to tack on a few additional fees. There is actually a strategy behind some of these fees. I'm gonna keep it at 0 for now. Maybe I'll make a video on this little fee section in the future, but I'm gonna leave it out for now because the important thing is making sure that you set your cleaning fee. And scene. Okay, we did it. That's like 98% of everything you need to do. I'm sure I missed a thing or two, but for the most part, you now officially have a comprehensive look at what it takes to craft and curate your listing. If you have ever wondered how a 9-to-5 professional is able to manage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Airbnbs, then this video is for you because today I'm gonna be breaking down the team that you need to hire to help make Airbnb as passive as possible. Now, I call this team my Airbnb Avengers because they all have a very specific role that is critical to making my Airbnb portfolio as passive as possible. Now notice I said as passive as possible. I did not say passive because at the end of the day, you still have to manage your Airbnb Avengers, just like you still have to manage guests. But with the correct team in place, you can take the management of just one property from 10 to 15 hours a week to 1 to 5. And by the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rob Abasolo, the founder and CEO of HostCamp.com, the #1 resource for all things short-term rentals on the internet. I've got a community of 3,000 thriving hosts. That is hard to say, by the way. And I'm one of the largest, if not the largest, creators of free short-term rental education in the world. Let's get into today's video. So let's break down the hires that every Airbnb host will need, in my opinion, without exception when you're first getting started. Your cleaner, your handyman, your pest control crew, your landscaper, your sexy pool guy / your hot tub tech, and your photographer. What I want to do today is break down every single role, what I've paid in the past, and a few key considerations that you're going to want to keep in mind for every single one of these. And by the way, if you're a visual learner and you want a nice little beautiful PDF, I've gone ahead and made that for you. It's free for you to download. I'll leave the link in the description down below. Let's get started with our cleaner. Key considerations for your cleaners. Let's talk about how often you're gonna need them first. So this one is gonna be a pretty critical role. I always say that cleaners are the eyes and ears of your operation. They are your boots on the ground if you ever hear me say that on the channel. This is gonna be the most important hire you make because an amazing cleaner will get you 5-star reviews time and time and time again, and an okay to good cleaner will get you mostly 5-star reviews with some 4-star reviews. So I know it doesn't seem like a big difference, but keep in mind that the SEO, search engine optimization on Airbnb, meaning where you're listing places and the results, really can be driven by your 5-star reviews, amongst a few other things. So you want to put a lot of time into interviewing your cleaners, vetting them, and really finding someone that you feel can take care of your home as if it were their own. Now, when I say every turn, in case you're not familiar with that specific verbiage, a turn is whenever you get your Airbnb ready for the next guest. So guest checks out, your cleaner comes and turns it, cleans it, gets it ready, gets it stocked, and then boom, it's ready for the next Airbnb guest. So for me, I typically host 5 to 7 stays every single month. So your cleaner in that instance would be coming to clean between 5 to 7 times every single month, sometimes more. I have other listings where my cleaners come to clean 10 to 15 times a month, and I deal with them a lot, and I have a rapport and a relationship with them because they really are the ones quarterbacking my Airbnb. Other key consideration is you want them available for emergencies if possible. So this to me is what I consider knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. So when I say emergencies, there will be times in your Airbnb business, if you haven't systematized it and built out the processes and all that good stuff, where something goes wrong at your property. Let's say that the light bulb goes out, let's say that the batteries die and you don't have backup batteries, let's say that you're out of toilet paper and you just had Thai the night before. Well, in these instances, you need someone to come and remedy that situation. And if you're like me and live in Houston, Texas, but you have a property in the Smoky Mountains, then you kind of want your cleaners available to come and do some of those tasks for you for an additional fee. That to me will save me the headache of having to hire a handyman who would charge me $100 to go buy batteries and then swap them out of my remote. A cleaner might only charge me $20 because that's more equivalent to their hourly rate. So if you can get get your cleaner on board with being able to do some of these emergency tasks, that is a huge bonus and a huge time saver whenever you need it. With all that said, my personal Airbnb portfolio is pretty systematized and processed out, so we really don't ever have cleaners coming by all that often, but they're down to do it. And really the only times that a cleaner comes out in between stays is if they didn't do a great job cleaning and a guest complains about, a dirty clump of hair in the corner or something like that. Doesn't happen all the time, but at my level, it happens occasionally. Third thing here, this to me is the thing that will separate an Airbnb cleaner from just a typical cleaner, and it is guaranteed availability. So when you hire a cleaner to come clean your house, for example, for personal reasons, they're gonna kind of squeeze you in around their schedule. They're gonna wait till you're on their route, and then they will tell you what day they can come by, and they might say, hey, I'm busy on Tuesday, but can I come on Friday? And you might say, yeah, sure, that's not a big deal, because the stakes are low there, right? But with Airbnb, if a guest is checking out on Monday morning, and then we have a new guest checking in Monday afternoon, we need someone to clean without exception. So that's why you really need to make sure that you work out guaranteed availability whenever you're talking to your cleaner, and you can get their word that they will prioritize your cleans, and they have a team big enough to guarantee they can clean your spaces whenever you need them cleaned. What I see a lot of hosts doing is they'll just hire someone with no Airbnb experience. Maybe that cleaner might come 1 or 2 times, and then all of a sudden on that third time, hey, I'm really sorry, I got another job today. The Airbnb host doesn't have a backup, and then they're screwed, right? That is the last thing that you want, because that means that you're gonna be cleaning your own Airbnb if you live in the area, or you're gonna have to pay a ton of money to get another random cleaner in there last second, and you don't want that. So you wanna make sure that you have guaranteed availability. For the most part, across my entire portfolio, I am good to go here. However, I do have a backup. Most every single property in my portfolio has a backup cleaner in case someone gets sick, in case someone wants to take a vacation. Off the top of my head, out of 45 doors, I have 3 cleaners that don't have backups, but it's because they have an entire team that can fill in for each other, so it's not as big of a problem. But it's not a bad idea to have another cleaner on call. As a matter of fact, I have a situation right now at one of my properties, and this is really just good practice to have a backup cleaner, because it'll get you out of a pinch like I'm in right now, where I had a cleaner that I was paying $30 an hour for years. Everything was really great, and then she texted us out of the blue and said, hey, I'm raising my prices to $50 an hour, which is a 60% increase in their rate, which we love that cleaner, but it doesn't really make sense for our business. We can't afford that. Thankfully, we have a backup cleaner that we know and trust that we can slot in as our full-time cleaner. And then the last thing on this one went a little longer than I thought, but this is the most important job in my opinion, is you wanna make sure that they're down for a 1099. You have to 1099 your cleaners, your vendors, your contractors. If you pay them more than $600 a year, you have to 1099 them. This is just the way the world works. Uncle Sam wants his money, and you might find that cleaners are very resistant to getting a 1099, because that means that they then have to pay taxes on the money that you pay them. The problem if you don't give them a 1099 is you can't report that you paid a cleaner, meaning that you can't write off that expense, meaning that you're gonna pay more in taxes. So you wanna have that conversation as early as possible in the interview phase, because if you try to do that 1 or 2 years in, guess what? It's not gonna happen. They're gonna either quit or they're gonna make you pay them a lot more because it was not agreed upon beforehand. And that is basically your cleaners in a nutshell. This is the #1 Airbnb Avenger here. Like I said, put all of your time into getting the best dang cleaner. There's one more thing I wanna say about this. Don't negotiate them. Whatever price they tell you, you want to pay it. So if a cleaner says, hey, I wanna charge you $200 per clean, either take that amount and run with it and pay them that, or hire someone else if it's too expensive. If you go to this cleaner and you say, hey, you said 200 bucks, how about 160? And then if they're like, no, that's too low, we can't do that. And then you're like, all right, how about 175? They may reluctantly take the 175 because maybe they need the money now. But what's gonna happen is they're gonna care less about your job. They're gonna nickel and dime you every single time you ask them for little favors, like these emergencies that you might have them come out, or they'll just nickel and dime you for little things that they do during their clean. So let's say that they find a light bulb that needs to be replaced during their clean. They'll replace it for you, but they might charge you 15 bucks. And then you will be really annoyed by that because you know how much effort goes into changing a light bulb, and you're gonna say, well, why the heck are they charging me $15? That took them 2 seconds. That wouldn't have happened if you just paid your cleaners what they're worth. Cool? Pay them what they're worth. I promise it is worth it. This is not the one that you want to negotiate. You do not want to get off on the wrong foot with your cleaner. I had this happen at my Austin property when I launched it, and she lasted about 2-3 weeks. It's traumatic. Just pay them what they're worth, okay? Next one. Airbnb Avenger #2, or dose, as my people would say. You're a handyman. Handyman is super important because for the most part, they will actually be the ones that are fixing anything that goes wrong. So the ideal standard operating procedure, or SOP for short, is your cleaner will come in, they'll clean, they'll find anything that needs repair, something that might be broken, maybe it's a loose piece of furniture. They will text you and they will say, hey Rob, I noticed that your patio furniture is super wobbly. If a guest sits down on it, it's gonna break. You get that text, you call your handyman, you say, hey Bob, my patio table's super wobbly, can you come fix it? He says, yeah, sounds great, let me come fix it for you. That's my impression if Beetlejuice was a handyman.
You bunch of losers!
There are just certain things that a handyman is gonna be able to do that is outside of the skill set of a typical cleaner. The perfect world is you never talk to your handyman or your handy woman.
Thank you!
You never want to have to deal with them. It's always bad news if you call your handyman. What that means is your handyman is not going to be someone that you utilize super often. They're going to be on an as-needed basis. You may deal with your handyman once or twice every single month. Second thing you want to keep in mind, if you do need a backup for your handyman, I love my handyman, but they are not always the most punctual. They're not always the most organized, reliable. They don't always show up when they say they're going to show up. I swear I do love them. But for the most part, here's the deal. Typically, handymen are good old boys that are really good at fixing things, but they're not business people. And because they're not business people, they kind of answer the phone and say, yeah, I'm gonna do it, I'll be right there. And then they get caught up on a job that ends up taking them 10 more hours, and then you find out that they never actually showed up, and then it just becomes this whole problem. So it's not a bad idea to have 2 handymen, maybe even 3. We always have backups because there are some properties of mine where I have a new handyman for every single job, like in the Smoky Mountains. In some markets, you can just never rely on one handyman every single time. So understand you will need backups. The more of these you can have, the better. If you can have a first-hand recommendation, even better. I will say, once you find that handyman and you take care of them and you pay them quickly, they will prioritize you. I've got an awesome handyman in Crystal Beach. He's awesome. He's so great. He's there as soon as I ask him. He goes over and beyond. He sends me a request to pay him on Facebook. I do it instantly. And I think because he knows that I'm a trustworthy client, he's willing to put his neck out for me. Last thing here is I'm gonna say is you want your handyman to be versatile. This is super, super important because it does take a little bit of critical thinking to kind of address certain things that might happen at your Airbnb. Sometimes it might be a plumbing thing, but it's too small of a job to hire a plumber and it's too big of a job to ask your cleaner to do it. You need a handyman that can come and do very basic plumbing, super basic electrical. When I say basic electrical, I mean swapping out a sconce or a light fixture, maybe changing out an electrical outlet, maybe being able to flip a breaker, things like that. I'm not asking them to rewire a house. I'm not asking them to swap a breaker in the panel. You definitely want a pro for that type of job. But when it comes to a handyman, you kind of need someone that can change out a toilet hose from a plumbing standpoint. Whatever it is, ideally you have someone that can kind of do it all, so you don't have to hire 5 different people to do all the different functions of your property. From a pricing standpoint, that's gonna depend. The more legitimate the handyman and the more organized they are, the more expensive they're gonna be. A really great handyman that I have found in the Smoky Mountains charges me an $80 trip fee. So just to go out, no matter what, he's charging me 80 bucks plus his hourly rate of $50 an hour. So no matter what, anytime I have a handyman at that property, I'm paying $130 minimum. Typically it's gonna be $150 to $200, depending on if it takes a couple of hours, and that's really, really expensive. My favorite arrangement is the one that I have with my Crystal Beach guy, who will go and do a really small task and charge me like 10, 15 bucks. I just had that guy go out to my property yesterday and put bolts in my toilet seat so the toilet seat doesn't wiggle off. He went to the store and bought them, swapped them out, and I said, how much do I owe you? He said, I don't know, 20 bucks. And I was like, boom, 20 bucks it is, my man. But that same job would have cost me $130 in the Smoky Mountains, right? If you find that loyal, unorganized worker, there's some pros and cons. Pros, they're cheap, reliable, they are loyal. Cons, they're not gonna be super organized and punctual. You will have some pretty differing personality types in your handyman category here. Just make sure that you're interviewing and vetting them correctly and you have a good recommendation from someone else if possible. Number 3, if you hate cockroaches, you are going to want to hire a pest control company. These are the Avengers that are gonna come out and make sure that you don't have any bugs, insects, pests, rodents, anything like that. One roach can cost you hundreds if not thousands of dollars in a refund. Roaches suck, they're pretty gross, and if a guest sees a roach at your property, I'm gonna tell you it's really hard to recover from that even if you did everything right. But here's the truth with roaches and mice, they're attracted to things like water and food, all of which are in your Airbnb. You gotta keep in mind your guests, they're not throwing stuff away in the trash can all the time. They're not really treating your house like they treat their own house. They're just kind of tossing and leaving crumbs everywhere. And for that reason, you kind of want your pest control company to come out every 1 to 2 weeks. Now, for the most part, I would say it is standard for your pest control to come every 2 weeks, maybe every single month. You don't really want that with an Airbnb because of the amount of guests and food and dirtiness and grossness with those guests coming in so many times every single month. Remember, I said I host 5 to 7 groups of people every single month. If there is an average of 4 people per group, we are looking at 20 to 28 people in your house eating, pooping, burping, leaving crumbs, tracking in their nasty foot juices, spilling liquids and cokes on the floor, throwing candy bar wrappers in the backyard, all that stuff. They're doing that at all times at your Airbnb. I know I'm really selling the Airbnb dream here right now, but with that said, if you can get your pest control company to come every single week, we'll keep your house maintained from a a pest standpoint. Second thing you want to keep in mind here is, can they do all pests? Meaning, do they only come and spray for insects, or will they lay out rat traps and mouse traps when there is an issue? Most of the time the answer is yes, but then you get into some very niche things like, can they help with rodents that are under your house that get inside of your fascia board? This is something that happened at my LA property. I had openings in my house and I had like a couple of rats get in. As a result, they went into my attic, all that stuff, right? Problem is, my pest control company wouldn't come and remedy that. It was outside of their wheelhouse. That's when you start getting into the handiwork. Great thing though is that my pest control guy that comes and sprays happens to be a handyman. He goes, hey, if you want, after I wrap up my route, I could come back and do all that for you for $150. So I was able to take care of it in that instance as a fluke. But if you could have a pest control company that sort of does everything, then it's just gonna save you from having to call around when that moment comes. And then lastly, you might have things like bats. Your pest control company may not handle bats, but one interesting thing that happened is I had a nest of baby birds in my chimney and they were flapping around in there kind of loud within the house. My pest control company wouldn't come and do it. That to me falls within that world, but they were like, we don't want to do it. That's not our wheelhouse. So that basically just adds to the workload. And then the very last thing that you want to keep in mind here is this particular job will require some coordination. Now you will need to coordinate with your cleaners as well, but eventually once you start getting into softwares and systems and property management softwares and all that good stuff, you can automate a lot of the coordination with your cleaners. But with your pest control people, there isn't really a property management system that I know of, I could be very wrong here, that coordinates with your pest control company. Typically, all of my pest control companies are texting me, hey, we're coming out today. Does that still work for your schedule? Then we got to go and check our calendar, make sure that there isn't a guest there and say, yep. And if there is a guest there, say, oh, sorry, there is a guest there today. How about in 2 days? And then they say, great, we'll come out in 2 days. And then I get a last second booking and then that gets booked and then I got to cancel all the pest control companies. That's like a whole thing. And the reason I just say this is you don't really want your pest control people coming and spraying. They have to go around the side of the house. They might be walking past windows. You don't want your guests to ever feel creeped out that there's like a random creepy middle-aged man spraying juices around the house. You know what I mean? I would like that, but guests don't like that. Next. And then pest control, not really super expensive. I think we pay anywhere from 50 to $100 every single month, something like that. So this one isn't gonna break the bank, but it is 100% worth whatever it is you have to pay. But it could cost you thousands if you aren't proactive in making sure that these critters aren't getting into your house during a guest stay. Okay, number 4. We're on to the 4th Airbnb Avenger, and that's your landscaper. Not too much here. This is a pretty basic job. They're gonna come mow your yard, pull weeds, trim, edge, all that good stuff. You're gonna need them pretty often. Every 2 weeks is pretty standard for most of my properties, but during the summer and during the spring when grass is growing really fast in Texas, for example, from watering and all that good stuff, you might need them to come out every single week. Because one of the things that Airbnb hosts often neglect is the curb appeal of their property, meaning a lot of Airbnb hosts focus on the interior of their home and making that super magical and special, and then oftentimes even their backyard, but they don't even touch the front yard, right? And so you don't ever want someone to pay $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 to stay at your property and then pull up in their vehicle and see a bunch of overgrown weeds or worse, dead grass, and then think, oh, did I get scammed? Did I get catfished? Is this property gonna be nice? You don't want anyone to ever think that. So a nice manicured cut yard is gonna be the #1 thing you can do to make a guest feel super comfortable and at home the moment they pull up to your property. So just make sure whatever schedule you have is conducive to the season of your property. The other thing is, I know I call it a landscaper, right? The person that's cutting your yard, but they are effectively the keeper of your grounds, meaning you want them to do a little bit more than cut your grass. For example, my landscaper at my house, he does a little bit of everything. He just makes sure everything is pretty tidy. He'll move things around. He'll leaf blow everything. He'll trim hedges, bushes, trees, everything. And it's all just kind of part of his quote. So just make sure that whatever it is you're asking them to do, you ask them to do it at the very beginning. For example, I have a property in Austin, Texas, the Pink Pickle. I'm sure you've heard me talk about this one. That's got a pickleball court. So what I ask for my landscaper whenever they come out is to leaf blow and sweep the court so that a guest doesn't come up to a leafy court with a puddle of water on it, which can happen because that pickleball court is not perfectly level. But my system is, I ask both my cleaners and my landscapers to tag team this and make sure that that pickleball court is clean every single time that they leave the property. The cost of a landscaper is gonna depend quite a bit. Do you have a small yard? Do you have an acre? But for most homes in a neighborhood, typically you're looking at anywhere from 75 to call it 150 for service every single 2 weeks. For me personally in Houston, Texas, I pay $100 every 2 weeks. But at my Tennessee property where the landscaper has to come and mow a giant yard that's typically this high, that can cost me $600. So it's gonna depend. Cost of your landscaper is very relative to the size of your lot. And that's your landscaper in a nutshell. Number 5, your sexy pool guy / your hot tub tech. I'm gonna lump these together because they go hand in hand. Sometimes they're the same person if you're lucky, but I wanna get into the frequency really fast. You're gonna pretty much need this every single week. This is not a once every 2 weeks type of job. This is something that you might actually need more than every 2 weeks. For example, when it comes to hot tubs, I have someone come out between every single turn to make sure that the hot tub is balanced and all of the chemicals are up to par and all that good stuff. There aren't really a lot of instances where you're gonna have someone come out every single 2 weeks. If you don't don't maintain your pool every single week, it's gonna start to turn green. And guess what amenity matters to most people whenever they book your property? Typically it's your pool or your hot tub. From an important standpoint, this to me is up there with the cleaner, because when it comes down to it, people really do choose your property because of the hot tub. If your hot tub is broken, dirty, has a beer bottle in it or whatever, and you ruin that experience for the guests, they don't just want $50 back on their $1,000 reservation. They usually want $1,000 back. Hey, I booked your place specifically because of the pool and it is all green. What can you do for me? Now for me, I always try to fix the situation. This one is pretty unfixable when the guest is really mad that they have to wait a whole day for a pool tech to come in, balance everything, and then get that water looking blue. So please make sure that your sexy pool guy is coming to clean your pool as often as possible. One key thing you're gonna want here is you want them to be available for emergencies. Remember when I said that your guests are gonna be really finicky, and if they book your property because of the pool, they expect things to be pristine? Well, I have a luxury property in Scottsdale. The nightly rate on that can be anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 a night. When there's a single leaf in the pool, guests will freak out. And for whatever reason, these guests do not like being told to pick up the pool net and just take out like the single leaf that's in the pool, and they demand that your pool cleaner comes out and does it themselves. Sure, they could clean it up in less than a minute, but they would rather wait 4 hours to have someone come out there just so that they can be mad about something and demand money back. And in those instances with those high maintenance guests, you need someone to come out on a moment's notice. Keep in mind this will cost you. When I have any of my pool service people come out, they usually will charge me between 50 to 75 bucks. But it's a cost of doing business. Get used to it. It's something that you're gonna have to deal with if you want a pool or a hot tub. I know that I'm not selling you on a pool and a hot tub, but these two amenities specifically will make you a lot more money every single year. For example, there's a study out there that shows that having just a hot tub will increase your ADR, your average daily rate, up to $49 a night. So that over 100, 200, 250 nights can be pretty massive. So these amenities are money makers. You wanna make sure that you have the proper systems in place here. And then last thing here, similar to the pest control people, it will require some coordination. I'm sure there's an app that can help you coordinate it and automate it. But remember when I said handymen are good old boys that aren't super organized or technological? It's typically the same thing with the sexy pool guy. They usually just operate off of a phone. They don't have fancy CRMs, customer relationship managers or softwares or anything like that. So you will need to text them and let them know, hey, I know you typically come on a Tuesday. I have guests that day, but can you come the next day? This one is particularly sensitive, just like the pest control one. You don't want pest control guys walking by windows and looking in, all that good stuff. Same thing with your pool guys, right? Pool is a very private place. So is a hot tub, people are in bikinis, Speedos, trunks, all that good stuff. You don't want some random dude showing up when someone's in the pool because then they feel unsafe and uncomfortable. This is something that you absolutely have to coordinate. I actually didn't say this for landscapers because landscapers are very consistent. They come on a Saturday or on a Friday, whatever that day is. We don't typically coordinate that with guests. Occasionally, over my 7 years of hosting, we've had a guest or two complain that the landscaper showed up. I'm talking like 3 times out of 10,000 stays. It happens very rarely, but they're typically not going into sensitive places. They're usually on the front yard. Modify the landscaper with your own discretion, but overall my rule of thumb is you don't want your pool people to ever meet your guests. And the only time that's gonna happen is when they're there for emergencies because the guests complain about that single leaf in the pool. To be honest, it's pretty awkward for the pool guy, but hey, that's showbiz, baby. The final Avenger here is gonna be your photographer. Formally, the photographer has never been one of my Airbnb Avengers, but I'm inducting them into the Rob Built Airbnb Avenger Hall of Fame. They're super important for capturing the essence of your Airbnb. And the reason I'm putting them in here is because every beginner host should be hiring a photographer. Most beginner hosts are trying to stay scrappy, they're trying to save money. They most of the time don't want to pay for a professional photographer, and I just want to squeeze them.
First of all, that's horrible.
You have to hire a photographer. It will cost you thousands if you don't. It will make you thousands if you do. Okay, I'm not gonna get on my soapbox as to why photography is the #1 thing that you should be spending money on, because I'm just gonna get heated. Just take my word for it. Your camera phones, your potato phones, your Kodak 1990 film photography that you're trying to practice and you're trying to prove to the world that you got a design eye, it's not working. It never has. Maybe back in 2012 when Airbnb was a new thing, but in 2024, I understand the iPhones are nice and crispy. You want to take a nice, beautiful photo and you're like, oh, I'm going to put it on portrait mode. You're going to put it on portrait mode? Oh, fantastic. Wrong. Hire a professional photographer. Next. Okay, just kidding. I'm fine. Photographers, you're going to want to hire them to come out at the very least to photograph your property whenever you launch it. To me, I actually think there's a use case in having your photographer coming out twice a year. One for the initial launch of your property, one to capture the seasonality of your property. Meaning, if you're in a place like the Smoky Mountains, mountains. Half the year, it's nice, beautiful, and sunny. And then parts of the year, it's very snowy, and that's its own magical element that you want to capture professionally. What I see a lot of hosts doing is they'll take the professional photography, and then they'll have their cleaner snap a photo of the snowy landscape during December, and then post that into the Airbnb listing, and then it's grainy and it's bad. And then we're back to the cell phone photography that I told you not to do. And I also see hosts take professional photography, and then they'll hang up string lights weeks after they launch their Airbnb because I told them to. And then instead of having the photographer come out and take a nighttime photo with the string lights on, they say, well, I'm not gonna pay them 150 bucks again. I'm just gonna take it with my cell phone. And yeah, sure, it's a little grainy, but it's vintage. You don't wanna do that either, right? You wanna have a photographer come out and always take photography at golden hour or at sunset. And if you can do it twice a year, you're gonna be in super, super great shape. Capture seasonality. This is actually very important as well. I launched the pink pickle. I'm gonna show the photos here. Truthfully, they're not the greatest photos. They were taken in the fall or in the winter when all the leaves were dead on my tree. They weren't taken at golden hour, and I need to have a photographer come out. I've been waiting for the trees to kind of bloom, be all good. And now my trees are all beautiful, green and lush. I need to have them come out and reshoot my photos at sunset so that these photos look significantly better. Now let's talk about the cost really fast. On the low end, you're looking at 150 bucks. That's pretty low. I probably would feel a little worried paying that amount. You're usually gonna pay between $200 to $500 for a really, really solid set of photos. Photographers do charge more to stay out until sunset, twilight, blue hour, when it's 6 to 9 p.m. That is typically gonna be charged to you at a premium. So let's say that they charge $500 for daytime shots. You want them to stay at golden hour, it might end up costing $600, $650. And then if you want drone photography, which I do think is super, super important, if it makes sense for your property, meaning you're on a ton of land, you've got an amazing view, you're in a really awesome natural environment, drone photography all day. If you're just a regular old house in a regular neighborhood, I would not spend the money on drone photography unless your backyard is super awesome, like this Funkit backyard that we just launched. Pickleball court, container pool, basketball court, volleyball, all that stuff should be captured on a drone. So it would make sense in that circumstance. And then oftentimes, just a little note here, not all photographers can do drone photography. So you might have to hire someone to come out separately to do that. Your photographer, $200 to $500 is what I would expect, but they can get up to $1,000 a session too, which that one hurts. I know it's expensive, but I promise you, this photo right here, my buddy Eric Barkhurst at Barkhurst Studios took this for me, and it's an amazing shot. I uploaded it to my listing within 24 hours, made $18,000. I know I've said that on the channel before, but I say that over and over and over again to tell you that the ROI on photography is there. So you need someone that is really good at Airbnb photography and not just real estate photography. I know they seem very similar, but there are differences there. So make sure you're checking their portfolios and make sure that you're actually looking at their book of work when evaluating if you want to hire them. I just launched 2 Airbnbs and I decided to conduct a little experiment. I thought, why not go back to basics and manage them manually? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I always preach, do the job yourself before hiring it out. And after many years of saying this, I wanted to put my philosophy to the test and really decide if I still actually believe that. And spoiler alert, after managing these properties manually over the last month, I was wrong. Managing them manually was a disaster. Missed responses, late responses, scheduling chaos, you name it, I missed it or I messed it up. And if I, Rob Abasolo, Rob Built, the guy that's pretty good at Airbnb, if I mess things up by manually managing my Airbnb, if you're not automating your Airbnb, then chances are that you probably are also letting things fall through the cracks, whether you know it or not. And so what I wanted to do on today's episode of Rob Built was create a guide, a mini masterclass on automating your business and teach you why it's crucial if you're serious about running a smooth operation or scaling your portfolio. We're gonna get into that and so much more in today's episode of Rob Built. It's like, where does he walk? There's nowhere here. There's not that much space over here. Talk about the one thing that every single Airbnb host without question needs to master, and it's automation. The idea of setting your Airbnb on autopilot. So having automated my listings for the past 6-7 years to going to manually managing the last 2 that I just launched, I wanted to break down the pillars of automation that I missed the most. Things that I took for granted that really improve the quality of my hosting life. But please understand, there are hundreds of ways to automate your
your Airbnb business. And I'm gonna take you through my top 5, but I would say that these 5 categories cut down about 80% of my workload on a day-to-day basis. I'm gonna walk you through each one and then give you an accompanying tip or insight for each category. The first category that you can really streamline and automate is your communication and your messaging. The big thing here is that your automated messaging keeps your communication flawless. And this is really the concept of preloading your templates into your property management system and then scheduling your messages ahead of time so that you don't ever have to actually send out a message. The reason this is so important to automate is because there are just so many messages that are gonna go out on any given month. And then let's just math out how many messages you're gonna be sending out. So on any given stay, I'm probably gonna send out between 4 and 6 messages. Let's take 5 as the average of that. And on any given month, I'm gonna be hosting between 5 to 7 sets of people. We'll take the average of that, which is 6. At a minimum, I am gonna be sending out 30 messages every single month with one listing. Now imagine that you're a host that has scaled to 5. Well, now you're sending out 150 messages a month, or 10, 300 messages a month. Or if you're like me, I don't know, a lot. I'll math it out, hold on, 40 times, just give me a second. Okay, 1,200 messages. We're sending out 1,200 messages, my personal portfolio, every single month. No matter how good you are, it's impossible for you to get all of those messages out manually. It just can't be done. You're gonna forget. I had 2 properties this month that I was in charge of, and guess what? I missed a few. So out the gate, this is one task that you can really chop out of your life. I'm just gonna give you a quick list of all the messages that I send out. I send out a booking confirmation when someone books a stay. I send out a pre-check-in message that gives guests all the information they need to check into their property. I send them a message the day after they check in, and I say, hey, how was your stay? Is there anything I can help you with? And then I send them a checkout message the day before they check out saying, hey, here are your checkout instructions. Don't forget to rake my house, don't forget to paint my house, don't forget to re-roof my house, all that good stuff. And then the last message, a few days after they check out, I say, hey, if you enjoyed your stay, would you mind leaving me a 5-star review? And there are a few customizations here and there with those, but for the most part, that covers everything. Just doing this alone will make your life so much easier. I talked about the review and sending out a message asking for the review. Well, that kind of leads me into number 2 here, which is reviews and getting more 5-star reviews for your property. See, whether you realize it or not, 5-star reviews are kind of the lifeblood or the backbone of your property. People are gonna book your property based on the reviews that they read about it. And if you don't have a lot of 5-star reviews, then you don't have what's called social proof. Meaning if someone is comparing you to a very similar listing down the road, and that listing has way more 5-star reviews than you, if you guys are apples to apples, the same property, the one with more reviews is gonna get booked. So the tip here is to ask for a review. Most people actually really enjoy staying at your property. They have every intention of leaving you a great review, but guess what? They get in the car with their kids start screaming, they go home, they gotta catch up to work, they have to get the dog from boarding, and just life gets in the way and they totally forget to leave you a review, no matter how much they loved your property. How many times have you been at Home Depot where the associate was actually super helpful, and then they're like, hey, by the way, would you mind leaving a review saying how helpful I was to you? And you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'll do that as soon as I get home. And then you get home and you crumple the receipt and you throw it away and you're like, oh my gosh. And then you realize that you didn't actually do the thing that would help out Dave and help him get a raise, and you're like, man, am I a bad person? But at that point, it doesn't matter because you threw away the receipt. That's kind of how it is with Airbnb guests, because they really only have 14 days to review you. On that 15th day, they can no longer review you. And I've had so many people reach out on week 3 or 4 and say, oh my gosh, I forgot to leave you a review. I'll do that right now, and realize that they can't. So asking for a review is super important. I guess that's the moral of the story. And just by simply asking, you are gonna be increasing the chances or the likelihood of you getting reviews by like 50% at a minimum, in my opinion. You can just automate this. This is just a setting that you can put into your automated messaging that asks your guests for a review. And this is actually something that you'll never have to request again. So my tip here is ask for the review, because it's gonna increase the likelihood of you getting it. And you know what? My other tip is ask for a 5-star review. Hey, if you enjoyed your stay, would you mind leaving me a 5-star review? I'm a small business and every little bit helps. If you ask for a 5-star review, they'll feel bad giving you anything less, and if they were gonna give you something less, they probably won't even leave a review. Let's get into category number 3, which is pretty similar, but it is distinctly different, and it is leaving reviews. So category number 2 was getting them. Tip number 3 is leaving reviews. Back in the day, I used to spend an hour or so going through and leaving reviews for everybody and, saying, yes, Jennifer stayed at my property, and well, I never really got to get to know Jennifer. The way that she spoke to me via text was just so beautifully written. She was a beautiful guest that stayed at my property. I know that it sounds weird that I said that she's beautiful, but what I mean is she's a very good person and I would host her again. Anyways, I used to do that with like all of my guests, dozens and dozens of guests every single month. And it does take a lot of time to do that. Well, what most people don't know is that you can automate that entire function. Good property management systems will have this feature built into them where they have boilerplate reviews that they'll just leave on your behalf. Now, my tip here is that while this is a really awesome feature, if you do want to turn off the auto review feature, if you had a bad or a mad guest, meaning if they left your place super dirty, destroyed it, and your cleaner says, hey, they were not great guests, well, you'd want to actually write a review and warn other hosts of this. If you have a disgruntled guest, let's say that your Wi-Fi didn't work or your hot tub was broken or whatever, people are kind of unreasonable. Well, if you send them a message after they check out saying, hey, did you have a 5-star stay? Please leave me a review. And they're gonna be like, you know what? Yes, this was such a beautiful property. I remember checking in and I felt like I really reconnected with my wife. And for the first time in a long time, I looked over at her and I said, she is just a wonderful human. And if it weren't for this property, I never would have remembered that. 2 stars! Next category. Fourth category here is gonna be cleaning coordination. And this one's a big one. Doing this with 2 properties over the last month manually, I can tell you that it can consume hours of your life to be texting with your cleaner back and forth. Every time you get a new reservation, texting that cleaner and saying, hey, I got a new reservation. Can you come and clean on this day? And then they're like, great. And then you get another one and you gotta send them another message and say, hey, I got another one. And you have to keep just going back and forth. And let me tell you, no matter how organized you or your cleaner are, you're gonna get lost in the sauce. You just have to, trust me on this, you have to get this one off your plate because texting your cleaner on a daily basis is just not a sustainable way to run your business, but it is most certainly not a sustainable way to grow your business. My tip for this one is get out of texting your cleaner and automate all of your systems so that they just export over to their calendar. As a matter of fact, the way I have it set up is I can actually send text reminders or email reminders, or both, if the cleaner prefers it, straight to them every single time someone checks in, every time someone checks out, and every single time a new reservation comes through. So I never have to actually text with them about when to show up. At this point, the only real communication I have with my cleaners is if there's an issue with cleaning the property, meaning stained sheets or something broke or a hole in the wall. I've seen pretty much everything at this point. No, Johnny, not again. Please. What was I saying? Oh, that's right. Yeah, just sync up your calendar with your cleaner's calendar. Get out of texting. Really only text your cleaners when there's an issue at your property. Okay? Kupish, kupash. Category number 5, dynamic pricing. I know you might be saying, all right, well, that sounds buzzwordy. What does that mean? Dynamic pricing basically is whenever you automate your prices to go up or down based on the supply and demand of your market on any given day. Funny that I was just like, yeah, let me explain this buzzword by giving you more buzzwords. But to boil it down very simply is whenever you're in peak season and there's not that much inventory left on Airbnb, you can use dynamic pricing to say, hey, let's shoot up those prices so that we can get a premium rate. And if you're in the slow season and there's a lot of inventory, then your dynamic pricing says, hey, we should probably lower prices to be very competitive and get booked over everyone else. That's the concept of dynamic pricing. And I think my tip on this one is that a lot of people tend to set and forget dynamic pricing. And this is really the one automation that is gonna impact your revenue more than any other automation. By far. But see, the thing is that dynamic pricing is just one part of the equation. The real 1-2 punch with making more money with this automation is the idea of revenue management. And so really the ideal scenario of how all of this works is you would go and you would set all of your dynamic pricing settings. And this is where most hosts will stop and then they won't get booked because they're not keeping an eye on their dynamic pricing. They say, hey, it doesn't work. But what you should be doing is going in every single week and every few days and looking at your calendar and identifying all the unbooked blocks in your calendars and understanding why they haven't booked, and going in every single week and changing your nightly minimums from 4 down to 3 down to 2, dropping prices as you get closer to that unbooked day, and really doing this on a very consistent basis. The analogy that I like to think about is if you think about the old school operators where they used to kind of pull all the different cables and plug every hole with a new cable and patch people in, that's how I think about my Airbnb calendar. I see unbooked blocks coming up on my calendar and I say, hey, what do I have to do to get this 3-day block booked? That might mean offering a 50% discount on the first night of that 3-day block, or there's a lot of other little tips and tricks that you can do there. But the idea is you have to be all up in your calendar and changing your dynamic pricing settings several times a week. And the tip here being that automations really are this glorious, beautiful thing sent to us from the robot gods, but they can very easily become a crutch, and you still have to actively manage your automations, AKA you have to manage your robots. Now, I know that some of you are probably thinking, well, if you're automating everything, doesn't that kind of make the hosting aspect of your business feel a little impersonal? And I'd say, no, not really. As a matter of fact, automation gives you more time in your day space so that you can focus on making your experiences at your Airbnb better. Instead of being bogged down by repetitive tasks, you can now spend your energy adding those personal touches that make your listing stand out. For example, automating messaging doesn't stop me from responding to unique guest requests. It just ensures that the basics are going to be covered without fail. So how do you know when it's time to invest in a PMS, a property management system? Well, here's a quick checklist. Do you have more than 0 Airbnbs? Check. You should get a property management system. Are you spending more than 5 to 10 hours of your week on hosting tasks? If so, you need a PMS. You want a perfectly oiled machine of a portfolio that is built for scale? You're gonna want a property management system. I know I'm obviously biased here, but after manually managing 2 properties over the last month, they just don't do it. That's all. And like, I don't have a profound statement other than it's just that I genuinely believe, and I know that I don't know you, but I do believe that your time is worth more than the low monthly cost of a PMS. Okay, so what's the final takeaway? Automation isn't just a convenience, it's a necessity. It's gonna save you time, it's gonna reduce your stress, and it's gonna boost your bottom line. I genuinely believe that. And with Guesty, you can make all of that happen effortlessly. And I genuinely say that as someone who has used Guesty for over 5 years now, 6 years? Maybe 7? I mean, many, many years. For as long as I've had a property management system, I've been using Guesty. We are standing in the backyard, or I guess the front yard of my tiny house that you see right behind me. And listen, I have launched a lot of personal Airbnbs in my time, but this right here is by far my favorite backyard I've ever launched. So today I'm gonna break down the 7 amenities that I chose for this backyard, why I chose them, why I think that they're super important going into 2026, and how much each one of them cost, as in the line item cost for every single amenity, and the entire budget for launching this Airbnb backyard. Let's get into it. Okay, number 1, you see someone in the background here. We are painting, not a mural, but we're doing stripes on our fence. Now, generally speaking, I think that some type of mural in your Airbnb is a mandatory. The Funkit team did a lot of brainstorming on what we wanted to do for the mural, and instead of doing a graphic backyard, we opted in for black and white stripes just to make this backyard pop a little. And honestly, I think it worked. Check it out. Now, when it comes to graphic murals, I think it's really important to have some kind of nod to the city that you're in. So I'm gonna B-roll a couple of my favorite murals that Funkit has knocked out over the last year. And as you can see, every single one has a specific color palette and generally pays homage to the city that the Airbnb is located in. So murals, you gotta do it. Generally, murals are gonna cost you anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500 to get done, especially if it's super custom and super intricate on the actual graphics itself. And that's what you usually can expect to pay. For me to get this job done, it was about $500 plus the cost of paint. Okay, let's move on to number 2. This is mandatory. You've probably already seen a little bit in some of the shots. String lights. This is the easiest way to amp up the vibes of your short-term rental. And honestly, the ROI on this is insane when you consider that string lights are like 20 to 30 bucks. This is a 105-foot strand. I think I paid $25, and it honestly makes the nighttime feel of this Airbnb just really come to life. Check it out. It's currently about 8 p.m. and it's fairly dark outside, but it really illuminates my backyard the perfect amount, I'd say. I don't have a ton of exterior lighting between my tiny house and my string lights and my one floodlight right here. That's about it. I'm not trying to completely illuminate my backyard and disturb my neighbors and create a ton of light pollution in my backyard. Just something for people to hang out outside and be able to see each other, you know? It took me and my best friend 2 or 3 hours just because for us, we didn't just hang string lights. We also attached that wire that you see right there for extra security. Is it completely necessary to do the extra wire for the security? Probably not, but the last thing I want is for my string lights to snap under the tension and then fall and electrocute someone. It's just lawsuit central, and this is the wire that I chose right here. I'll link it down in the description for you down below. Pretty cheap. Number 3 is the standard of the short-term rental industry, and I'm just gonna move past it very quickly because it's kind of boring compared to number 4 and what I think is gonna be the new standard of the short-term rental industry. Number 3 is a hot tub. This is mine right here, and there's a few things that I did to plus this one up. Hot tubs, admittedly, are a pain in the ass, but they objectively will make you more money. There's some data out there that says a hot tub can add up to $50 to your ADR, your average daily rate. So if you just multiply that times your occupancy, that can be pretty significant. But they are also the most finicky amenity that I have by far. So a couple of things here before I tell you what I think the new hot tub for Airbnb is. Oop, mosquito. Do we have mosquitoes in LA now? Like, what is this? I want my money back. The one thing that was so special about LA was 70-degree weather and no mosquitoes. If I want mosquitoes, I can go to Texas. I feel like California is scamming me right now. So anyways, in regards to the finickiness of hot tubs, there's two reasons. One, they always just feel like they break down. And two, they get dirty. And I'll tell you right now that having your hot tub maintenance once a week is not gonna cut it. You typically want it 2 times a week. Otherwise, you'll have guests that check in with a nasty hot tub and then they complain and then they want their money back. So here are my quick hot tub tips. Generally speaking, you have the option to wire a hot tub, what's called the plug and play method, 110, where you basically hook it up into the wall, into a regular outlet. Don't do this because it's gonna be very hard to get your hot tub heated in time if you ever have to refill the water. And yeah, you're just gonna wanna spend the extra money for the second option, which is like the 220 volt or the 240 volt. This specific hot tub is like the gold standard for the short-term rental industry. It's about $3,800, but after taxes and delivery, it usually ends up being about $4,000 to $4,200. I'll link that in the description for you. I'm satisfied with it. It's not the nicest hot tub in the world. The cover itself isn't super nice, but it gets the job done. Here are my 2 plus ups. 1, I have a hot tub cover holder. That was about, I don't know, $50 to $80 on Amazon. And 2, I bought steps that came out to about $120 to $140. And number 3, a handrail that slides right under the hot tub so that people have something to hold on to when they're climbing into the hot tub. This is really more of a safety and liability thing. I think it's well worth the expense. All right, let's get into number 4, the new hot tub. This bad boy right here, a sauna. This is my first time ever putting one of these in one of my personal Airbnbs, and man, I am excited. I did a lot of research on these saunas, and here's what I can tell you. I ended up going with the Backyard Discovery Paxton Barrel Sauna, and man, let me tell you, this thing is freaking awesome. I really wanted to amp up the luxury feel and the wellness aspect of this Airbnb, so to me, going with the Paxton Barrel Sauna, that's just gonna elevate me above my competition for sure. This home is gonna be able to sleep about 8 people, but at the same time, not everyone's gonna fit in my hot tub either, so 4 can be in the hot tub, 4 can be in the sauna. A couple of things, and then I'm gonna give you a super hack on how to save some money on that guy. From an electricity standpoint, it is not plug and play. It is a 240 volt connection. So if you have an electrician coming out, maybe they'll give you a deal to wire up both your hot tub and your barrel sauna. From an assembly standpoint, it is a DIY job if you want it to be. I was just so in the weeds of setting up this Airbnb that I hired it out. It was a handy couple that I found off of Facebook Marketplace. Dude, they crushed out this installation. It took them, I wanna say like 6-7 hours. I paid them $600 for the assembly of it. I would say that if you're super handy and very passionate about saving money and DIY, the instructions seem pretty clear, so if you got some grit and tenacity, go for it. Generally speaking, for a 240 volt connection, an electrician's gonna charge you anywhere from $800 to $1,200. My guy in town and my connection here in LA, I got it for about $400. And now for my super hack and the cost for the actual barrel sauna itself. Right now, if you go to the Backyard Discovery website, it's $39.99. However, if you go through HostGPO, you will get a massive discount on this barrel sauna. I love HostGPO so freaking much. If you're unfamiliar with the concept of a GPO, it stands for Group Purchasing Organization. It basically goes to all of these giant brands like Backyard Discovery and they say, hey, we have a large network of short-term rental hosts that will be buying your product. Give us the best discount in the industry. And then a company like Backyard Discovery says, yeah, oh my gosh, we want to be in your network of thousands and tens of thousands of hosts. We're going to sell a ton of volume on this. And because of that, we're going to pass on a huge discount to all of your customers. So with all of that said, HostGPO is like the greatest deal on planet Earth. It is $120 a year for the membership. And generally speaking, you're gonna save 30 to 70% off of the price listed on the websites of the brands that they work with. I'm not really allowed to say how much you'll save on this $4,000 sauna, but it's a lot. And special little link for you down below will get you a 3-month free trial. So you can literally sign up for free, buy the barrel sauna if you want, and then not sign up for the full year. But I'm telling you, I literally save tens of thousands of dollars every single year with HostGPO. That is a super free raw built endorsement because I have saved well over 6 figures with those guys. All right, let's move on to amenity number 5. Since we're on the topic of luxury amenities in your Airbnb, and because I'm a man and because I'm a father that likes to grill, this next amenity is like heaven for me. Okay, number 5, if you want to just like super elevate your backyard, an outdoor kitchen. This thing right here, okay, it is rare to get me giddy, but I just find myself staring at this outdoor kitchen with heart eyes just all day. This whole outdoor kitchen is by Range Outdoor Living. Specifically, if you guys want to do your research, it's the Emery 9-foot outdoor kitchen island. And by the way, I don't get any kind of cut from you buying this kitchen. I just really love it. The appliances are like super high quality, professional grade. That grill is one of those grill inserts that are like if you buy a grill insert from like a big box store, those are usually like $2,000 to $3,000 alone. And this one is super beautiful. You have the option between propane and natural gas. I'm a natural gas guy for backyards, and I'm gonna explain why in a little bit. It's got an outdoor fridge, it's got a collapsible sink. And general price point for this whole setup right here, about $64.99. But I'm just gonna beat a dead horse here. If you wanna save a lot of money on this, go through HostGPO. It feels like I'm robbing Range Outdoor Living, but it's legal because they set up the agreement with HostGPO. Now that I have this outdoor kitchen, kitchen. It makes me realize that I've always just put these little dinky $200-300 grills outside that end up just getting destroyed. They rust out and they get janky over the course of 1 or 2 years. And now, not only do I have an insane grill, but I have a fridge, a sink, a countertop. And yeah, I'm really passionate about this new backyard. Maybe it's because I've been working till 3 a.m. for the past 6 nights to launch this Airbnb, and I finally get to see it all put together. But I don't know, I feel like from where I started in this game to what I've just accomplished in the last 6 days, I'm just really proud. And you know, nothing fuels my creative soul like seeing the original tiny house that started it all. So yeah, I guess I'm a little nostalgic and sentimental to see this house, which was my first huge milestone as a real estate investor, come full circle to all of this. I actually feel like in my zip code, in my sub-market within LA, I have one of the nicest backyards, if not the nicest backyard out of all of my competition. And this whole backyard was designed by the landscape department at Funkit. For a long time, people designed the hell out of the interiors of their Airbnbs, and no one gave any thought to the backyard experience. But most people, especially in LA, want to hang out outside. So I wanted people to come outside and feel like they could do a little bit of everything. From cooking, to dining, to wellness, to relaxation in the hot tub, to vibes. All right, let's keep the line moving. Okay, number 5, patio space with adequate seating for people to hang out. So I've got this whole sectional right here, which is from Article. Ignore the fire pit because that's the next amenity. So just pretend like you didn't see that. And I've got this patio table here that can seat 8 people, which is the amount of people that I can sleep at this house. Usually for a good outdoor sectional, you're gonna pay anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000. I'll break down what this costs in a bit. Same thing here for all the chairs. A good outdoor kitchen table is gonna be anywhere from $800 to $1,400. And your chairs anywhere from $100 to $200 a piece as well. Again, people can eat inside, but why would they? It's LA and it's 63 degrees outside. I'm just gonna keep saying this because I want you to save money. This Article sofa right here, Article is a partner of Host GPO. So again, as a member, I can't tell you how much I saved on this couch, but it was hundreds. I think I can say that, but whatever. I like Article for outdoor and indoor stuff. Just very quality furniture. Outdoor furniture gets beat up so badly. So trust me, it is a little bit more expensive to go with something like Article, but it will last you so much longer than like the generic stuff you get off of Amazon. I'm telling you, I've visited so many of my Airbnbs and just been straight up mortified by the condition of the sectionals that I've purchased off of Amazon or other cheap websites. So just don't do it. Spend the money. Buy nice, not thrice. Amenity number 6, fire pit. The one amenity that really just really gives me a hard time are fire pits. Requires so many systems to make sure that your guests are never complaining about propane tanks. So I think it's really important to spend the extra money to 1, buy a fire pit that can be converted from propane to natural gas, which is what this one was. This is about $500 right here. And 2, hiring a plumber to come out and plumb a natural line gas to your propane tank. I don't know exactly how much that's gonna cost me, but my guy here in LA is gonna do it for like $400 to $500. Same thing with my grill over here. I have the option to go propane or natural gas. I'm gonna spend the extra money to just have it be natural gas so that I never have to worry about propane tanks on this property. And that right there will make the management of my property so much easier. All right, last amenity, mini putt, AKA mini golf. This whole backyard was a construction zone literally like 2 days ago. This was all sod and the grading was super sloped. And so I hired these dudes off of Facebook Marketplace to come and remove 4 to 5 inches from my yard, flatten it out a bit, and install this entire turf patch that you see back here. And man, I feel like I got away with robbery on this one. They did such a good job. I truly do not know how these guys made money because I paid $3,500 for about 580 square feet of turf. Comes out to about $6 a square foot. Generally speaking, turf is gonna cost you between $5 to $7 a square foot in most cities. In LA, that tends to be a lot higher. Again, I got a really great deal. I posted this to Instagram and a lot of people told me that they spent $10,000 to $20,000 for a similar size piece of turf, which sounds high. I don't think they got enough quotes. Honestly, my initial quote with a different company was about $7,000, to which I said no. So when I got this quote, it was an instant yes. Again, this one's all about giving my guests something to do outside on a nice night, and it brings one of those family-friendly amenities to the table too. Is mini golf required? No, but is it something that the Funkit landscape design team generally puts in every single one of our backyards? Yes, I'm just gonna B-roll some of our clients that we've done similar designs for, and a lot of our clients do $150,000 to $350,000 a year in revenue, so I'm telling you, this right here is a slam dunk amenity. Aside from the playability and the fun aspect of it, it just looks so vibrant in photos, and it just gives your backyard a super high-end and luxe feel. Okay, those are the 8 amenities that I feel are fairly crucial in 2026 if you want a killer backyard. Whether you have a small backyard, medium backyard, large backyard, you can bring any vision to life. This right here is a really small backyard, and it feels so big now because we thoughtfully designed every square inch of that backyard. If you want help designing a killer backyard, My team can help you do it. I'll leave a link in the description down below for you to book a free call with our team. We'll run through your numbers, your budgets, we'll pull up AirDNA comps, we'll talk ROI and numbers with you and see if we can help you, which I know we can. So, link in the description down below. Now let's get into the official budget breakdown of this backyard. I obviously gave you a general idea of the cost of some of these, but there are a lot of unseen costs as well, and I wanna be as transparent as possible with you. So let's start at the top here. The mural came out to $550. That was $500 for the labor, $50 for the paint. String light's about 150 bucks. I went a little high here because the string lights were actually 60 and the wire was $21, but there are a few other things that I bought like hooks and extension cord, stuff like that. Hot tub, all right, a lot of costs associated with the hot tub itself. Hot tub itself, about $4,000. Then we had to pour a concrete pad underneath. The labor on that was $1,800 because it's a pretty thick pad and it's really quite a bit of work. The concrete itself was $800. So to get a very solid concrete pad, we're looking at about 2,600 bucks. On the high end, you could definitely get it done cheaper, but that was a very large pad and I'm okay with it. Then I paid about $400 to wire it up, and then another $350 in accessories like the handrail, the lid cover, and the steps. So just the hot tub line item itself, $6,300. You can definitely get scrappier than that, but that's what I spent. The sauna, I'm gonna give you the price that you would pay because remember, I'm not allowed to say how much you'll save on Host GPO. It's part of the rules and I'm gonna respect that. $4,400 after tax on the sauna. Again, you'll save quite a bit of money on that if you go through Host GPO. $400 to wire it up for 240 volts. And then I spent $1,000 in labor to get that assembled and the outdoor kitchen. The official breakdown on that though was $600 to get the barrel sauna assembled and $400 to get the outdoor kitchen assembled. And then my oh so beautiful range outdoor living kitchen came out to $6,400. Again, you'll save a significant amount off of that price on Host GPO's website. And then my patio space with the adequate seating, we're talking about the sectional, the patio table, the dining chairs, that came out to about 4,400 bucks. My fire pit that has a natural gas conversion element to it was about $500, and then about another $500 for the natural gas install. And then my turf and mini putt comes out to 3,700 bucks. Now, I said 3,500, but I ended up paying those guys another $200 to move extra dirt that was in the backyard. So that's why it's a little higher at 3,700 bucks. And then kind of the unseen cost that I didn't talk about earlier in the video was my entire outdoor deck area. You don't have to do this. I just completely rebuilt mine. So I spent $6,000 on materials for both the pergola and Trex composite boards. And then I spent $8,500 on the labor. So about 14,400 bucks for an insane pergola. I honestly think I got a really good deal on that too, because yeah, decking is expensive and that could easily be a $30,000 deck. And then lastly, the railing. You might have seen a little bit in the B-roll, but the railing came out to about $4,000 in the backyard for a grand total of $46,800. That's how much I spent to completely revamp my backyard in Los Angeles. Which, to be honest, I mean, I think I did a pretty good job. I mean, this was me being super resourceful, hunting down deals, negotiating like crazy. My backyard could easily have cost twice that. I went DIY. I wasted a lot of long hours doing it myself, but you know, to say that I got all of that in the backyard for $46,800 bucks, call it $50,000 for anything that I might have missed.
Actually, I did forget something. I forgot that I had to completely rebuild my fence, which came out to about $4,000 after both materials and labor, bringing my grand total to $50,800 bucks, which honestly, I still think is a slam dunk.
Considering that this property is expected to do, you know, I'm gonna say on the low end, 125, I think 150, and I'm fairly certain it's gonna do more than that. I'll let you know. Most people believe that the hardest aspect of real estate is going from zero to your first rental. But I actually disagree with that. I think the hardest place to be as a real estate investor is trying to figure out how to go from one rental to two rentals. And the reason is very simple. Generally speaking, after you have saved a ton of money and purchased your first rental, you're out of money. And it takes a very, very long time to actually save enough money to get into your next rental. And because of this, perhaps the most common question I get is, Rob, how do I get into my next rental? So in today's video, we're gonna cover 6 strategies for going from one rental to two. And the majority of these should be low to no money down strategies. And I'm just gonna put this out there. Number 6 is by far my favorite because it is a wealth exploder that is hiding in plain sight and no one does it or talks about it and it drives me mad. So stay tuned, we got a great video. Let's get into number 1. Hear me out on this. Don't buy a second property. What?
What? I thought this video was about how to go from 1 to 2. We'll get to that, I promise you. But I believe that what I'm about to say is more important than buying a second property. See, a lot of people get caught up in this thing called door disease, where you just want to buy more properties and go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6. The problem is that when people buy their next property, they haven't actually fully optimized their first property. So I want to put this idea out there to reinvest into your current property to try to squeeze out as much revenue as you can. So let me give you 2 examples as they pertain to short-term rentals and long-term rentals. When it comes to Airbnbs, it is rare that I see a property that is just so good that it cannot be improved upon and more money cannot be made. That's generally not the case. There's an amenity that you can add to the property, or you can take a new set of photos for the property. But this to me is a very important place to focus, solely because saving up for your second rental is hard. I mean, if you're talking about putting 20% down on a $400,000 house, that means you have to save up $80,000 before you can buy your next house. And it takes a long time to save $80,000. So I find that a lot of investors, they're able to get to $20,000 or $30,000, but that's kind of where they hit the wall. And so they feel helpless because that other $40,000 to $50,000 is so out of reach. But the truth is, if you have that extra, let's say $10,000 to $30,000, you can use that to enhance your property, to add a hot tub, to add a sauna, maybe add a pickleball court or an above ground pool with a deck around it. You can spend $500 on a new photographer. All of these things are things you can do for $30,000 or less. And in many cases, and of course this is gonna depend on your market, adding these types of amenities to your property can very easily increase your revenue $10,000 to $30,000 a year. That's an amazing ROI. And I wanted to put this one first simply because most investors froth at the mouth just thinking about that next rental, when in all actuality, there's probably already a gold mine in the property that you own. Okay, so that's short-term rentals. If you're a long-term rental investor and you own a property, instead of buying a second property, consider how you can add square footage to your property to increase rents. Great example of this would be, is there a garage that you can close in, turn it into extra square footage, turn it into an extra bedroom or 2, and increase your rents $400 to $800 a month. Not only do you increase your rent by doing this, but you also increase your ARV, your after repair value. It's very possible that it could cost you $20,000 to do that conversion. I know because I just did this at my Pink Pickle property, but generally speaking, the value is also gonna go up, usually more than the amount that you invested. So I just took a look at some of the properties in the zip code where I did my garage conversion, and the price per square foot on a lot of these properties are anywhere from $228 up to $310 per square foot. My garage conversion was 400 square feet. So I'm gonna just take the low end of this. I'm gonna multiply 400 times 228. That's the lowest one I could find. And quick calculation here, I'm getting $91,200 of additional value on my property that I was able to create for $20,000. Now, it doesn't always compute exactly the way that I showed you. This is a quick calculation, but just goes to show you, I invested $20,000 and I got way more than $20,000 of additional value and equity in my property. So don't feel like you have to rush to property number 2. I promise you, there's more money in property number 1 than you think. Number 2, partner up with somebody or find an investor. I know that this feels unobtainable to most, but I hope you understand that is how I built my portfolio when I first got started. I partnered with other people. At this point, usually people are like, but yeah, you're raw built. Everybody wants to invest with you. Well, not really. See, when I first got started, the raw built channel did not exist. But that doesn't mean that I wasn't social. You know, I would post my successes and I would show the payouts that I was making on Airbnb and me furnishing my Airbnb, and I would talk about my journey on Instagram with my friends. And I just made it known that I was in real estate and loving it and wanting to do more. And just from posting about it and making it known to people, I had people that would approach me and say, hey, I know that you're doing that real estate stuff. That sounds really cool. I've always wanted to do that. Will you show me? And I would say, sure, why don't we partner up? And many times they took me up on it. I see a lot of people that try to go and get investors and partners before they've even gotten into the game. And you know what? I'm not saying don't go do that. I'm just saying that when you have no experience, the risk level is very high. But if you've got a good proof of concept and you're making money and you're pretty good at this real estate thing, there's nothing stopping you from going out there and finding an investor or partner. Now, if you're wondering, well, how would this even work? There's a lot of different ways you can do this, okay? And the reason that this is a low to no money down situation is twofold. One, you might have $30,000, $40,000, or $50,000 that you've already saved up over time. If that's the case, you can find a partner who also has $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 and say, hey, can we put that together and have anywhere from $60,000 to $100,000 that we can go and put into a deal together? Or if you have just a little bit of money, which is always the preference if you're working with investors, having a little bit of skin in the game, you can go to an investor and say, hey, I've got 15 or 20 grand to my name. I'm willing to put this in as a good show of faith, but I'm also looking for investors to help me fund this deal. And you can work out so many types of splits with investors. You can give them 50% of the cash flow, 50% of the equity in exchange for you running the entire investment. You can give them 75% of the cash flow, 75% of the equity until their initial investment is paid back, and then you waterfall that down to a 50-50 split. But what I love about this is when you're working with people in your network, when you're working with investors and partners, those terms are negotiable and you can set them on a case-by-case basis. Just so you know, the first deal that I ever bought that wasn't my primary residence was through finding an investor, aka a family friend in my network that was willing to take a chance on us. And guess what? About 7 years later, we just sold that property and I think we made $210,000 on a little 2-bedroom, 1-bath condo. Because I put myself out there 7 years ago, we made $210K. I'm telling you, it works. You just have to believe in yourself enough to sell yourself. Hey, super fast. If you're a short-term rental host and you're trying to get your first, your second, your third property, whatever it may be, I just wanted to let you know that I have a whole free community for hosts and real estate investors that you can join and ask me all of your questions about how to get started, how to fund your deals, how to scale, how to operate your short-term rentals. So if you like me and you like free stuff like courses and PDFs and guides and downloads, then I'll leave a link in the description down below for you where you can join and ask me a question. Again, that link is in the description down below. Back to the video. Okay, third strategy. We call this the sneaky rental strategy. So here's how it works. Most people think you need 20% down to buy a property. You actually only need as much as 3.5% down on a property. This is the difference between being able to save up in a few months and saving up for many, many years. And here's how it works. There are FHA loans, which are basically subsidized loans that allow you to put 3.5% down on a property so long as you live in the property. Here's why we call this the sneaky rental strategy. If you put 3.5% down, live in that property for a year or two, you can then go and put 3.5% down on another property and live in that for 1 to 2 years and then do it again and again and again, and you keep leapfrogging from property to property, but the previous property you turn into a rental. This is why we call it the sneaky rental strategy, because you're initially turning it into a primary residence and using FHA loans to your benefit, but eventually you turn them into rentals, and by the end of 10 years you could have accrued 5 to 10 rentals if you play it consistently and you play it right. Now there are some caveats to this particular strategy. One, whenever you're buying these properties, you do have to comp them out and understand that if you turn them into rentals, the ideal scenario in a rental is the cash flow. So you want to make sure that any property you buy has the ability to cash flow. Otherwise, you'll have all these properties that bleed $500 to $1,500 a month. And if you keep doing that, you're not going to be a real estate investor very long. But there are a couple of different strategies for making this work, and I'll give you sort of my favorite one. House hacking. Rent by the room. So let's say you buy your first property, you put 3.5% down. You would need $14,000 to buy that house. I think that's an achievable amount of money for most people that are working hard, maybe have a couple of side hustles, side gigs, have a steady income. You buy this house for $14,000. You want to go for a 3, 4, or even a 5-bedroom property if you can, and you rent out the other rooms. And so what you're trying to do is effectively get all of those rents from the other rooms to cover your entire mortgage. This to me explodes wealth like crazy, because I've always told y'all and friends and family that the catalyst for true wealth is getting your mortgage down to 0. And if you could have other roommates and other tenants pay your rent, then basically what you're doing is you're saving that amount of money every single month. Let's say you have a $2,500 mortgage. Well, over the course of the year, by having other people pay for that, you will have saved $30,000 that you can then use to put 3.5% down on the next property. Now, I will say this requires a little bit of discomfort. Most people don't like to share their space with other people. To those people, I say, well, you know what? Getting wealthy isn't easy, and you do have to make sacrifices, but there are other methods. You don't have to necessarily rent out other rooms. You could buy a duplex or a triplex and rent out the entire other units. But no matter what, there are so many strategies at play here. The moral of the story is that this does work. It's a low and slow approach. Okay, you're not gonna get 10 rentals in a year. But if you play the slow game and you do this every couple of years, you can absolutely retire a millionaire. Number 4, these are the best types of deals if you can find them, seller finance deals. Instead of going to a bank and applying for a loan and going through months of underwriting and then getting a mortgage, what you're gonna do is you're just gonna go straight to the seller and let them be the bank and make payments to them and have them finance their mortgage to you. Most people think that these deals do not exist. They're unicorns, Rob. They're impossible to find. Well, that is absolutely not true. One of the more recent purchases that I made was in the Houston Heights, which is an amazing neighborhood, perhaps the best neighborhood in Houston, and it was a seller finance deal. I didn't do anything crazy, okay? I was driving in the neighborhood and I saw a for sale sign, and above that for sale sign, there was an owner financing flag above it. Pulled over, made the call, and I asked the realtor, what do you mean owner financing? No one does this. And they were like, yep, seller wants 10% down, 5% interest. After a little bit of back and forth, I was able to put down 10% and get a 3% interest rate on a $410,000 property. So I had to come out of pocket $40,000 to purchase that property. That to me is low money down. Considering had I gone to a bank, I would have needed anywhere from 20 to 25% down, which is 80 to 100K. So for me, $40,000 was an absolute win. And that deal was hiding in plain sight. It was actually listed on the MLS for 60 days. And for whatever reason, nobody wanted it. Now, there are a lot of seller finance deals out there. Good, bad, horrible, you're gonna bleed if you buy that property type of deals. But they are out there, and I'll give you a quick tip on how to find it. Go to Redfin, go to Zillow, and type in seller financing. Okay? Actually, why don't we do this together? All right, let's go to Austin, Texas here, one of my favorite markets. And we're gonna go to the keyword search, type in seller financing. See all the homes? So all of these properties here are properties that have the words seller financing in the description. Now you do have to sift through these. You have to actually make sure they comp out. You have to make sure that they're legit deals, but let's just see what the first 4 turn up for us. All right, we got this first one here. Seller financing available. All right. It's the first thing that listing says. Fantastic. All right, next one, 1.4 million. Bonus, seller financing is available to qualified buyers, offering an opportunity to secure a below market interest rate. Okay, easy peasy. And just for fun, why not look at, let's look at this one, 395K. That's that $400,000 price point that we talked about. Oh, here we go. Assumable 3% interest rate, meaning you can go to the bank, get underwritten, and just take over the mortgage entirely. And if that doesn't work, seller will consider owner financing. I mean, guys, the deals are hiding in plain sight. Now, how much do these sellers want down? It could be 20, 30, 40, 50% down. I don't know, there are a lot of deals out there. The moral of the story is if you type in seller financing in your market or the surrounding markets, you have the opportunity to call those sellers and negotiate how much you can put down. I had a student one time in host camp, her name is Tara. Hello, Tara. She negotiated a 0 money down seller finance deal, and I'm pretty sure it was like 2% interest or something like that. All she did was pick up the phone, she made the call, and she put herself out there, and it worked out for her. Strategy number 5 is a classic, and that's a BRRRR. If you're unfamiliar with the BRRRR, that stands for buy, rehab, rent, refinance, and repeat. And generally speaking, the rent in the BRRRR strategy is you go and you long-term rent it. However, you can totally execute this strategy with an Airbnb. I call this a BRRRR. I've also heard it called an Airbnb BRRRR. I don't care what you want to call it, but just know that you can do a BRRRR with an Airbnb. And here's the basic premise of a BRRRR. You buy an old house that needs to be fixed up, you fix it up, the house is worth a lot more after you fix it up, and then you go to the bank and do a cash out refinance, and hopefully pull all the money that you invested into that house out, and you have a property with no money out of pocket. So I'll give you an example here to kind of contextualize how it all comes together. Let's say you buy a fixer-upper for $200,000. You put $50,000 into renovations, new kitchen, fresh paint, upgraded furniture, maybe even add a hot tub or a fire pit to make it Airbnb ready. And now your all-in cost is $250,000. But let's say that after all of that work, the property is now worth $350,000 because you were able to force appreciation through the rehab. Then you go to the bank and you refinance via a cash out refi. The bank gives you 75% of the new value. So take 75% of $350,000, and that gives you $262,000. That means that you get your entire $250,000 back, plus an additional $12,500. And now you own a newly renovated rental or Airbnb that's cash flowing, and you got all your money back. So you can take that same $250,000 and repeat the last R in BRRRR it to the next deal. That right there is the BRRRR method. It's like a real estate recycling machine. Now, I know that you're at home and you're like, well, Rob, how do I get the $250,000 to buy the deal? I got you. Chill. You guys get real mad in the comments sometimes. You got a couple of options here. Remember earlier, number 2, when I said find a partner, an investor, go find someone in your network and raise private money to get the deal done. Or you can go get a fix and flip loan. Lots of lenders out there. You'd have to figure out where to get that $50,000. Again, go raise money from a private investor. I've got a great HELOC that I've pulled from to fund this kind of thing. I've borrowed against my 401k. Lots of different ways to fund this strategy. But if you're gonna do that, just understand that flipping and rehabbing to me in 2025 is one of the riskier outlets. And also, I will say that there are plenty of programs out there that will give you 100% of the funds, meaning that you could potentially do this with no money out of pocket, but just understand that those terms are typically a lot worse and a lot riskier. But if you run your numbers correctly and you're dialed on your analysis, this strategy does work. And I know tons of people that have done this and built their entire portfolio using the BRRRR strategy. All right, we made it to the last strategy, number 6, my favorite, but it's a little different.
It's not really a buying strategy, it's more of a funding strategy. Because if you already own a short-term rental, this one can help you get a hold of tens of thousands of dollars that you can use to apply to your next property. And it's called bonus depreciation. Now, you've probably heard me or other people talk about the short-term rental loophole. You know, that magical rule that lets you write off huge chunks of your property in the first year. So let me break down how this all works. And before I do, please understand, this is a pretty complex strategy, so make sure you talk to your CPA on how to do this correctly. Normally, whenever you buy a rental property, the IRS makes you spread out your write-offs over decades. For long-term rentals, that's 27.5 years. But for short-term rentals, the kind that you list on Airbnb or Vrbo with average stays of 7 days or less, the IRS considers that a commercial property. So the building gets depreciated over 39 years. That means that if your building is worth $390,000, you'd only get about $10,000 in deductions per year. But that's where bonus depreciation comes in. Instead of waiting 39 years to slowly write everything off, you can do a cost segregation study to separate your property into parts. Things like furniture, flooring, appliances, deck, even landscaping. And you can write those off immediately in year one. So instead of $10,000 a year, you might get $150,000 of deductions in the first year. And if you qualify for the short-term rental loophole, meaning you materially participate and self-manage your property, that paper loss that you got from your deductions can offset your W-2 or active income. So to put it simply, let's say that you make $150,000 a year at your W-2 job. And let's say that you get a cost segregation report and you get $150,000 in deductions, AKA a paper loss. That $150,000 could effectively wipe out your $150,000 salary and bring your total taxable income to zero. Now, if you're taxed at a 32% tax bracket, 32% of $150,000 is $48,000. That's how much you can possibly lower your tax bill by implementing the short-term rental loophole. Now let's say that you're cash flowing pretty well, you got this massive tax break, you take what you would have paid in taxes, you take the cash flow, you add it together, and now you're one step closer to having a down payment and implementing any of the other 5 strategies that we talked about today. Now, with all that said, there are a lot of caveats to bonus depreciation and the short-term rental loophole. We work with students every single day in host camp to help them implement this strategy correctly. So if you're interested in learning how to execute this short-term rental strategy, I'll leave a link in the description down below where you can book a call with me and my team.
There is a massive shift happening in the short-term rental industry right now, and millions of hosts don't even realize it. Airbnb is an incredible platform, but it's not a business model. It's just one piece in the larger short-term rental game. The problem is, most hosts built their entire short-term rental business on a platform that they don't control. That platform, of course, being Airbnb. And in 2026, I think it's time to evolve. Not abandon Airbnb, but to diversify beyond it. And it's for this reason, and this reason alone, that me and my team over the last year or so have been quietly building a direct booking machine behind the scenes. A real system that generates bookings, captures guest data, and compounds over time. And in this video, I'm opening the whole thing up. I'm gonna show you who direct bookings are for, the exact tech stack, platforms, and automations that you're gonna need, and how this all comes together into one simple, repeatable machine. This video will be your full blueprint. And by the way, this is part 3 of my series on building a direct booking business, so if you haven't already, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you don't miss the rest. All right, let's get into it. Part 1, who can do this? As in, who can actually implement a direct booking strategy? Well, the short answer is everyone. And the longer answer is still everyone, but there are really 2 buckets that I think about when I'm building out a direct booking strategy. You've got bucket number 1, which I call everyday stays. These are gonna be your everyday homes, townhomes, and condos. And bucket number 2 are gonna be your branded experience stays. These tend to be your larger, more unique properties, often multi-unit properties. So if you can think of like a landscape hotel, micro resort, boutique hotel. But this bucket also includes very Instagrammable homes or hyper unique or themed properties like many of the properties that Funkit Interiors launches. That's my interior design company, by the way. And we recently launched this Harry Potter home, for example, which is both unique and themed. Now, if your home falls under the everyday stay category, that doesn't mean that you have a bad Airbnb or that your Airbnb is boring. It can still be a really great Airbnb. It just means that generally speaking, your direct bookings will come in the form of repeat guests and getting people
people to come back to your property. And to be completely honest, this tends to be the category that most hosts fall under. And on the flip side of this, if you're a branded stay experience, repeat guests are definitely going to still play a large component of your direct booking business. But this bucket, or category rather, is where you can start to pull more of the marketing levers like social media and paid media. And these two lead generation and marketing avenues are generally going to just be far more effective for the branded stay experience. And ultimately, the beauty of funnel marketing is that regardless of which category you fall into, anyone, and I really mean anyone, can launch a direct booking arm of their short-term rental business. There are opportunities out there. There are opportunities out there. Why can't I say this? There are opportunities out there for everyone. Wow, that was I went to bed at 3 a.m. last night, so still feeling it. I'm feeling this. Part 2, the direct booking tech stack. What are you gonna need? What's a tech stack, you might ask? Well, it's a fancy term for platforms, softwares, services, and tools that you're gonna need to run your direct booking business. I'm gonna lay out all of the tools that I personally use in my direct booking tech stack. They are not all required. First thing you're gonna need is a website. I mean, it's called the direct booking website for a reason, right? You're gonna need a page where you can post information and photos of your property and communicate with your guests. Now, don't overthink this part. I think this is probably where most people stop in their direct booking business because it's just like, tech, I don't wanna deal with it. I get that. But you have several tools and options available to you. There are a lot of very simple website builders out there that I'm sure you've heard of, ranging from Squarespace to Wix. And this is a totally appropriate way to get started if you want. As a matter of fact, my Tiny House Village direct booking website is built on Wix. And last month we got 60 to 70% of our revenue via direct bookings. It's not the most beautiful website in the world, but it's very intuitive and easy to edit. And it converts into hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year in revenues, so that's all I really care about. I'll put a link to Wix and Squarespace in the description down below. You should get a little something when you use that link. And PS, there will be a lot more links in this video. If I talk about it, there's probably a discount or promo link down below. And also another option you have for building your website is doing it through your property management system. And I think this is fine if you just want to build something really fast and get it launched. It's admittedly not my favorite way to do it because you are kind of a captive audience to that platform. And if you ever want to migrate, it just makes it kind of tough because then you'll have to go and rebuild your direct booking website again. I'd rather have full control of my website and back end, but I know a lot of hosts that do this and generally like it.
And hey, I'll throw this out there too. If you're looking for something that's more done for you, my team over at HostCamp can actually build you a pretty sweet and simple website too. I'll drop that link in the description.
Second thing you're gonna need is some form of a payment processor. When I was first getting started, I used Stripe. That seems to be one of the more common places to start. And now that I'm on Guesty Pro, I actually do all of my payment processing through their system. Stripe, I've got a bit of a love-hate relationship with them if I'm being totally honest, but they are a perfectly legitimate company. It's honestly just easier to go through my property management system. And a lot of property management systems have some form of payment processing built in already. Same thing with a lot of the website builders out there like Squarespace and Wix. And look, we're getting serious here when it comes to launching your direct booking business, but I think it's time to get even more serious about your numbers. Because once you go direct, money starts moving. I'm talking Stripe deposits, cleaning invoices, marketing spends, refunds, chargebacks. It gets real fast. And most investors don't actually know their numbers. They don't know their real equity, or they don't know their debt position. And their balance sheet lives in some random spreadsheet that they update once every 6 months. That's why I use Baselane. It's my financial operating system for my rental business. Now here's what's new and what really changed the game for me. They just launched CPA-ready balance sheets and built-in cost segregation tracking with Baselane Smart. This is an awesome feature for short-term rental hosts. That basically means that Baselane now gives you a real-time snapshot of your entire portfolio. What you own, what you owe, how much equity you've built, and accelerate depreciation to cut your tax bill all in one place. So instead of guessing, you're operating with clarity. And not only does it save you hours at tax time, it just makes scaling cleaner. So if you're building a direct booking business and want to run it like an actual company and not just a side hustle, click the link down below and check out Baselane and get a $100 cash bonus. All right. Back to the video. The third thing that you're gonna need, and I've already kind of talked about this, but is a property management software with direct booking integrations. This is super important because automating your business is key. When you're running through Airbnb, every property management system on planet Earth syncs up with it because Airbnb is like the big dog, but not all property management systems hook into websites. And you're also gonna need what's called a direct booking engine, which typically comes from your property management system. And your direct booking engine is the actual software that patches into your direct booking website and allows your guests to book your property directly, which in turn syncs up with your PMS and triggers all your automations. And like I said, you want to just make sure that your property management system has this capability. This isn't an ad, this is just like the actual tool that I use, but Guesty Pro is a bit more of that enterprise version. If you're a smaller host, then Guesty Lite is probably a better solution for you. The next thing you're gonna need in your tech stack is some kind of email platform. This will be important for two reasons. One, capturing emails, meaning taking in emails and adding them to your database. And then two, actually sending out emails to those leads. You're gonna use an email platform for many reasons, but one of the main things that you're gonna do is you're gonna create what's called a nurture sequence or a drip campaign. And the basic premise is whenever you get these emails into your system, you want to warm them up. So you wanna send them emails every so often so that they're familiar with you and your brand. You wanna remind them to come stay at your property, or if they've already stayed at your property before, you might wanna send them a discount to come back. You might wanna let them know of important upcoming events happening in the city and that your place is available to them. This right here could be its own video, but just understand that an email platform in its most basic form is a way for you to communicate with people on your email list and build brand awareness and recognition for your properties. Now, I've used a lot of email platforms out there. They can be cheap, they can be expensive. For most hosts, they're probably gonna be on the cheaper side, but at scale, they can definitely start to get expensive. For example, my email service is $300 a month, but for most hosts, you're probably gonna land in the $10 to $30 a month price range. So some of the email platforms out there would be ActiveCampaign, MailChimp, or MailCrimp. Wow, that is a deep cut. And if you know where that's from, let me know in the comments down below. We'll see if you guys got that one. Kit is another popular one. And then Go High Level is also a big one that we are starting to integrate across many of my companies. And eventually, a little peek behind the Raw Built curtain, HostCamp is gonna be releasing like a CRM email platform that is specifically developed for direct bookings and hosts. But I've said too much, but just know it's coming, it'll be awesome, and it will be super accessible. So if you wanna stay up to date on when that might come out and a few other cool things that we're working on, then I highly suggest you sign up for the Daily Host. That is my short-term rental newsletter where we get into market insights. We talk about properties that actually pencil that you can buy right now, and a lot of great breaking industry news. It's free to join. It will cost you nothing. If you're interested, as always, link in the description down below. The next service or tool that you're gonna need in your tech stack is your insurance. Now, there are a lot of different providers of insurances out there. What I've personally used in my portfolio is Truvy. They used to be called Superhog, but basically they will verify your guests. They'll do like security checks, collect deposits, offer different insurances that are very similar to air cover, very affordable prices. This to me solves a really big problem for most hosts that want to get into direct bookings, but are scared of like their house burning down. And then they come to me and they say, well, if I don't have air cover, who's gonna pay for my house being burned down? And the truth is probably your home insurance, but having extra insurance like Truvy is always nice for the peace of mind. Next in your tech lineup, you'll need some form of email capture. Now, earlier I talked about the email platform and how that platform will store the emails that you capture, as well as your means of communication, but you actually need a method for seamlessly gathering emails. This one is crucial and perhaps the most important thing in your entire tech stack. So you need to figure out how to get emails, how to get leads, how to get people knocking on your door to come stay at your property off the Airbnb platform. There are several ways you can do this, but the most popular way that I've seen, and I would say one of the more standard ways of doing this in the short-term rental industry, is a company called StayFi. StayFi basically is like this device that you plug into your modem, and it makes it so that when someone wants to log into your Wi-Fi, before they get access to the Wi-Fi, they have to put in their name, their last name, and their email. And then they have to consent to your terms and service, and when they hit submit, their email gets sent over to your email platform, and that's how you would gather that email. But the interesting thing here is that there's not just one person staying at your property. You might have a group of 10 people coming, if that's how many people can fit in your house. Each one of them would have to give you their email to log into your Wi-Fi. This is very similar to kind of the more old school methods of like hotels, where if you stay at the Hilton or the Marriott, you log in and then you get that big box that's like, give us your email. That's basically what you're doing here. You're taking this hotel tactic and applying it to your small short-term rental business. Like I said, this one's a bit more standard in the industry. I find it a bit pricey, if I'm being completely honest, but it does work and it works incredibly well. And they have a bunch of different services and things that you can opt into. Again, link in the description down below. If you want a cheaper option, sometimes there are different Wi-Fi modems and routers that you can buy that kind of have this functionality already built into them. And then at the moment, HostCamp is currently working on a widget that makes this whole process super cheap and seamless and very scalable and, like I said, accessible. I've got a little thing that I'm working on that will be a gift to the entire hosting community. When that's out, the people on my newsletter will find out first. So I'm gonna say that's gonna be the easiest way to capture emails. Small little tangent here, but another way you could get emails is if you were creating social media content for your property, and then that social media content drove to your direct booking website. So robsdirectbookingwebsite.com. And then once you get to the homepage, there might be a pop-up that shows up on that homepage that says, hey, want 10% off of your stay? Pop in your email here and we'll email you a coupon code right now. And then whenever they hit submit, bam, they get added to your email list. That's another very common form of email capture. There's some strategy that goes into that, but just know there are are ways to get leads and emails outside of the guests that are staying at your property. And just a note, Airbnb is like really cracking down on this, so they really don't want you asking your guests for their emails on the Airbnb platform. That kind of stuff is gonna get more and more regulated on Airbnb, and I think you're gonna get in trouble if you're trying to be sneaky and get people's emails on Airbnb.com. Airbnb has never given emails. They've only ever given phone numbers, and now they're not even giving phone numbers anymore. They're giving pseudo phone numbers that expire after the reservation is over. Okay, and last little bonus tech piece, this one's optional, but CartStack. CartStack is a service that's integrated into our website that basically when someone goes to our website and then they put in the dates and then they go to check out, but then they decide not to book last second and they X out, if that customer is already in our database, CartStack will then send them an email after the fact and say, hey, Rob, I saw that you started booking your stay, but you didn't hit finish. Let's get you booked up ASAP because we are running out of space. Or, hey, if you book in the next 24 hours, I'll give you 10% off. CartStack is that reminder mechanism that sends you an email that says, hey, don't forget. There are definitely other services like this. This is just the one that we've used, but it has created thousands and thousands of dollars of revenue for us over the last 6 months. So I just gave you lots of information. So let me contextualize that by laying out the process and showing you how all of this comes together if you're completely new to this and you're starting out using Airbnb as your foundation. Then I'll lay it out for you if you're looking to get your own leads and not rely on Airbnb. So this will be for the everyday stay category, where I think that the biggest opportunity is getting repeat guests to come back to your property. Here's how this is gonna look. You're gonna have a guest book your property on Airbnb, and they are going to need what all of us need more than anything else in this world, and that is Wi-Fi. But remember, you'll have StayFi connected to your router. So they're gonna be prompted to give their email in order to log into the Wi-Fi. That email will then be shot over to your email platform, your MailChimp or your Kit or your Go High Level, whatever you decide. From there, you're gonna warm them up a little bit. You're gonna nurture them on an email sequence. You'll send them an email maybe every week, maybe every month, maybe every 6 months. Or maybe you just send out big events that are happening. Hey, ACL is coming up in Austin, Texas, or Formula One, or South by Southwest. There are a lot of different strategies here. I said earlier, this could be its own video. If you're interested in a video that really gets into the weeds of that, let me know in the comments down below and your boy will deliver because I made this video because all of you guys asked for it. From your emails, they'll be linked out to your direct booking website. They click around your website, they look at all your different properties, they go to checkout, they get really busy, they X out of their browser, and then CartStack sends them an email that says, hey, we noticed that you were thinking about booking during this date range. Here's 10% off if you decide to book. They click back to your website, decide to go forward with the listing, and they book through your property management system's booking engine. From there, payment is processed via Stripe or whatever payment processor that you opted in with. And then you'll send them a message to get verified through TrueV or to opt into extra protection or insurances. Or you just charge an additional deposit if you want to, which you can also do through your payment processor. Up to you, but that right there is the basic process for getting a direct booking from a repeat guest that previously stayed at your Airbnb. Hopefully that made sense. If you have any questions on that, let me know in the comments down below and I'll go in and answer anything that might have felt unclear. Okay, so that's the process more for the everyday stay category. Now let's talk about the process if you're looking to build a business completely independent of Airbnb. Let's talk about how this would work, and this would encapsulate more so that branded experience stay group of people. Let's say that your strategy is to post organic content on Instagram or TikTok, or let's say that you decide to run Facebook and Instagram ads, which is what we do. Regardless of which one of these you opt into, or you can opt into both, which is what I do, you are gonna be directing people over to your direct booking website. Okay, so Airbnb, not even a part of any of this process. When people get to your website, there will be a pop-up that shows up on your website that says, hey, you want 10% off? Join our newsletter. Give us your email. They input their email, get added to your list, easy peasy. So far, what you would have needed in this instance is social media accounts. The paid ad strategy can be a bit more complicated. You got to find someone to run those ads. Maybe I'll cover that in a future video, but the organic social media, pretty easy for anyone to do. You would send them to your website, they input their email, and that gets shot over to MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, Go High Level, whatever email platform that you decide. You then nurture those emails continually until they're ready to book. At the same time, you might be posting to social media consistently to remind them to come stay at your property. And at the same time from there, you might be running ads, and between these three things, you are always top of mind to that customer. But the general idea is that we are always trying to funnel them back to your website and then follow the steps from the previous process, like completing the booking through your property management system's booking engine, processing payment, getting verified on TrueV, and then running all your automations through your property management system. But the ultimate idea here is to always get them to remember you and go back to your website and complete the booking. And then we have our fail safes like CartStack prompting them to come and complete the booking for 10% off. They then pay, opt into whatever insurance insurance you choose, and then you run all your normal automations through your property management system. And then yeah, it's a very similar process to that first structure that I laid out, but the only difference is that you're going out into the wild and collecting your own leads versus relying on those leads coming from Airbnb. Now, with all that said, there are 1,000 ways to do what I just said. This is just how I do it. This is what works for us. I just wanted to lay it out in the most simple caveman terms possible for you to understand that direct bookings aren't really that scary of a beast. I think it's actually pretty simple when you think about it in a linear progression. But there you have it. I think I've overstayed my welcome on this YouTube thing. Hopefully this was helpful. If there's a burning question that you have that I missed, just let me know in the comments down below. And who knows, maybe I'll come back and do one final video. And that's the tea. A short little crunchy 5-hour video. I know that was a lot for you. And if it makes you feel any better, that was a lot for me too, because I've been in your room with you watching it for the last 5 hours. You smell nice, by the way. That a new shampoo? Anyway, here's what I always say. I learned all this stuff the hard way so that you could learn it the easy way. But if you like this video and you got value from it, then do me a favor and like this video and subscribe if you haven't. It really does help me with the YouTube algorithm. My last super course got 11,000 likes. Would make my year if we could beat that record on this video. And don't forget, if you want help on your Airbnb journey and you want to work one-on-one with me, you can always book a free call with my team down below and we'll roadmap and talk through how we can help you. It really means the world to me that you stuck around this long, and if you did, that officially makes you a super fan. Let me know in the comments down below if that's you. Like, go down to the comments and comment super fan so I know who you are, and I will go and respond to every single one of you as a token of my gratitude for hanging with me. Other than that, get out there, get after it, and take action on your dreams. Happy hosting.